Good morning. We've got an echo somewhere. Right. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can I welcome all the councillors, officers and members of the public present this morning at the Development Management Committee of the 14th of November. Before we start proceedings, some housekeeping to go through first. In case of a fire alarm, exit the doors in the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. There are toilets outside of the door on the left. Water is available outside the door on the right. To remind everybody, this is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind council members on committee and officers to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. And can I also ask that all mobile phones are either switched off or put on silence, please? Don't need any interruptions during the meetings. As in the normal run of the Development Management Committee, in terms of how items are presented, will speak, the supporter will speak, any parish council representative will then speak, the ward member or members will then speak. The committee members will be able to ask questions of each speaker on points of clarity or information. At the conclusion of the debate, members will vote and come to a decision. At this point, I'd like to ask the officers at the top table to introduce themselves, and I'll start off by I'm Mark Long, Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of this committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bernard Taylor, and I'm a committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn. I'm Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer for the Council and the Legal Advisor to the committee this morning. Thank you.
Hello, Ian Sosnowski.
Good morning, I'm Ian Lloyd, Urban Fringe Planning Officer, and I'm the case officer for the planning applications.
Thank you. There are in support today a number of other officers present. We have Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management. We have Alex Wish, the Urban Fringe Green Infrastructure Officer. Mark Harris, Principal Planning Officer. Alex Rehag, the Principal Housing Officer. We also have Richard Jackson, Highways Officer from Devon County Council. Sarah Jennings, the Ecology Officer from Devon County Council. And Elena Munsey, the Principal Surveyor of Plymouth City Council, with us today. So thank you for all those attending today. Now move on to agenda items. Apologies. We do not have any apologies today. Thank you. Agenda item 1, the minutes. We have the minutes of the meeting for the 3rd of October 2024. Can I have a propose and second? Thank you. Move on to agenda item 2, urgent business. There are no items of Chair's urgent business. Item 3, division of the agenda. There's no reason to divide the agenda today. Item 4, declarations of interest. Members, does anybody have any declarations of interest? Councillor Panel.
Two things. I'm a member of the Dartmoor National Park Authority, which is a consultee. I've read their comments. I have not spoken to anybody on the park about this, so I don't think that will influence me. Also, I have a passing acquaintance with Mr. Hitchens over many years as a fellow rugby player, and have once been to his home for a social event when he was chairman of the National Park Authority and my wife was a member of the National Park Authority. But my acquaintance with him is limited to that, so I hope that will be sufficient to be okay.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. Anybody else? Any other declarations of interest? No? Thank you very much. Item 5, public participation. Is obviously the public participation takes place in the committee meeting. I will now ask David Fairbairn to highlight and remind members of the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Principally for the benefit of members of the public who are listening, and may not necessarily be as familiar with the of determining planning applications. The committee's starting point is the statutory requirement to have regard to the policies in the development plan. In this case, the development plan is the joint local plan and the Bickley neighbourhood plan, and they must also have regard to any other material planning considerations. The committee's decision will be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. And the rationale for this is that the development plan is intended members of the public of the approach that will be followed when making planning decisions unless there's a good reason to depart from it. So the committee will consider whether the proposed development complies with the development plan as a whole. The joint local plan, like other development plans, contains broad statements of policy, and it's not unusual for one-on-one policies to pull in different directions. So, for example, a development proposal may accord with the development plan policies which encourage development for employment purposes and yet be contrary to as the relative importance of the relevant policies and the extent to which the development policy proposal complies with them or not. So thank you, Chairman. That's all I think I need to say.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. We now move on to agenda item 6, which is (418519) OPA application A, land at Woolwell Park, land at Woolwell, and application B, 418119 OPA application B, land off Towerfield Drive, Woolwell, part of the land at Woolwell. The formal office, the case officer is Ian Lloyd, and I will hand over to Mr. Lloyd now for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start the presentation proper, I've just got a couple of updates for members. The first is on the front sheet of the report, page 6 of your agenda. The parish should also reference Woolwell Ward as well as Bickley Ward as part there's an abbreviation missing from the glossary, which is LORs. They're the letters of representation that we've received from third parties. I think the first thing to say is it's going to be a long presentation, so I do extend my apologies for it, but it's going to be necessary. You're probably going to be sick of the sound of my voice by the end of it. But I will try to move through some of the slides rapidly where I feel that, you know, I've got them in the presentation if you need to see them and you need to come back to them. But I'll tell you if I'm skipping through slides for that particular purpose. So the presentation, it'll broadly follow the format of your committee report, the sections in the report, dealing with each topic in turn, though appreciably areas will overlap. So there's one report for 2 planning applications. Both are part of the allocated land for the urban extension at Walwell under policy PLY 44. Ultimately, members are being asked to make two separate decisions, and we're asking members to decide application A first before application B. Now, the reasons for that are explained in the report in section 19.1 on your report. That's page 93 of your agenda. And the reason behind that is that application A, the much larger site, has all of the infrastructure. It's got the community park, it's got the school, it's got the playing pitches. So if members are mindful to grant planning permission for application A, then application B would follow from that. If members refuse application A, then we're not supporting application B because it's reliant upon the infrastructure that's being delivered in application A. Obviously, naturally, if it follows that application A is approved, then the recommendation for application B is also for approval. So this slide is just to show the land in context. Walwell lies approximately 9 kilometres, that's 5.6 miles north of Plymouth city centre. It's towards the very western edge of the boundary of the South Hams district. It's also at the very northern edge of Plymouth City Council's boundary and the very southern edge of Dartmoor National Park Authority's boundary. So application A seeks outline planning permission for up to 1,640 new dwellings, up to 1,200 square metres of commercial, retail and community floor space. Those are the old use classes, effectively now classes E and D. Seeking permission for a new primary school, areas of public open space including a substantial new community park, new sport and play facilities, new access points and vehicular, cycle and pedestrian links. Strategic landscaping is also proposed along with attenuation basins. There's a need for a primary substation and other associated site infrastructure. All matters are reserved apart from access from a new Northern Gateway roundabout off the A386 north of Plesseys and for an extension to Pickpie Drive. Application B seeks outline permission for up to 360 dwellings with associated landscaping and site infrastructure. Again, all matters are reserved except for new access points from Tarfield Drive, and Pickpie Drive is also included. The bellmouth of Pickpie Drive is also included within this application. This application land is owned by City Council and Plymouth City Council, and Plymouth City Council own the bellmouth. I've got a diagram later in the presentation which will clarify that. So this is the application A boundary. It's 177 hectares, that's 290 acres, comprising of mainly low-grade agricultural land with some woodland, veteran and other trees and hedgerows. Local roads pass through the land, including New Road, Blackhaven Hill, Carron Lane and Lee Lane. This is the Act B boundary, a much smaller site, as you can see, comprising two parcels, 11.66 hectares, some 28 acres, again comprising mainly low-grade agricultural land and scrub with some trees and hedgerows. Local roads also pass between the two parcels. Bickley Down Road and Carron Lane runs contiguous with part of the northern parcel. This aerial photograph shows the two sites combined. In addition to sharing boundaries with the existing communities of Walwell and Roborough, which border the land, Bickley lies beyond the land to the east. Topography is varied, gently rising to the north and falling away to the east and southwards towards the valley bottoms. The further east you get and the further south you get, the steeper the inclines become towards the valley bottoms. The A386 passes the northern part of the site along its northwestern boundary. And for context, Plessis is visible in that photograph in your top left-hand corner, the large grey concrete building just to the left of the upper left-hand corner of the red line boundary. Woolwell and Rober have a number of services and amenities, including primary school, services, community centres, a public house and sports and play facilities. So this is the allocation in the development plan, PLY 44, which allocates the land for a sustainable urban extension to Woolwell. The application follows established field boundaries, except for the obvious place in the north, where the line is very flat. That is the extent of the allocation. So this slide shows land ownerships. So the large area in blue is application A. You'll see that site C also forms part of the allocation. That's land for which we don't currently have a planning application. It's owned by Summerfield Homes, and they're not yet in a position to make a planning application. There is some land defined yellow in the centre, which is also part of the application. Some small properties and the Plymouth Argham Rugby Club. That's effectively excluded from the master plan because we want those uses to continue. So in effect, okay, let me know if that's better. So in effect, the purpose of excluding it from the residential parcels is that those industrial and employment and sports uses remain, and they would just be subject to normal development plan policies. The small area which I referred to earlier in the presentation, which is shaded at the bottom of PLY 44, is that bell mouth at the entrance to Pickpie Drive. Members will recall that that's where the coach parked on the site visit, where we walked through to gain access into the land. So the applicants for application A have rights of access over that land, and Plymouth City own the land. Turning briefly to consultations, which are addressed in section 5 of your report, starting at page 13 or 17 on your agenda. Views are summarised and an indication given in which section of the report those issues are being addressed. The responses of Bickley Parish and local member councillor Hopwood are included in full at Appendix A on your agenda, beginning on page 95 of your agenda, and all summarised responses are available to view online. Collectively, we've had 1,692 letters of representation against both applications. The vast majority of those, 1,681 against the initial submission, with 866 on application A and 815 on application B, of which 20 were in support, 1 undecided and 1,660 were opposed. 11 letters of representation were received in response to the revised submission. That consultation took place over November and December and into January of 2024 into this year. 2 of those were in support and 9 were in objection. All representations from both consultations are relevant to members' considerations. So turning to policy and the principle of development, members are referred to the policy framework summarised in section 7 and set out more fully in the policy table in Appendix C, which provides you with commentary on the policy and an indication provided of the weight afforded to each of those policies. The principle of development surrounding the PRY 44 allocation and delivery of the spatial strategy is inextricably linked with issues addressed in the housing section of your report. This is because while the site is allocated under PRY 44 and BIC 04 of the Bickley Parish Neighbourhood Plan support the development housing, the housing development at Woolwell, and the principle of development is established through the allocation, Policy Dev 7 seeks 30% affordable housing, and that is not being met. It's not unusual, as David said at the introduction, for different policies to have competing demands, and it's a consideration of the balance of the aims of the plan as a whole that members are being asked to consider in making their resolution and their decision today. It's important to understand the reasoning behind the allocation for such a large number of homes. So in the very simplest terms, the spatial strategy of the GLP seeks to locate new development, that's substantial new development, in order to fulfil the vision to be where infrastructure can best support it. So at a national level, the NPPF is very clear that the purpose of the planning system is to contribute towards achieving sustainable development. The spatial strategy seeks to achieve sustainable development by planning development where the infrastructure can best cope with it. Economic, social and environmental objectives are pursued through local housing and employment growth, with an aim to lower carbon emissions, and that is the fundamental basis of the spatial strategy. Policy SPT3 identifies a minimum of 26,700 new homes required to be delivered across the plan area to 2023. That's the end of the plan period. The spatial strategy operates at three different levels. It's the whole plan area, the Plymouth policy area, of which Woolwell, large parts of Plymouth City and Sherford are a part, and then there's the Thriving Towns and Villages policy, which seeks to locate some smaller amounts of development within those key thriving towns, the likes of Ivy Bridge and so on. The Plymouth policy area bears the brunt of the requirement for those new homes, so 19,000 of that 26,500, and that's within that urban fringe area that Woolwell's located in. The purpose of that is that it allows a more proportionate approach to growth in the thriving towns and villages area. Without this amount of homes in the Plymouth policy area, the requirement would be for more homes in the thriving towns and villages area. And that being the case, it's the case that there's not the infrastructure to support this level of volume of development in those thriving towns and villages without really serious additional infrastructure investment. So that's why the growth is concentrated here, and that's why the site allocates 2,000 homes on Woolwell. It is a significant amount of the overall 26,000. It's 7% of that. It's 11% of the homes in the Plymouth policy area, and it's probably the largest application that South Hams have or will have to deal with within the foreseeable future. So you can see Woolwell's of vital importance to the council in achieving those housing targets, and also in the council's ability to meet the requirement for a 5-year deliverable supply of housing land. While housing supply is currently slow for a range of economic factors, there is huge unmet demand and also a large unmet local housing need, which the declared housing crisis recognises. So as I said, the principle of development is established through the allocation. As David said, decisions are to be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And it's those material considerations arising from the detail of these outline applications which requires members' consideration today. The report explains that notwithstanding a below policy compliant level of affordable housing, having regard to the spatial strategy and other material considerations, notwithstanding conflict with policy DEL 7, which as I said seeks 30% affordable housing, only 12.5% affordable housing is viably achievable. Viability considerations must be taken into consideration and into account. And as a result of that, the applications are considered acceptable and policy compliant on the balance of considerations on the whole. So that sets the scene regarding the principle of development. So I'll turn now to the okay. Actually,
Mr. Lloyd, if we can, just to sort of aid members and sort of others, if at appropriate points, breaks in the presentation, give members the opportunity to raise any questions at those points before moving on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I think it'd be if we go back to the previous slide, if anyone's got any questions on those principles of development, that'd be a good time.
Councillor Nix.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the affordable housing, and I know you said you've just said that it's not viable to have any more than 12.5%. But obviously, Dev 7 says 30%. So why is it not viable in this situation?
So I'll come on to the detail of that later in the report. So policy DEL 1 advises that where viability considerations apply, there's an open book viability assessment required. So the developer is required to provide that open book assessment. I'll just explain briefly that the council have engaged independent viability consultants to act on our behalf to review that viability appraisal, as a result of which there's a large viability deficit, which means that not all of the infrastructure requests that are made and required through policy can be viably met. I'll go into the detail of that later, and effectively the summary of that is that for the £27.5 million of obligations that are necessary to make the development sustainable, so to fund the school, to fund the highways, to fund the new community park and playing pitches, extensions to GP surgeries and so on. That money is essential to make it a sustainable urban development. What's left and what's left for affordable housing would deliver only 12.5% of that requirement. So rather than the 600 homes sought by policy, it's only 250 homes that are viably affordable. But I will go into that in more detail later on in the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Carson.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have a policy for 30% or don't we? I mean, I think this council has a policy to say that we should be delivering 30% social housing, and it's not our problem. Affordable. It's not our problem that the developer can't afford to do that, and I think we should stick to our policy for that. And also, why are we providing affordable housing for Plymouth residents when this is South Hams?
So, first and foremost, as David explained, some of your policies of your development plan are competing policies. So you have policies for environmental protection, but you also have policies to promote housing and employment. So when you're building housing and employment, it has a negative impact on the environment potentially. So what you're required to do in coming to your conclusion is to make a balanced judgment in the round and on the whole on all of those policies and afford weight to those policies. Now, what I've explained through the principle of development is that great weight is afforded to delivering the spatial strategy, without which the thriving towns and villages will come under considerable pressure, because if the council can't meet its 5-year housing supply, then those sites that are not allocated come under a great deal of pressure for development which is not in accordance with the development plan, which the local planning authority find much harder to resist than when we've met the 5-year housing supply. So the requirement to meet 30% affordable housing is an absolute policy, and not meeting it results in a conflict with that policy. But refusing permission on an allocated site results in conflict with that policy. And so the balance is against the conflict by refusing an allocated site and the conflict with refusing a lower proportion of affordable housing. That's in its very simplest terms. And obviously there's a huge demand for affordable housing, and there's a huge demand for open market housing as well. So if the site is not delivered, not only is the demand for housing unmet, the demand for local affordable housing is unmet, because 30% of nothing is less than 12.5% of something. So, you know, by allowing the development, you're not allowing 600, you're not getting 600 affordable homes, but you are getting 250 affordable homes, which meet that unmet need.
We need to go through the rest of the report, I think, because there's a lot of explanation around the infrastructure delivery. But I think just to sort of try and sum up, Dev 7 does require 30%, but the rest of the JLP also requires this development to be sustainable, and some of those sustainability indicators, such as the school, country park, playing pitches, so all the sort of social infrastructure to deliver the sustainable communities that we require, add an additional cost burden onto the site to the tune of sort of 23 million. And having gone through a viability exercise, there isn't enough money. The development finances don't stack up to be able to achieve that entire package that we would like to see delivered at the site. So there is a balance to be considered there over the infrastructure, the infrastructure that's required on the site to make the development acceptable in planning terms versus the affordable housing. And what we sort of, the package that being recommended today is that balance to be able to ensure that all the other policies, this development is capable of complying with all the other policies of the JLP around social infrastructure. But I think it's important that we continue through the rest of the presentation, because we pick up Section 106 obligations a little bit later on.
Thank you, Mr. Snosky. I think you've got to be aware that there is a considerable amount of presentation to go through, and I think it's just sort of, if you can limit the questions, you know, there was one question that came up, why the housing for Plymouth? And I think that's a fairly simple question, that it is covering the whole of the plan area, which covers West Devon, South Hams and Plymouth. So they do work together as a whole for delivery. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. Have Councillor Hodgson, if you can keep the question brief, because obviously we've got other aspects to cover and we've got to go right the way through the presentation.
A whole shopping list of questions, but I will restrain myself. You mentioned that the plan area time comes to the end in 2023. On the front of the joint local plan in front of us, it says 2034.
It's a mistake.
And I'd just like to point out that in that plan, PLY 44 says that a provision for 2,000 new homes in this area, about 1,560 of which are anticipated to come forward within the plan period. In other words, staggered planning. Not only, you know, so why are we allowing the full 2,000 to come forward 10 years in advance of the end of the plan? And what we end up with is I think we've got a bit of Sherford with housing that isn't selling at the moment. So why are you saying 2023?
So no, if I said 2023, that was an error.
So then why are we allowing all this to come
the plan
forward
period
now?
to 2034. So the council are required to have to have a 5-year supply of deliverable housing land, that is to have consented development that allows a rolling programme of consented homes to be implemented over that 5 years. So at the moment, I think it's 5.38 years. So the approval for these homes is needed very soon in order to be able to maintain that 5-year supply of deliverable housing land. If we don't consent these homes shortly, that the 5-year supply will dip under that 5 years, which is when the authority comes under pressure for sites that are not allocated.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, my second question was, what is the current affordable housing need in between those market areas? Is it, you know, is it being how that's where we're trying to meet? So what's the affordable housing need?
Yeah, so
this area?
my understanding is it's a significant need. At this point, Chairman, I'd have to bring in my housing specialist colleague to actually answer that if you want numbers.
I'd like that
Councillor Hodgson.
and the market housing need as well, so we can judge it, so we can see whether we're actually meeting needs here.
Yes, we can. Ms Rehag, if you'd like to respond to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We've got a significant need in South Hams and in fact in the whole of the joint local plan area. We've declared a housing crisis, as we're well aware. There's in excess of 1,000 people on the housing register for South Hams alone, in excess of 800 people on the housing register in West Devon. Plymouth, I'll have to look at the figures, but I can provide those shortly if that's okay. Get those for you for the meeting.
Thank you, Ms Rehag. These obviously elements will come up when there's discussion on the housing need, and I think that detail can come up then. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I think this is a case that we often meet, which is you lose sight of the wood for looking at the trees. The housing crisis is around affordable housing. You talk about the need. The need, I would guess, would be for affordable housing rather than market housing.
Councillor Allen, question. You're making a statement.
I'm more putting down a marker, I think, around the 30%. It will be a question. I'll make it into a question. So therefore, I think would you not agree, turning this into a question, that our job is to provide affordable housing because we are then answering the need for affordable housing? And the point was always made that market housing came along in order to support the affordable housing. So you build 8 market housing in order to get to affordable housing. So I would have thought it would be very important that therefore we keep our eyes on the affordable housing because that is where the greatest need is. Thank you. It was a bit more of a statement, apologies.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I can assure you this will be a question. Just so that to make sure that I've got the numbers straight in my mind as we go forward. The 19,000 homes in the PPA, of which 4,550 should be affordable, 30% of 19,000 is 5,700. So are we building in a shortfall already in that?
That is the case. So if you deliver below 30%, it makes it more difficult to achieve that target.
Sorry, is it a policy that in the PPA less than 30% should be delivered? I mean, I'm just looking at 10.1.1 of your report, where it says that of the 19,000, 4,550 should be affordable. So I just don't understand how we got to that number.
So I think the spread of affordable housing sort of varies across the district. I think it's easier to deliver affordable housing on smaller sites which don't have more affordable housing on smaller sites which don't have the infrastructure burden. I'm not.
Mr. Lloyd, can we capture this when there's a sort of commentary around housing in the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick second question, which is just again to make sure that I haven't misunderstood. So of the 26,700 new homes, 30% of that would be 8,010 across the JLP period, and at the halfway stage we were at 1,177. So we've got roughly 7,000, 6,900 to find, as it were. So we're way behind the curve on this. Is that a correct interpretation?
That's absolutely correct. Yeah. But there's I'll deal with that in more detail.
Cover that in detail
section, if that's all right.
Councillor Hodgson, you wanted to run a very brief, quick question.
Actually, the viability. When I sat in this chamber all those years ago for Sherford, and we'd all seen the viability assessment before that. That went through at a lower than policy level. And I think when we're being asked to deliver such a low, well below the policy, I think we should have the opportunity to see for ourselves and look at some of those assessments.
Mr. Stosky.
The viability report is on the website, on the portal for both these applications.
My apologies. Okay, so that's the confidential one. That's all the details, is it?
Well, it's redacted, but the so all the confidential information has been taken out, but the reports themselves with the conclusions and the finances and the stuff that is publicly available is all on the website.
So the permitted percentage of profit that the developer makes is actually on there as well, is it?
Yeah. The predicted profit, yeah.
Okay, I'll check that. Thank you. I'm sorry then.
Thank you, members. We'll now move on. Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Chair. So considerable work's gone into shaping and improving the allocation-wide design code, and that's a critical document, and that's been on the understanding of the importance of such documents as design codes and the role they have in delivering the quality of development that we're seeking on this site. I'm sorry, I'm being told that people outside can't hear, so I'm just going to move that closer. So the code's function is to provide design instruction. So designers have a suite of information to guide them as to how they might set the development out and to provide a coordinated approach across the entire allocation. It achieves this through a combination of written instruction, diagrams, with options for suitable approaches such as parking. There's numeric parameters for acceptable dimensions such as streets, and qualitative standards for qualities to be achieved throughout the development. It addresses a range of design topics to help ensure quality development is achieved, including movement, urban structures, green infrastructure, and building design. I'll talk throughout this presentation about a framework, the framework of the permission, and this application process diagram might help members sort of better visualise what that framework is for delivering the quality urban design that we're seeking through this development. So the starting point for that is the master plan that's been developed, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. It's the area-wide design code. The code that came in has been significantly amended and adapted, and is, in our opinion, an extremely good code. The government are now keen on design codes, but the work on this code sort of preceded that and the national code, and provides an improved basis over and above the national code in our view. What the code does, it has a layer beneath that. So Development needs to be in accordance with the allocation-wide design code. Beneath that, there are a series of neighbourhood design codes which drill down into a deeper layer, along with the parameter plans that form part of the application. So there's a land use parameter plan, there's a building heights parameter plan, there's a density parameter plan, a green infrastructure parameter plan, and an access and movement parameter plan. In combination with those documents, and then the future reserve matters applications, the suite of planning conditions that's being recommended, details of phasing which are to be conditioned, and the Section 106 heads of terms package, that comprises the framework that members are being asked to approve today. Sorry, Ian. The master plan. Thank you. So this is the allocation-wide master plan. As explained to the members who were at the site visit when points of clarification was sought, it's predicated on a 3-access strategy. So there's a new northern gateway roundabout in the far northwest of your plan there, just north of Plessis, just south of the straight line, which is the boundary of the northern boundary of the site where the pylons run. So it sits just inside that. The pink in the centre is the school site, and the orange opposite is the local centre, the pavilion, with the sports pitches running to the southwest of that. So effectively, the principle is to have the community infrastructure equidistant from the extremities of the site to encourage walking and cycling to those community facilities. So it's based on the principle of walkable neighbourhoods, where ideally your facilities, your services or amenities are within sort of 800 metres walking distance. The two other arms of the 3-access strategy are the extensions to Pickpie Drive and to Towerfield Drive. Pickpie Drive is physically part of application A, Towerfield Drive is physically part of application B. You will notice that although the central core with the community facilities is equidistant from the northern and southern extremities, it's not equidistant from the northern gateway and from Pickpie Drive. So it's closer to Pickpie Drive than it is to the northern gateway roundabout. The existing school is at capacity, and so there's a prerequisite to deliver the new school early. Delivering that from Pickpie Drive is quicker, easier and cheaper than it is from the Northern Gateway roundabout, but we'll come on to those issues shortly. Members will notice there's a sort of orange line which links the Northern Gateway roundabout and Pickpie Drive, which is the new primary principal main street through the site, and that spurs off towards the Towerfield Drive extension. And then your darker line around the site is the line of the existing historic tramway, which is to be retained and reused as a leisure and walking, cycling and walking leisure route. This is a substantial new community park. That is the green area which runs around the entirety of the perimeter of the site. Some of the dark shaded areas that you can see to the north are indicative of the likely positions of the drainage basins. You can see the bordering the tramway. There's some substantial areas of new planting, and what the master plan also shows there is the large green areas abutting the tramway. They're referred to in your report as the green wedges. So they're strands of existing hedgerow, existing mature trees, and they're going to be retained and supplemented to provide and benefit the landscape strategy to filter views through. But I'll talk a little bit more about that in due course. So I'll show members some extracts from the area-wide design code to give a flavour of what's in there and what it seeks to achieve. So the area-wide design code framework plan reflects the master plan, as you can see, with the road hierarchy shown, with the development parcels shown, and with all of the green infrastructure, the majority of it located in the country park around the edge. And this provides the basis for designers to work on to develop their future neighbourhood design codes and evolve the reserved matters applications. This is the area-wide design code street hierarchy plan, which seeks to establish a legible pattern of streets for ease of movement. So, you know, the dark line is the primary street, and I'll go on shortly to give you some characteristics of that. The dotted lines are then your secondary streets, and then your white lines are your tertiary streets and your muses and your lanes. So this is an example from the area-wide design codes of a section through a primary street. So the top shows a section through a primary main street through one of the green wedges that I referred to.
Mr. Lloyd, sorry to interrupt, but Councillor Abbott is indicating he's got a question he would like to ask now.
Thank you. On that plan of the streets, you mentioned the hierarchy and with the dotted lines, but actually one of the principal route is also dotted through one important section. Do you just tell me what it says on the key there?
So that one is the Towerfield Drive extension link, which links into the main street. So
no, between the blue and the mauve.
The section of road outside the school, the primary school and the local centre.
So it's just an indication of where the central street runs through the main centre.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
And the section below shows an extract of where that route, that Towerfield Drive extension, and the characteristics of that street. So, effectively, on one side, segregated 2 metre footway, 3 metre cycleway. You got the road and carriageway. You may have some lay-by parking on another side of the road with street trees, and then another footway, but with no cycle lane on the other side of the road. That's it. That's it in a closer detail, which helps you picture the segregated cycle track with the verge parking on the other side. So this slide from the code gives an indication how other streets are expected to be designed in those secondary, tertiary muse and lanes. So having slightly different characteristics, so that you know, when you're trying to navigate your way through a new development, you get a feeling of whether you're on a primary street or a secondary street or a a muse or tertiary street. It just aids legibility to have that street structure to follow. So the code also contains a comprehensive table, figure 3, the purpose of which is to define the content of the second tier of the codes, the neighbourhood design codes. And they're necessary to provide a more detailed instruction on the nature of the neighbour and layout of the neighbourhood areas. So those supplementary codes are secured through condition, and they'll be required to be submitted prior to or alongside the first reserve matters application for each neighbourhood. So there's a condition which requires a number of neighbourhoods to be established. The first development for reserve matters that comes forward in that neighbourhood, they have to produce the neighbourhood design code, and the reserve matters has to be consistent with that code. And then subsequent reserve matters that come through also have to be consistent with that neighbourhood design code. So as I say, functions to provide a clear set of instructions, this time about more localised places and how they're to be designed in the neighbourhood context and operate at the scale of streets, on of blocks and of the urban and green spaces, and provide a context for designers to comply with, but also to express themselves within the context of that agreed layout. So the table requires a regulating plan to coordinate and bring all of that code and information together. So this is just an illustration of what a regulating plan might look like and what we would expect to come to see and be part of a neighbourhood code. So you can see the layout of the network of the development blocks and the green spaces, where they're located on the plan. Movement routes through there are clarified at a more detailed level than you see on a master plan. Street types are identified, and design aspects such as street character. I'll talk about character in a moment, but it shows key spaces, key buildings. So such plans have the ability to coordinate multiple developers who are developing at various paces and at various times, so that we still get a coordinated and comprehensive development that looks like one development and not a patchwork. It's a means of demonstrating the environment's been considered and planned in a coherent way, and which will translate to an easily understood environment by future residents and visitors. So components of a legible environment include the landmark spaces and buildings, of which 7 have been identified through the area-wide design code. It identifies nodes and character areas, of which there are 3, as I said. So the yellow edge is defined as the parkland edge. So in effect, because it fronts onto the community park and it will have a largely parkland character, those yellow areas are the parkland edge character areas. The sort of orangey coloured blocks are the central core. Councillor Hodgson.
Where would you anticipate the affordables being in that?
So the affordable housing will be scattered throughout all of it, proportionately in each area. Sorry, and the green area is the woodland edge. So members who were on the site visit, if you recall, when we walked into the field adjacent to Pickpie Drive and looked to the right, and you couldn't really see the land because it was dipping down, but you could see in the distance Henroost Wood and a number of the other woods at the border of the site. So that's like a parkland, a woodland edge character to that development. Just trying to move more quickly through the area-wide design code. It includes information like a tree matrix, which sets out the requirement for tree planting along trees within different streets, depending on the street, on the tree hierarchy. There's a movement and framework plan, which reinforces and complements the access and movement parameter plan, but it also extends beyond the site to include upgrades to bus stops, to encourage modal shift within the existing community, and that's funded through the 106. It also includes links through to NCN 27. Before I move on to housing and affordable housing, do any members have any questions on the urban design and design quality aspects of the proposals?
Councillor Panel.
Thank you. I have a number on design, if that's all right. If any of them are going to be dealt with, any of the points going to be dealt with later, just please say and we'll wait. We take it as a given that you're looking for good design and the best possible design. And yet you say the decision to access the building route for the new school will be from Pickpire Drive because it's quicker, easier and cheaper. I would have thought that I think many might argue that the best solution would have been to access the school from the new Gateway roundabout at the other end, build the road and therefore alleviate the need for traffic to come through the existing housing in Woolwell to reach the school. There's going to be an awful lot of construction traffic coming down those roads. Can you explain why, apart from saving money, that's not possible?
So it is possible, but I'll come on to it more in the highway section. But essentially, the aim is to deliver an accessible community, a community that's as accessible as possible. So if you imagine that the new school will not only be for the new residents, existing residents will be able to send their children to the school as well, and so it's about making the site as accessible as possible. So when you build new development, connectivity is a key to social integration and to the success of those communities. So that's the purpose of it. In terms of the speed of delivery, because the existing school is full, Devon County Council rightly want the school to be delivered as quickly as possible. That is obviously deliverable more quickly through a shorter route than it is through a longer route where the access roundabout is yet to be constructed and will take a very considerable period to be constructed. So there is that issue. Just touching briefly again on the viability aspect of your question, if it costs more money, that means there's less money available to deliver the other infrastructure. So that being the case, something else would have to give. So there'd be less money for affordable housing, or less money for the school, or less money for transport. So on the balance of considerations, connected communities and optimising community infrastructure, that's the balance of the obligations that the package is being recommended to members.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd.
I do have more questions, Chair, if that's all right.
Are they pertinent here, or would they?
Yeah, they're all about design.
I think it's an indicative plan, design plan, if you can keep them brief.
It's about design principles. A brief answer to each would be fine, but you talked about the tree planting. Clearly, as we saw on the site visit from Dartmoor going towards Watter, it's a very visible site from Dartmoor. It has wonderful views from the site to Dartmoor. But looking down on it, because it's on the hillside and up to the hilltop, you can't screen it by just planting a belt of trees. How many trees? Will there be enough trees to break up the look of the density of the housing to make it a more scattered, green-looking approach rather than solid blocks of housing?
So as outline applications, that detail is not available. That will come through the landscape reserve matters. But obviously we're very mindful of that. So it's not just about planting in front of the tramway and beefing up the green wedges. It's about the principle of embedding trees within the development, which will also help to screen the development in those distant views. So yeah, very, very mindful of that, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Panel, remind that this is an outline application, and a lot of the detail will come at reserve matters.
Okay, but I just want to just assure myself that is under consideration. Is it appropriate to talk about energy efficiency at this point, or will that come later?
I'll come on to that later.
Fine, I'll leave that. And drainage the same?
Drainage the same.
Yeah, fine. And only a couple more things. I'm disappointed that the school is separated by the main road from the other local facilities. It means that every child and parent coming out of the school has to cross that road to get to the facilities. Can you explain why it wasn't possible to separate the road from those two? Because we've seen at Sherford, disappointingly, that roads are running right through communities when good practice would have been to keep the roads to one side or away from them. Is there a reason why that road has to go between the two?
It wasn't perceived as a problem through the emergence of the master plan. The master plan was reviewed. There was an independent peer review at the pre-application stage by independent urban designers. The main street is designed to be a 20-mile-an-hour route, so it's not perceived as being problematic in terms of pedestrian safety at all.
Okay, thank you. And finally, accessibility for those who are disabled. I've seen applications come to us where provisions been made for people with disabilities, and there'll be specially adapted homes and car parking, and yet the quickest way between those two is beset with steps, and there's been a very long route round for people because of the topography to be able to get a wheelchair between one and the other. Can you assure me that what measures are going to be taken to make sure that the accessible homes or accessibility is really taken into account?
So there is a condition requiring compliance with the council's policy regarding accessible homes. The requirement of PLY 44 is for a landscape-led approach. So that is, an approach which means that homes will be sort of sat within the landscape. That's not to say that you won't need to create development parcels. You absolutely will have to do that. But that affords the opportunity for those accessible homes to have the approaches which are accessible, and clearly, that's high on the agenda, and certainly will be delivered through this development.
Councillor Palmer, most of them remind members most of these matters. Thank you for raising them. Will come up.
Will they come before the committee?
We will cover later. Councillor Hodgson, do you have a quick question at this point?
So rude. I get it all the time. Yeah, was two things actually. One was really about the layout in terms of solar orientation. We've been at this committee many times, and we said when it comes to ARM, we should have done that outline and looked for solar orientation. There are, looking at the illustrative allocation-wide master plan that was part of the package handed out to us on Monday. It looks to me like it's some elements do it, but I mean I would say it's a very small amount of elements within the master plan show that the housing would actually benefit from passive solar, which is a given away, isn't it, to be honest. The other thing about just on that same theme, I can't see anywhere that's talking about, we keep talking about sustainability in the actual building. How is that being met? I couldn't see anything around that. And again, we can talk about ARM, but then we get to ARM, we said we should have said it at APA. So I'm saying it now. And the other thing is, in terms of affordable housing, types of housing, looking again at the illustrative master plan, it looks to me like there's, especially near the nice country areas,
Councillor Hodgson,
a lot of, no, I'm just asking, but it's a question. Am I dreaming this, or is it actually looking like an awful lot of semis and detached housing, as opposed to maybe terraces that could make the viability somewhat better, and also in terms of using up less of our precious green space?
It's an illustrative master plan, so all that is indicative of is where the homes are going to go. So it'll be through the neighbourhood design codes. and through the reserve matters applications, the precise solar orientation issues can be addressed, the precise housing mix is addressed, the quality of the and standard of the homes is addressed. So keep in mind that it's all the master plan does. It provides a blueprint for how development might take place. It won't be along those precise street blocks. That will come through the neighbourhood design code and through the reserve matters. And it's absolutely at that stage where all of that will be captured.
Well, with respect, I know it's not yourself, but I mean, time and time again, I get told it's too late when it comes to ARM. And that's why I think it's really critical that we bear this in mind. Can we condition it to be actually part of the ARM? Or can we at least, have some kind of indication in there that that's what we would be anticipating if this is to be genuinely sustainable?
Mr. Snarski.
That matrix that Mr. Lloyd had on the screen a second ago, over several pages, sets out the detailed requirements that need to be provided within each neighbourhood design codes. So a lot of those points that we're talking about will be understood, known, and set out before we get to the RM stage. So the reason why we put quite a lot of detail talking around the design codes is we can't stress the importance of what a useful document those neighbourhood design codes are. So they'll cover phase by phase sections of the development and drill down into that type of detail that we know that we want to have before we get to the RM stage. So
I appreciate that, but just making sure that we've got those overarching principles, because you can get lost in the detail. Then you say, so none of them are facing south. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Ashton. I see there are some other questions, but we're starting to get sort of down into sort of details which would be reserved matters. There's a lot more to go through. If I can ask you to hold those questions. I know Councillor Bonham and Councillor Rake had questions, and I think if we can hold those questions to an appropriate point, because there's a lot of the presentation to go through. Thank you. Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Chair. So turning now to housing, affordable housing, housing mix, viability issues, and clawback. Strategic housing issues surrounding delivery of the spatial strategy and the 5-year supply of housing land have been addressed earlier in the presentation under the principle of development and set out in detail in your report. So as we said earlier, Policy Dev 7 seeks at least 30% of the new homes to be affordable without public subsidy. The declared housing crisis seeks to address local housing need by prioritising affordable housing. As members will be aware from the report, due to viability considerations and the requirement for the substantial infrastructure package of mitigation, only 12.5%, that is 250 affordable homes, is viably achievable with the package recommended. As I said, Policy Del 1 allows for the relaxation of planning obligations where robust viability evidence has been submitted and assessed. That's reinforced through the MPPF, and that process has been undertaken. BNP Paribas were the council's advisors in that regard. The conclusion is that there's demonstrably no more funding available for 106 contributions than is currently allowed for. In fact, there's a large deficit in the scheme of some £30 million, even accounting for what's being recommended. The more affordable housing, therefore, is only achievable at the expense of other community infrastructure. So going back to some of the members' earlier questions about achieving more affordable housing, that is possible, and it is possible to achieve 30% affordable housing on this site, but only with £2,000 per home to deliver the rest of the infrastructure. That amounts to £4 million. So if you imagine that the school will cost over £10 million to deliver, the £6.8 million for the Woolwell to the George improvements, over £1 million for GP extensions, so on and so forth, as set out in your report. The vast majority of that infrastructure couldn't be delivered if we're delivering 30% of affordable homes. So it's our view that wouldn't deliver the sustainable urban extension required under PLY 44, because if it's just a large housing estate without all of those amenities, it's not a sustainable urban extension, and it's not the type of community that would meet the vision for South Hams and where people in those homes, affordable or otherwise, would really want to live. So it's noteworthy that that level of contribution, that £2,000, it's comparable to the level of contribution predicted as required in the JLP at the time the JLP was formulated. So the JLP anticipated you could deliver 30% affordable housing with a contribution of £2,000 per home. The contribution is over £13,000 per home, and that still only delivers 12.5% affordable housing because of the enormity of the infrastructure burden of this site. And that's because the site's been allocated somewhere where the transport infrastructure is planned to be improved, but needs funding for that improvement. And that at the time of the allocation, the primary school wasn't at capacity, but it is now. And so those issues have to be addressed through the application. Housing tenure has an impact on affordable housing, and the council normally requires 65% rented and 35% shared ownership. Because the shared ownership rules have changed, and you can now have shared ownership with only a 10% investment. That shared ownership is open to more people on the affordable housing list, and we're recommended that the 10-year split be 50-50, and that will enable the delivery of more affordable homes, the 250 homes that we're seeking through these planning obligations. Having regard to the £30 million deficit in this scheme and the 12.5% affordable housing, it's common to have a clawback clause in Section 106 agreements on schemes that take a long time to deliver, in the hope that the values outweigh costs over time, and that deficit is eroded into profit, and that profit can be captured through additional affordable housing of future phases. So that's the purpose of the clawback clause that's being proposed, so that there's a possibility, but by no means any guarantee, that in the future phases of the development we could deliver more affordable homes on application A. The clause only applies to application A because of the equalisation process, which I'll say more about shortly. But in effect, there's 30% affordable homes being delivered on App B, and 8.7% of the affordable homes on App A, which equates to the total of 12.5%. So you don't need a clawback clause on App B because they're delivering 30%, but you need a clawback clause on App A because they're not delivering 30%. The housing mix, that is, 1 bed, 2 bed, 3 bed, 4 bed houses, that'll be secured through the outline, through the conditions on the outline permissions. Regard will have to be had to what the current assessment of need is in the district, and so as that need evolves on a phase by phase basis on a scheme that may take between 10 and 20 years to deliver, you don't want to fix the mix now because the need may change over time, and that will be dealt with on a phase by phase basis, and that's the preference. So ultimately, the conclusion's drawn that while the level of affordable housing is not policy compliant, viability considerations are such that the optimum level achievable while delivering a sustainable community and proposals for the allocated site are policy compliant in the round. The recommendation is that the policy is compliant in the round, notwithstanding the lack of affordable housing as being policy compliant in itself. That concludes the housing section, Chairman. I'm sure I've got plenty of questions on that.
Thank you. I did have previously, I sort of silenced Councillor Bonham and Councillor Rake. Have you got questions on this section? But I have Councillor Dommett, who has indicated. Councillor Dommett.
Thank you. It's about the Wallwell to the George. The developer has noted that that is fully funded and it was developed with this allocation in mind, knowing that there would be traffic coming from this new development. So why is it that 6.8 million is needed to be donated to that when that could be used to build more affordable housing?
It's not fully funded. There's government money set aside for the project, but the government funding was on the predication of 106 money, topping it up. So the reason why 6.8 million is being set aside from this development is to meet the shortfall on the scheme cost.
Members, any other questions at this point? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just sort of all of this really? There's the issue of section of the seaside that we don't have a planning application for. To what extent would things such as the application-wide design code impinge on the seaside? I note there is an objection regarding kind of first mover advantage for the current application, and I just wondered, like, if we accept this application-wide design code, would the seaside be bound by it?
So the requirement in PLY 44 is to have an allocation-wide code. So it's incumbent upon the first applicants to meet and fulfil that requirement. So, and the code that's been put forward, we believe is a really sound blueprint for future development. The application would be bound by that code unless they came forward with an alternative code, but that would have to be an allocation-wide design code as well, and be applicable to the entirety of that site. Why someone would want to go to that, to the cost and length of that would be baffling, really, because the master plan principles are sound. The allocation wide design code principles and what they're trying to achieve is absolutely sound. Site C is a smaller parcel, equivalent to the size of application B, 11 or so hectares. So in terms of them wanting to plan the entirety of the allocation, when the master plan doesn't include any of the infrastructure on their land, it's really just the existing rugby pitches and housing parcels. So all they need to do is to comply with the code. So it's a win-win for Site C as far as I can see.
Members, any other questions? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll try to be quick. Firstly, may I ask a question about the viability report? It's on the portal, but it's marked sensitive. Can I ask a question about that?
Please do.
So I just want to check that the benchmark land values in this viability report are listed at £100,000 per acre. Do we feel as a council that's reasonable, and how big is the site in acres? I do have a second question. I'll come to that if I may.
So the advice from the council's independent valuers is that is a reasonable benchmark value and matches other values in the southwest for similar development sites. So that is accepted by the council's experts as being a reasonable benchmark value. Overall, it's the entirety of the land is 177 hectares. So what that is the equivalent is in your report, but I can't immediately bring it to mind, but it is in the report.
Just on that benchmark land value, that's what BNP are advising would be a reasonable return for the land. If you, in that same line in the viability appraisal, once all the numbers have been punched through the machine, the residual land value is actually 27,000. So that's where the viability gap is that your advisors are suggesting that the land value 100,000 would be a reasonable price, but the cost of delivering the site would only lead to 27,000 left to buy the land. So that's where the the reason for the site theoretically struggling with viability, because once all the costs have been thrown into the site, subtracted from the GDV, the residual land value is significantly less than what our advisors are telling us would be a reasonable price for the land.
Yeah. At this point, Councillor Bowen, could I bring in Mr. Weimer?
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the Planning Officer's report, 3.1.2 sets out the size of the site in terms of hectares and acres, and breaks it down in terms of App A, App B, the rest, and the total location. So if members would like to look at 3.1.2, that does provide the answer in both hectares and acres.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you, Patrick. The second question relates to the basic justification for bringing the site forward, which is the housing requirement. And I just want to understand, because what you've said in page 115 or whatever is the 2,000 new homes would form a crucial part of the overall spatial strategy of the JLP. Well, if I look at the housing needs assessment that was issued recently, or the housing status, it seems to suggest that we don't actually need to bring housing forward at the moment, because we're met our 20-year obligation. I can go through the figures, but I'm sure you know that as well or better than I do. So I'm a little bit confused as to whether we actually need to bring housing forward or not. Thank you.
It's a large site, and the 2,000 houses won't be delivered overnight. Will probably be 2 years before development starts coming out of the ground. So this is in terms of sort of the numbers going forward, this will be contributing to that future supply needed for the 5-year land supply.
Well, I'll leave my comments till later, because I think the answer is no.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen.
Just on a I'd hesitate to correct our officers, but the BNP Paribas report describes the benchmark land value as not unreasonable rather than as reasonable. Saying you don't think someone is fat doesn't necessarily mean you think they're thin.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've had a bit of a glance at the viability, and it's interesting because I then looked at the, just online quick glance, how much is property actually worth? And it's interesting that the peak, which they're saying was 2019, was 239,608 for the sale of a house. But online, and this viability was January this year, but online it says that it was a 2021 peak, when it was actually nearly 30,000 more, which is 264,900. So I'm really not sure about a lot of the documents that have actually been used to actually bring this together, because some of them go back to, for example, ecology surveys 2017, 2018, 2019, and it just feels that there's a whole lot of sort of selective, which of course I suppose anybody would try and do, but it does feel that and it says the majority of sales are are terraces at 192,909, where detached houses would be 411,643 and semis 229,130. That's the online assessment. Not looking in this, but I just feel that, you know, we kind of get blasted by all the various variables, and then we just get held to ransom emotionally with we just need the housing, but we kind of know that we're not delivering everything because we're looking at viability. And I just feel that I just wonder if the viability should be reviewed a bit more thoroughly.
So the experts that we've engaged directly with the applicant's own viability consultants, and so additional information was forthcoming. So in terms of some of the house prices, the new development at Pinewood within Woolwell was factored into that. So the council's consultants have assured us that they had enough information, up-to-date information they queried and was adjusted in response to that. So it's been a robust process, which is absolutely required under the NPPF. It's been an open book process. So you know those infrastructure costs and those values have been robustly assessed by our independent experts. You know, I don't pretend to be such an expert because I'm not. So I have to rely on what our experts are saying. So in effect, the submitted viability appraisal had a £50 million deficit to start off with, and through the analysis of the council's consultants, they accepted there's a £30 million deficit. So an adjustment of their recommendation was that there needs to be an adjustment of up to £20 million in those costs and values. But the bottom line is that even with what's being recommended, there's a £30 million deficit accepted by the council's consultants. So actually undertaking a reviability review now or any time in the near future would be a pointless exercise because of the enormity of that deficit.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Dommett.
Thank you. My question is about the clawback only relating to application A and why it can't also include application B when across the site the housing allocation is down to 12.5%.
Chairman, to answer that, I'd have to go into the process of equalisation. So I can do that now, or I can answer it at the appropriate juncture in there.
I think if you appropriate juncture, I think my simplistic term is that B is delivering 30%, which is policy compliant.
But the whole site isn't.
Rehak, would you like to come in, please?
Sorry, I was just going to add, when we were talking about the viability and asking for another assessment in a future date, you do need to be aware that that viability could also deteriorate and you're at risk of losing the 12.5% that you've got there. So I just wanted to point that out, that could be a real risk.
Thank you.
Right, the clawback is up only, but as opposed, but rerunning viability could produce less results.
Mr. Lloyd, would you like to continue, please? Councillor Wright.
Sorry, I just, this is literally for clarification. You're talking about a £30 million deficit. The 17.3.4 of your report has a little table that shows a £23 million deficit. Still a deficit, I'll accept, but I'm just wondering where you're getting £30 million from.
Simon, what paragraph number?
17.3.4 and in the
Sorry, I stand corrected, Councillor. £23.32 million deficit. Apologies.
I mean, a million here and a million there, and pretty soon we're talking real money. So,
thank you, Councillor Rake. Mr. Lloyd, would you like to continue, please?
Thank you, Chair. Turning now to transport and highways. A number of strategic objectives of the JLP and policies are aimed at delivering growth in the Northern Corridor through a strategic approach to transport and planning, including policies SO4, SO12, STP10, as well as PLY 47, 44, and Bickley Parish Policy BIC 05. So the transport assessment has modelled impacts and seeks to set a vision for how the highway network should function and the measures necessary to achieve and deliver that vision. The traffic impacts of new homes on the local road network will be gradual, but will be increasing. So housing build rates, may be 100 a year, it may be less, maybe more. You don't get all 2,000 at once, but the end state is you'll get 2,000 more homes with the equivalent number of cars. While there is capacity currently outside of peak periods, until the Woolwell to the George scheme phases 1 and 2 are implemented, traffic from the development will add to delays to journey times in those peak periods. Woolwell therefore relies on the delivery of Plymouth City Council's Woolwell to the George Highway Improvement Scheme to avoid unacceptable severe impacts on the local road network. Now, severe is a term in the NPPF. In this case, what severe means is if you travel in the AM or PM peaks, you'll be sat in your car for longer than is deemed necessary. There's concepts of peak spreading whereby you don't just judge a peak as 1 hour, you judge a peak as over 2 to 3 hours, because some people can have the ability to structure their journey times depending on the type of job they do. If you're a surgeon at Derriford, you're not going to be able to do that because you've got to be there to do your operation. If you run your own business or you operate in a more flexible role, you can work from home earlier, work from home later, travel outside of those peaks when that congestion isn't happening. In relation to the Woolwell to the George scheme, it's necessary to avoid those unacceptable severe impacts, as I said, and it's Plymouth City Council's responsibility, the functioning of that highway. They're the highway authority, it's on their land, and they're seeking a fair proportion of financial contribution towards that. Now, Councillor's earlier question was why that needs to be made, and Ian answered that question. There's a 16.3% estimated modelled impact from the 2,000 homes on the Woolwell to the George stretch of the road during those peaks, and so the estimate is what is fair and proportionate would be 16.3% cost of delivering phases 1 and 2 of the scheme. There is a phase 3 of the scheme, which is Park and Ride. That came after the allocation, and Woolwell's not predicated on the requirement to deliver that Park and Ride. So it's just the costs of phases 1 and 2. Those costs have escalated from an estimated 15 million at the time of the JLP to somewhere in the region of 44 million pound currently, which is where the 6.8 million pound is derived from as being a fair and proportionate contribution. Section 106 mitigation measures are aimed at how the development can drive significant modal shift, reducing reliance on the private car and engendering more sustainable means of travel. So as I said, those measures include £6.8 million for the Woolwell to the George, It also includes £2.3 million for bus service improvements in and around Woolwell. It includes 1.1 million for travel planning. It includes 4 on-site mobility hubs at £60,000 per hub. There's a range of on and off-site walking and cycling improvements, which I'll show members briefly, and we referred to at the site visit. And I'll show those walking and cycling improvements outside of the site within existing Woolwell Road shortly. So the developments are part of. Sorry, Chairman, there's a question.
Are these essential now, or can we hold them until we've concluded because we've got Councillor Donnet indicated before. Would you like to give?
I just want to know what an on-site mobility hub is.
So in this context, there's 4 bus stops planned within the route, and 4 mobility hubs to be co-located close to those bus stops. So essentially, it's an area of land on which there will be an electric car with electric car charging. That is for hire and car share, and electric bicycles with electric bicycle charging. The people can sign up to and use to travel, means of active travel if you don't own a bicycle or you prefer to hire one. So they're the mobility hubs focusing on active travel measures.
There are some other members came in. Councillor Nix.
So that piece of road between Rowborough and Plymouth has been a nightmare for 30 years. Nobody's been able to sort it out, etc. And there is a question in this. I'm concerned about this development being used as a rat run. How can we ensure, because the amount of extra traffic that's going to go through that road isn't going to be mitigated by the works that are going on. So how can we ensure that the traffic coming through there won't use in peak periods the road coming through the new development?
So the distances involved and the capacity of the roads are such that it'll likely take you longer to go through the development to reach an alternative destination than it will to go up the A386 and coming off the northern roundabout. So that's the principle, and in terms of the master plan, all those issues were looked at by independent highway engineers and assessed. And rat running is a concern of local people. I accept that. It's not anticipated that it will be a problem. But the consequence of building roads is that rightly people will use them and choose to use them how they wish to use them. Why you would do that if it took you longer to get to your destination, I'm not sure. If there's a problem on the 386, then that might happen on occasion. But what this development is also designed to resolve is Woolwell's problem of having only one means of ingress, and it's a series of large cul-de-sacs. So if there is a problem on the 386, you can't get in or out any other way, and having that access through Pigpie Drive that links into the new main street and you can get out to Bickley means that there's that alternative. That also means that if people coming from Bickley choose instead to divert down a more circuitous route and come to the roundabout at the bottom, than going down the Northern Gateway and down the dual carriageway, which they're expected to do, they have that option. But it's not anticipated that it will be a significant problem at all.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. It says that 2.3 million is being ring-fenced for bus services for Woolwell, as this plan outlines. Why on earth is it 2.3 million when you already have the 42C city bus to Derriford and the number 1 stagecoach going through that area?
So the principle behind it is that if you increase the services that you provide, so you reduce a 40-minute service to a 30-minute service, a 30-minute service to a 20-minute service, and also if you extend the times that those are running in the mornings and in the evenings, and including that weekdays and weekends, then more people will be encouraged to use public transport. Because if you know that a bus is going to be coming within the next 20 minutes, you're more prepared to use it than having to time your journey within 40 minutes. Also, if you make that journey, for example, into Plymouth on a weekday or a weekend, and you want to extend you want to go to the theatre or the cinema or have a night out, and you then can't get a bus back, what you'll do is you'll drive into work in the morning instead of getting the bus there and the bus back. So the purpose of the investment in public transport is to secure modal shift. That's to get people out of their cars. That improves capacity in the network and makes things run smoother and more freely in the peak. So that's the accepted concept behind it, and why there's that amount of investment in public transport proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. We're still in, I believe, your Transport and Highways presentation, or have you completed that now?
I'm still part way through it.
So we still have some questions here. I think Councillor Hodgson was first. No, sorry. Councillor Carson.
Thank you, Chair. How can you ensure that that money is going to the bus route and will remain with the bus facility when this is Plymouth City's gift? Because as we know, we can't get a bus in Sherford at all.
So Devon County Council are going to commission and manage that service. So the money will go to Devon County Council. They'll commission the services. So the £2.3 million has been derived from them going out to the bus providers, asking what it would cost to deliver the services that they want to deliver. That's where that's where the sum has been derived from. That money will then go in increments to Devon, who will then pay the bus companies to purchase the buses to run and to run the service on a subsidised basis.
Can we just come back on that? But it's not happening currently in Sherford, and that must be a development that you are watching with interest to copy across, and it's just not happening there. So yeah, the mistakes in Sherford need to be learnt here.
Circumstances at Sherford are a little bit different. I mean, we've got Mr. Jackson in the room to sort of explain where the 2.3 million has come from, but this is an extension to an existing service. So we will look to basically buying another bus that will actually add the extra capacity onto the route. So what the issue that we have with Sherford, really different scheme, is that the 106 money was to fund an HQPT service from Deep Lane to the city centre. There wasn't other money available for bus services to other destinations, which I think is the issue that we have with Sherford.
Can we, Mr. Snarski, I think you've given an explanation there and understanding, and I think it's up to the members to address this outside, but point taken. Mr. Lloyd, we've got some other questions, but can you finish your highways point?
I'm going to skip through these slides really quickly. This is just the footway and cycleway improvements within the existing Woolwell Road. So it's from the site along Pickpie Drive all the way along Woolwell Road, past the school, round into Talfield Drive, and then there's also some improvements at Roborough. So literally going to flick through those next 3, 4, 5, 6 slides, which all show that if members got a particular question about a particular section of highway, but it's the same type of cycle and footway improvement right throughout the existing community. So while there's currently capacity, as I said, on the local road network outside peaks, the Woolwell to the George scheme is required. And that is a requirement both of PLY 44, which says no homes unless unless impacts are proven not to be severe. And as I said, that is a test in the MPPF. The applicant's transport assessment suggests that 400 homes could be built before severe impacts are noticed on the 386 in those peaks. That was tested, as I say, through the transport assessment, through modelling, and Devon County Council accept that position. Plymouth City Council have subsequently queried this as they felt some of the assumptions around modal shift and peak spreading might be unrealistic in circumstances where, through the Section 106 negotiations, the £2.3 million for transport, originally intended to start from first occupation, were recommended to members that those services only start from 400 occupations. Now, the reason for that is that we want the service to be as effective as possible and to capture as many people as possible. So if you start it at day one when there's only one person there, you might get some people from the existing community using that extra service, but the most you're going to get is one person in that first house using that service. So the service is running and your money's leaking away without really having the modal shift impact that you really want to happen. So the aim is to delay the delivery of that service at a point when it's required and will make effective modal shift. And that will mean that the money will last longer into the development. So we're anticipating 8 years. If you started from day one, it lasts 8 years. If you started from year 3, when there's 400 homes, it goes into year 11. And the reason for that is, I say, the modal shift argument, but it's also a financial argument in so much as it's a subsidised service and the operators will run it while it's subsidised. Once it's no longer subsidised, if it's not profitable, they will not run it. And so you'll go back to the service that you had before. If it's profitable, which it more likely to be is if you delay it, because there's more people on there paying money, if it's profitable by the time the subsidy runs out, they'll continue the service, because why wouldn't they if it's profitable? So that's the reason why. There's also extra capacity in the system through COVID. So traffic levels haven't returned back to previous levels. The downside of that is actually public transport patronage hasn't actually returned to previous levels. So aiming to improve that is, we think, a good thing. You know, trying to get more buses more frequently, longer into the evening, might encourage more people to use it. So Plymouth's estimate of when impacts become severe at 217 isn't accepted by the developer. It's not accepted by Devon County Council. If you have a lower level, I think Plymouth is suggesting 216 homes only occupied. The corollary of that is that the developer may not choose to commence development until the Warwell to the George scheme is in, because it will take less time to complete, and what they can't do is sit there with development parcels waiting to be developed and not built out. But the reassuring thing is that we're proposing a condition which restricts development to 400. It will be an anticipated 2 years before development is coming out of the ground. It may take another 2 to 3 years beyond that to get to that 400 point. The first phase of the Warwell to the George scheme is on site at the moment. The second phase is planned to be delivered well before 400 homes will be delivered on this site. So we're recommending a condition. We think it's necessary, but the expectation is that the Warwell to the George scheme will be delivered before that the 400 homes are occupied, and there will be therefore adequate capacity in the network.
Mr. Lloyd, how much of your presentation have you got to?
I was just going to briefly just show members what the Warwell to the George schemes involve. So just the one before that, Ian. So There's a phase under construction at the moment, which is this slide and the next. And then there's a subsequent phase 2. Oh, sorry. Messed that up. And effectively, that really focuses on active travel. So, really encouraging people to walk, really encouraging people to cycle because it's much safer. There's a little bit of assistance for buses, but it doesn't include a segregated bus lane, which was the original intention, but it hasn't been possible to achieve that. That's the Woolwell to the George scheme. If members have any questions on that,
I think at this point I can see a number of hands going up, but we've been here for 2 hours so far, and I think at this point we'll take a break. I'm going to say 10 minutes, and I want everybody back so we can start immediately. And if you can hold your questions, and Councillor Dommett, I have you as the first question. I think the problem is that we need a break. Thank you. So return in 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Members, please. We are now returning to the DM committee considerations, and we now, following the presentation on transport, we have some questions that we now go into. So, Councillor Dommett.
Thank you. My question was, why are we specifying that we can build 400 houses before the Woolwell to the George Road is finished, considering that road is already over capacity and causing problems to everyone on a daily basis?
Yep. So the modelling shows that it gets congested at peaks, but not to a point that's severe, not yet. So the modelling is that 400 additional homes can come forward before that severity impact kicks in. So I suppose if they weren't actually building the Woolwell to the George, like the phase 1 at the moment, or phase 2 not scheduled to come online very soon thereafter, and there was no prospect of that being delivered, there'd be concerns about whether this was a suitable allocation. But it's a suitable allocation. The scheme is coming forward. The money's required for it, but Plymouth City Council have underwritten it, so they're prepared to pay for it and claim the money back at a later date, having underwritten it. And so we can be as sure as we can be that the Woolwell to the George schemes will come forward, and then that expands the capacity and it allows the development that's planned in the Northern Corridor, including the Woolwell scheme, that will over time, start to sort of reabsorb that capacity. But the whole principle is that we need development, we need jobs, we need homes. Let's put it in the Northern Corridor where there's capacity for the infrastructure, partly funded through grants, partly funded through developments, and that allows the growth and the strategic aims of the council to be realised where we want it to be. Otherwise, we get development where we don't want it to be without the infrastructure regardless. That's the problem.
Sorry, that kind of spread away from my question. Why is it 400 houses before that road is finished?
So there's a certain amount of capacity in the network. 400 homes will generate a certain number of additional vehicles potentially using it in those peaks, which means that there'll be more congestion, but the local network still functions okay. If there's 800 traffic from 800 homes, it starts to become too congested.
Isn't it already too congested?
So there's our idea of congestion, and then there's the MPPF's version of severity. I mean, Mr. Jackson might be able to help clarify what is mean.
Yeah, I mean,
severity.
There is no definition of what is severe effectively in the MPPF, but there are obviously areas in the country that are a lot more congested than down in Devon, which are a benchmark for inspectors. And in our experience as highway authorities, those benchmarks are a lot worse than our road network. So we don't tend to want to go there with the word severe.
Those benchmarks also include a direct line to the hospital that covers the entire district area.
I believe so, the M25.
Thank you. Members, Councillor Bonham?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just building on that a tiny bit. It seems to me, and forgive me if I'm wrong, that when they build 400 houses, the developer will have enough money to fund the road, and that's perhaps the reason why they want to wait until 400 are built. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, but my question is, would the road be built anyway if we didn't approve this scheme? And my second question is, the active travel, the cycle routes look quite good, quite interesting. They go all around the site. I don't really see how they connect very well with anything else. For example, do they connect with the park and ride scheme or the hospital or the employment sites very easily? Where's the connection so that we're trying to allow people to get from A to B, not just, you know, to their neighbour's house by bike. Thank you.
So the answer to the first question is yes, it will be built. But the JLP says that it will be partly funded by development. So as I say, Plymouth are prepared to underwrite it and build it, but they want to claw that money back. The fair and proportionate amount of the money back. There is connectivity. So the Woolwell to the George scheme really significantly improves walking and cycling opportunities through the development, through those plans that I skipped through very quickly, from Pickpie Drive, all the way up Pickpie Drive, all the way along Woolwell Road, up through Towerfield Drive, and then that links in with the planned works that are currently ongoing into the Woolwell to the George scheme and beyond. So if effectively your opportunities for walking and cycling from the development to elsewhere are significantly improved, and that's not just the existing community, the proposed community. Within the development, there's a real significant emphasis on walking and cycling. So some of those vignettes that are posted with the street scenes from the area-wide design code show segregated footways and cycleways. There's also a planned link from the southeast part of the site into NCN 27, and there's funding through the 106 for that. There's plans to improve the links to the existing Yelverton cycleway, and there's £200,000 in the section 106 for that. So through the development, we're optimising walking and cycling within it, we're optimising walking and cycling outside of it, and we're focusing on links to the wider area. So I think the development does as much as it possibly can in terms of active travel.
Yeah, but what I haven't seen, and maybe it's there somewhere, I've missed it, perhaps you could show it if that's the case, is an integrated, connected plan for cycling in that whole area, going from this new site into the places of interest that people want to get to, with dedicated cycle routes. That's what cyclists really want. And I think what we're giving here is a piecemeal answer. Sorry, I shouldn't give a comment. Maybe there's more information that I haven't seen.
Hopefully I can show you that information, but it's not a piecemeal approach, isn't it? It's absolutely an integrated approach.
Councillor Panel.
Thank you. Very quickly. So Plymouth City Council, out of their good-heartedness, are going to build the road before they get their contribution to it. Are we satisfied that last section will be completed by the time 400 houses are built and before they get their 106 money? That was the first question.
Yeah, absolutely, as far as we can, because
that's seriously, absolutely, but as far as we can be, they're contradictory statements.
Can I offer you a cast iron guarantee that Plymouth won't pull the plug on phase 2? The answer to that is no. You know, I'm 99.9% certain that it'll go ahead, but I can't tell you it's 100%.
I can see the answer to this one coming, but would there have been any latitude for this scheme to have made a contribution to the railway extension from Beer Ralston to Tavistock, which would also have relieved pressure on the A386?
Yeah, in terms of viability and priorities and what we need to deliver on this site, because that is remote, and because it wouldn't necessarily achieve the modal shift that we're looking from this development. In short, you get more bang for your buck with the package that we've got than siphoning off some of that to the railway development.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Do we have any cast iron, to use your words, reassurances that none of the sort of the smaller schemes, so the cycle paths, the trees, some of the amenity spaces, won't get lost if viability for the developers change? So, for example, if they don't sell the number of houses that they think they're going to sell, how can we absolutely ensure that those schemes will go ahead? Thank you.
Because of the legal agreement, they're legally obliged to pay the funding for the links that we're proposing. The links, the improvements to Woolwell Road, Pickpie Drive, Towerfield Drive, they're part of the planning application. They must deliver them prior to the first occupation of the units. And so, you know, through conditions and through enforcement of the Section 106 obligations, we're as sure as we can be that what is proposed will be delivered.
Just to say, we've seen viabilities coming through on other schemes where they've been part of the planning application and they've been lost because there've been viability studies done later. Is it the same here, or is something changed? Is that not going to happen here?
We can't guarantee that. If a viability assessment comes back in 10 years' time, well, the authority will have to determine that application on its merits at that point.
I'm thinking more sort of 2 years' time before they're actually built.
If that's the case, it's the same. It's the same
so
answer.
We can't be
application
absolutely
comes back
sure.
to this committee to vary whatever it is the applicant seeks to vary, and this committee will have to make a decision whether to go with it or not.
A reminder to members that it's what we're looking at today. We can't, unfortunately, sort of.
We can ask about what conditions are on this particular site.
Yep. Councillor Carson.
Back to Sherford again. We have a scheme very similar to this in Sherford where you walk and you cycle along the same path. All that happens is that cars park on there. Will there be enough car parking and deterrence to stop cars parking on the cycle path?
I think what we've got in this application is a step beyond where we were with Sherford. So Jackson will refer us to the LTN1, which is the guidance for the sort of shared cycling and walking, which didn't exist at the time in Sherford.
Mr. Jackson?
And we will, when the reserve matters come in, we'll know what to do this time.
Yep. Thanks, Ian. It's not envisaged that parking is likely to occur on cycle facilities that are being provided off-site. We've already got parking on the carriageway and on Woolwell Road and Pickpye Drive, and no parking on the footways. And we are only utilising the space that's within the verges adjacent to the existing footways to extend the width of those pavements to convert them into cycleways. So on site there will be a design code which, as Ian mentioned, will be following strictly the principles of LTN 120, which is the government guidance on cycle facilities, and we're yet to see details of that as it will form part of the reserve matters application. But we can't imagine that there would be. Well, we will have due regard to the risks that you're talking about when we're considering the reserve matters application.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Right. Members, Mr. Lloyd, would you like to move on, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a couple of additional points on highways before we move on. So there are concerns about the use of Woolwell Road and Pickpye Drive by all vehicles, and some suggestion Pickpye Drive should just be for bus and emergency access only. PLY 44 seeks a second road access. A link via Main Street will resolve Woolwell's current problems of having that only one means of access in, which is the for the link to the rat running issue that the member raised earlier. And as I said, the master plan's predicated on connectivity between the existing and future communities to fulfil the policy requirements for a connected community. Manual for Streets also promotes connectivity for all users. Access for all vehicles between Pickpye Drive and the new development is therefore considered a vital component of the access strategy, and internalising trips and avoiding putting more traffic onto the 386 is absolutely supported. There are concerns about the use of Woolwell Road, and Pickpye Drive by construction traffic, notably passing Bickley Down School and Bumblebee's Nursery. So the members who were on the site visit, that was the first stop that we looked at. So we've got a view there along Woolwell Road, adjacent to Bumblebee's Nursery, and the next one is actually more or less the position that we were stood at the site visit, between the school gate entrance and that lamppost. So as the report explains, the Highway Authority considered the standard of the highway is not unsafe, and impacts from construction traffic can be managed through a construction environment management plan, the SEMP condition. This precludes the use of larger HG vehicles over 3.5 tonnes during school peaks and limits use by large HGVs during school peak hours. That 3.5 tonne limit avoids confusion with general builders' work vehicles, delivery and hire vans, which could legitimately carry on their business and need to use those estate roads on a daily basis. We don't want to preclude buses either. But we do want to stop the big, transporters carrying, roof trusses and stuff like that from passing that school during those peak hours. So that's the purpose of it. I'll just table one more slide arising out of the site visit. So some members expressed concerns at the site visit about safety in relation to the new Northern Gateway roundabout based on some recent roundabout construction elsewhere within the district. Regarding the geometry of the proposed Northern Gateway roundabout, the vertical design of the scheme has been detailed to address existing existing ground levels, and the plans are annotated and advised that that vertical design will be reviewed at the detailed stage to account for the future development land parcels. And so all of those issues around deflection and safety are adequately addressed. There's ample capacity, gradients are not too severe, so assurances are given by the engineers concerned that it'll be a safe junction. Thanks, Chairman. That concludes the Transport and Highways chapter.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Just a quick one on the Northern Gateway. Is there any reason why the north side couldn't be built out first to enable that road to be then put into operation to alleviate a lot of the traffic coming through Woolwell? I mean, talking about works traffic, not cars.
Yeah. So there is a commitment through the Section 106 that the Northern Gateway roundabout will be implemented as part of Phase 1, along with the extension to Pickpye Drive. So effectively, two phases as part of Phase 1, a 1A and a 1B, if you like. So both will be implemented at the same time.
So what you're saying that it's the northern side will be built at the same time, yeah?
At the same time as the extension to Pickpye Drive.
Yeah, so there's no reason why that road couldn't be implemented earlier. Because, I mean, we're looking at 5 to 10 to 25 years for a build out, which means the traffic would have to travel through Woolwell for all that period if it's not dealt with in that period. Is there a time on when you expect that road to be built after you start the building?
So that will be addressed through the phasing condition. So the developers will put forward their phasing proposals as to when that Main Street connection will be provided as part of that phasing proposals. If it's within an acceptable period, it will be granted permission, and if it's not, it won't.
Okay. Can I suggest, Councillor Taylor, that you ask that of the applicant when they're given their presentation? Question to them.
Okay.
Mr. Lloyd, if you'd like to move on, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Touching briefly on landscape, Section 12 of your report addresses landscape, Dartmoor National Park, Tamar Valley National Landscape, green infrastructure, the community park and arboriculture. The allocation is made accepting there will be a landscape impact locally from within Dartmoor National Park. Dartmoor National Park Authority were involved in those discussions as part of the JLP. They accept that there will be a landscape impact and they expect it to be properly mitigated. That's where the landscape strategy comes in. The council, as local planning authority, has a duty in exercising or performing any functions in relation to or so as to affect land in an AONB to seek to further the purpose of conserving and enhancing the natural beauty of the AONB. So that's where the landscape strategy comes in. Dartmoor National Park Authority or Tamar Valley National Landscape don't oppose the applications on landscape grounds. Members did ask where the boundaries of the respective national landscapes are. So there's Walwell, they're the application sites. Tamar Valley is to the left hatched. There's no intervisibility between the application site and Tamar Valley National Landscape because of the topography. Clearly, that's why we only took it out to Dartmoor, because there is intervisibility between the sites and Dartmoor National Park. So I'll run briefly through the process that went through as part of the pre-application to inform the landscape strategy solutions. So there was a landscape visual impact assessment undertaken. So all of the viewpoints were agreed in advance. They're the viewpoints there, the blue viewpoints. This has been supplemented with the circles to show where we saw the site when we were on the members' site visit recently. The one out to the right, viewpoint number 9, is the one where we stood and looked back and looked at the visual board that we had there, and that's the key viewpoint. That's where you see most of the site in its most prominent location. Anything else is less visual than that from within the park. Next. So this is it, viewpoint 9, visited by members. So the application site's outlined in red. So the built development is above the yellow dotted line, and below the yellow dotted line is the community park, so that will all remain green. Clearly the landscape strategy is for supplemental planting along that community park boundary, which, as you know from the master plan, largely coincides with the tramway, with the majority of development on one side of the tramway and the community park the other side of the tramway. So the tramway is hedged, it is enclosed, but supplemental planting is a vital part of that strategy. And then the most prominent local view that we went to next on the coach was this view from the approach to Bickley. Once you get into Bickley, you lose views of the site because of topography and because of the buildings there. But on this on this approach to Bickley, this is where you sort of see most of the site, and so pointing out the position of pick pipe plantation and also the location of the green wedges, which are existing and which will be supplemented to filter views from other locations. Just point of reference for you is the Rowbury Village Hall, the white gable fronted building with the just to the right next to the pylon. So this is the green infrastructure parameter plan. So members recall the landscape strategy with the green wedges. These are shown there in dark green. They're intended to filter the views. The light green is all around the edges is the community park, supplemental planting. Dark shaded area. So in the centre is pick pipe plantation that we stood next to on the visit, and adjacent to that, outlined in green, is the proposed sports pitches. So the effectiveness of the strategy can be appreciated from, hopefully, from your site visits and from the previous slides, not just remotely that far away in the Dartmoor view, but closer to the site, on the understanding that the planted areas are substantial areas with significant tree groups, which will help filter views, so that the development won't be seen from any aspect really as just one large homogeneous block. Obviously, the area-wide design code with all its tree schedules and so on means that tree planting is embedded within the development as well. Chair, I'm seeing some questions. Do you want me to take them now, or?
I think yeah, just for clarity, what is green infrastructure? Is that grass?
All the green space, the entirety of the green space. So, you know, wildflower meadows, woodlands, everything.
Councillor Allen.
Just on the back of that, so the park, is that just land that's not being built on, or is that an actual park with facilities and maintenance, or it's not just going to turn out into unlooked after and unloved scrubland, is it? No. Thank you.
No, far from it. It's intended to fulfil a number of purposes. So, first and foremost, ecology and biodiversity, and securing net gains. It's intended as a recreational facility. So, with the allocation so close to Dartmoor National Park, there's a requirement to avoid recreational impacts from this number of new homes on European sites within Dartmoor National Park. And so the size of this community park is substantially more than the open space you would normally get under policy. And the reason for that is it's aimed at managing those recreational impacts so that people can walk their dog, they can go walking and cycling, they can enjoy the country park and its amenities without getting in the car and driving off and trampling over the European sites in Dartmoor. So that's the intention behind it, and it must absolutely fulfil that function.
Thank you. Could I bring in Mr. Wish, please, who is our green infrastructure person?
I thought Ian did a very good job then, that's it. Basically, yes, the country park is for that purpose, is to make sure that it's accessible to the residents locally, so they don't put pressure on the national parks. And it's through the design coding process, which we spent a lot of time looking at, we make sure we can achieve those objectives of meeting the ecological need, but importantly, the need of the people as well that are going to be able to use that space. But so there won't be, we're not looking at bigger buildings or anything like that in the country park. It'll be purely for recreational use and to support the biodiversity.
So basically, just for clarification, it's going to be grass. Is it going to be trees? Is it going to be places that the elderly can go and sit beside a rose bush? I mean, if it's just biodiversity gain, it's effectively scrubland. Scrubland is biodiversity gain. What does it actually look like? Because I've seen amenity parks being neglected and turned into scrub and brambles very quickly. People can still walk through it. It's still biodiversity gain, but it's not a particularly beautiful site. Thank you.
Do you want me to answer that, Ian? I can do that. So, interesting view. Yeah, I think basically there will be elements that will be nature and to achieve the ecological requirements, but there will also be recreational areas that are more cultivated, as it were. So there will be areas of grass. There'll be lots of trees because that's part of that strategic approach. And what's good about the country park is it's then linked into the main urban areas as well. So people can actually get into green space quite quickly and then make their way out to the country park itself. So there will be benches, seats. There will be areas that will be more maintained than as well as getting that balance right. As we know across the district now, we're managing our green spaces in a different way to make sure you get the balance right.
Apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt. Who will be in charge of maintaining that?
The intention is that the council will take that on through a Section 106 agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Wish. Councillor Abbott.
That point, I'd like. Thank you. That point I'd like just to follow up on, please. We have a great grounds maintenance team, but there's only so many of them, and this is quite a large extension. It's a lovely valley, I hope. So that needs ongoing funding, not just the capital spend.
So the capital spend will be to the developers to do, so they deliver it. The maintenance will come to the council if it's successful, and there's a commuted sum of 1.7 million in order to do that. And of course, the new residents will be paying their council tax, so that additional contribution will also be put into managing the wider infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Wish. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Again, just thinking about the biodiversity elements of this, hasn't any assessment been done on the anticipated volume of access on a day-to-day basis? You've got a lot of new housing coming in here. In terms of biodiversity, one of the key things often is lack of disturbance. And I'm just wondering if any element of this green space is expected to maybe have a thread at least running through it, where, you know, wildlife that needs less disturbance can actually commute and maybe even access into some of the gardens in some of the, you know, the ends of where that's meeting, because islands of biodiversity aren't very able to thrive, whereas if they're connected in and have an opportunity to connect, it makes a difference. So I just wonder about those expectations, because it's yeah, the corridors, because I just feel it's a lot of people on one area, and it's lovely for everybody to have access and for recreation, but if it's all intense into one area, it might not have the value that it's expected to.
So there's a requirement for sorry, you were going to do that, aren't we?
Through development anyway, under policy, there's a requirement to pay.
Mr. Wish, could you move your microphone closer to you?
Yeah, thank you. There is a requirement through policy to deliver recreational space as well as the biodiversity elements of it. And this goes well beyond that, it nearly doubles it. So it's about 36 hectares will be the size of the country park. But overall, there's around 47 hectares of GI, which isn't just grass, it's all of that combination of those things. And again, through the area-wide design code, we've ensured those links and corridors that are needed, as you've rightly said, for that continued ongoing movement of wildlife has been built into making sure we can achieve that through delivery of the reserve matters. And it is difficult because this will become a public open space. So do we fence off areas for wildlife because of that disturbance? Dogs, dog walking is the classic example we've got. And the intention would be, yes, it's a difficult question to deal with, but I think, yes, it is something that we can do. And if the local authorities managing and owning that, we working with the communities, we will be able to create areas where the wildlife can thrive undisturbed, as well as meeting the needs of the new residents and the existing residents of Walwell who will go to that community space.
Thank you.
Councillor Dommett.
Are allotments part of green infrastructure? They're not noted on this plan.
They are part of included within that, and there's within the area-wide design code there are allotment spaces will be accommodated within the scheme. So there are plans for allotments, yes.
So will this plan be edited to include allotments?
These are schematic drawings. They're still in principle, but it is secured within the area-wide design code. So we secure those when the design codes come in. If they're not shown, then we would be arguing that they should be shown, and they'll be, again, located so they're convenient to users.
Thank you. Councillor Carson.
Will the country park be completed all in one go, or will it be in bits and pieces?
So there's a requirement for half of the community park to be delivered after 400 homes are occupied, and then the latter phase is delivered at 1,400 homes on application A. So yes, it'll be finished before the development is finished, but half of it by 400.
Mr. Wish, I'm going to indulge myself by actually having a question here, if I may. That obviously you won't be surprised if I sort of start talking protection about hedgerows, hedges and trees. Hedges are protected while still in agricultural land, obviously. If granted permission in outline, does that protection fall away until reserve matters bring in sort of formal landscape plans and they're agreed? And I also look at existing trees within the sort of plans and the level of protection they've got, because I'm not reflecting, and I'm sure any developer would act responsibly, but we have seen circumstances where some sort of clear felling, accidental grubbing out has occurred, and it's difficult. How are we going to protect and maintain the established hedgerows, hedges and trees on that site that we're expecting to come through the landscape plans?
There'll be a nuanced response to that, because some of it's tied through planning. So what's approved effectively within the outline consent, that provides protection. And then, so the point that I made on site was that the minute it's no longer land use changes to agricultural use, then yes, all of the protection that is afforded to agricultural land will drop away, because it's then got a planning permission. So obviously within that network then is those are all identified as hedgerows for retention, and those will be plans that will be referred to. I'd refer to my planning colleagues to clarify that point, but those will then become the plans of retention and removal, and that's all set out now, so we're aware of what that will be, in anticipation that we then get the right biodiversity responses to that through the delivery of the overall scheme. Again, with trees, there are no protected trees as it currently, no TPOs, tree preservation orders within the site itself. There's some that bound it at Roborough. Again, we've looked at all of the trees, the important ones. There's 6 veteran trees across the whole of the surveyed site. There's 5 veteran trees within the site, and all of those are located in areas that are going to be retained for public open space. So they're not in people's gardens, so new residents may not be happy with the state of the tree. So that allows us to control the management and protection of those.
Thank you, Mr. Wish.
That plan, I'll show that now, Chair. That's the veteran tree plan. And so the forget the numbers. That's just the grids. The veteran trees are stars, and the yellows are TPOs.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, just quickly, Chair. With my executive role of community composting, I'm wondering if community composting can be requested for a site of this scale, or at least a site allocated for it within the green infrastructure.
I think with the council having control and management of the community park, we can do what we want to do.
Thank you.
Councillor Abbott.
You mentioned a number for these veteran trees. Doesn't sound very high for this very large area. Did you quote a number of how many? 5. In all
5.
This?
Yeah, 6 in the wider area, 5 within the site. But yeah, there's strict criteria that needs to be assessed in the process of identifying a veteran tree, and that criteria is quite high. So yeah, again, it depends where we are in the countryside really about what level of veteran trees are present, but that is the assessment that's been carried out.
But will there be more trees that will receive TPOs over time, besides veteran?
Absolutely. At any time, the local authority can place a tree preservation order on a tree that's considered to be under threat. And again, it did sort of arise in the site meeting, whereas if we are concerned about the location of trees that might end up close to residential properties or in residential properties, we have the powers to serve a preservation order on those trees. And in fact, we have the power to serve tree preservation orders on trees that haven't been planted. So there is a process by which we can select what we're seeing as highly strategic and important tree areas. We have the opportunity to do that at a later date if we think that's necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Wish. Mr. Lloyd, would you like to continue?
I'll just very quickly, to conclude the landscape presentation, just run through some more of a site photograph. So we've been out to Dartmoor National Park looking out. We've been to Bickley, sort of those near and more distant views, and these are just some more localized views of the site itself. So that view is you just moved on again. So that's that. So no, go back. Yeah. So that's a view looking west towards the new northern access. If you'd have a little look at the vignette in the bottom left hand corner, the red arrow is the position of that viewpoint. So what you're looking across there is part of the country park where there'll be some of the drainage basins, the strategic drainage basins, and routes through that part of the country park. Thanks. This is just, members didn't get to see the tramway, so this is just part of the tramway as it is at the moment. Not always firm and dry like that, often muddy and rutted, but the character of the tramway does vary across its entirety. So as you get to the north, across Dark Lake Lane, where the farmer hasn't used it frequently, it's now much more overgrown and naturalised than that. But obviously you can see that there's plenty of planting either side of the tramway, and that will be supplemented as part of the proposal. So should make a really super leisure route. Again, another view of the community park, looking east over towards Bickley in the distance. You can see there, and the barracks. Just off camera to the right is the tramway. So you can get an impression of the border between the tramway and what will be the community park. This next one is looking northwest towards Pickpipe Plantation. So members will recall from the visit, we walked from left to right along that Pickpipe plantation boundary. When we looked to the right, when we were on the site, we could see a hedge line, but we couldn't see beyond that hedge line. This is from the field beyond that hedge line. So we're looking back to that hedge line, the field beyond that we were looking at, and then Pickpipe Plantation. Next. So this is further down into this, looking down from the corner of Pickpipe Plantation, further down into the site. So, you know, kind of the view that we had from the visit. And then this is one we were going to walk up to the far end of that field to have a look at where the playing pitches are going. We didn't have time and didn't manage to do that. So this is just a shot showing where the new playing pitches are going, with the boundary of Pickpipe Plantation on your right. That was just the slide of the veteran trees. And the next one was a discussion of the community park, which, Chairman, I think we've already had. So I was just going to describe how the council are looking to take on the management of that, but I think we can skip that part of the presentation. Thank you. If there's no more questions, I'll move straight on to ecology and wildlife.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so turning now to section 13 of your report, ecology and wildlife, policy Dev 26, protecting and enhancing biodiversity and geological conservation, seeks the protection, conservation, enhancement and restoration of biodiversity and geodiversity across the plan area. Net gains will be sought from major developments along with long-term management. The baseline position is largely species-poor agricultural grassland with arable fields. The main area of wildlife value are the hedgerow network, some mature and veteran trees, small areas of woodland, including Pickpipe Plantation, and a few areas on the margins of the site of wetland scrub and more species-rich grassland. The habitat supports species found in similar agricultural urban edge situations across Devon, such as badgers, birds, bats, reptiles, but no dormice were found. The area-wide design code has been significantly strengthened in respect of ecological mitigation and enhancement since its initial submission. A new subsection, section 2, ecological framework, has been added to section 5, the green and blue infrastructure section, clearly setting out the key ecological design principles, which will for the most part set out as commitments within the ecology chapter of the environmental statement. To inform, the intention is to inform the detailed design stages as they come forward. The area-wide design code sets out the overarching principles which need to be followed at detailed design stage to ensure that wildlife requirements relating to habitats and species are met.
Councillor Allen, would you like to come in at this point?
Thank you. Under section 13.4, protected species, it lists some of those that were on your slide just now. Maybe the list wasn't comprehensive, or maybe hedgehogs are not a protected species. And I have a second part to this question.
That wasn't meant to be completely exclusive. No. So protected species is protected species.
Okay, and the particular issue for hedgehogs affects another part of this, which is your design code and enabling hedgehog highways to be built into all of the fences that will go up around the housing place. I didn't see that mentioned in the fencing section, but I can understand it might be there in your code.
I'd absolutely have to check that is the case, but I'm pretty sure it is the case. I have to nail my colours to the mast and say, yeah, I'm a hedgehog fan.
Thank you for raising that point, Councillor Abbott.
Chair, there is a reference to it in 13.5. It talks about hedgehog holes in boundary fences.
Thank you very much.
So that will be a firm commitment, that will actually happen.
Requirement.
Mr. Lloyd, would you like to continue, please?
Thank you.
Members.
There's been a bit of discussion already, so some of the landscape issues that we've talked about as a result of the questions, I've tripped over into. I'll bypass some of the sections. So I'm showing you the GI parameter plan, which I've shown you before. As I said, the area-wide code sets a strategy for the ecological framework to provide a multifunctional and connected open space resource for all. That includes the network of diverse and publicly accessible open space and key habitats with the health benefits and so on, but also, areas that will concentrate exclusively on wildlife and habitats. The green infrastructure will accommodate a significant part of the sustainable urban drainage system. The intention is to avoid or mitigate potential impacts on important ecological features, design site habitats and species within and around the site, and to deliver biodiversity net gain. Retaining existing habitats of ecological importance will happen wherever possible. Intention of the GI plan is to maintain a coherent and resilient ecological network which links into the wider wildlife network to maintain that landscape functionality, but also the wildlife functionality within the wider landscape. I'll show you some slides in a moment that seek to achieve that. Embedding wildlife into all detailed proposals for planting and landscape will help not only achieve a sense of place, but increase biodiversity, not only within the country park, but within the development parcels themselves. So initially that was lacking in the area-wide design code. Focus was on delivering through the community park, but now the focus is on delivering not only through the community park, but throughout the entirety of the development. The applications, sorry, Councillor Hodgson. Oh, sorry. The applications are environmental impact assessment development and environmental statements of accompany both applications. The habitats regulation assessment, so it was agreed with Natural England through the GLP process and the allocation of the site. As I mentioned earlier, the potential recreational impacts from this volume of people. So that's what the HRA intends to address. There are also potential marine impacts off-site from recreation and through the recreation required from this development to mitigate those off-site marine impacts. But there's no funding for recreational impacts because those impacts are addressed through the community park. So as I say, HRA has been undertaken to assess the effects of the proposed developments on European protected sites. And outlined will not detrimentally affect those sites. It sets out the mitigation required and agreed with Natural England and the developer to ensure no adverse effect on the integrity of those protected sites, and measures are secured through the Section 106 legal agreement and conditions, including operational mitigation and management scheme. That meets SIL 122 tests, and that levy is still compliant. The scheme can't go ahead without it, and it is important to the 106. It's if members are considering changing the obligations, we don't the statutory requirements, and that satisfies Natural England. Planning conditions in Section 106 will secure appropriate triggers for the phased delivery of the community park. As I said, 400 for the first half of it, along with other public open space, the delivery of the playing pitches, which I'll talk about in a moment. The Section 106 obligation secures mechanisms for the management of all space, including the community park, if the council don't take it on. If it take it on, we're still obliged to manage it and maintain it in accordance with the requirements of the Section 106. Planning conditions require an open space strategy and as I say, requirements for monitoring of the success of the delivery of the mitigation, and also measures for address if those measures are not working. The appropriate assessment concludes that there is an acceptable impact on habitats and receptors, which is important to members to note, because one of your resolutions is to adopt the appropriate assessment. So principles and details in the area-wide design condition and the 106, ensuring that the details required are provided at the detailed stage through submission, agreement and implementation of the Landscape and Environment Management Plan, the LEMP, which is a two-phase LEMP. There's a required for a strategic LEMP overarching for the whole site, and then a phase-by-phase LEMP that would include the delivery of in Section 106. This includes a legal requirement for an up-to-date ecology surveys on a phase-by-phase basis. So because it's phase development and it's EIA development, the reserve matters are bound by that process, and the surveys have to be up to date at that stage. So there's no point now getting entire surveys, up to date surveys for a site that might be 10 or 20 years in delivery. What we require is through the reserve matters for those phases, when they come forward, those surveys are updated and satisfy the requirements of environmental legislation. So just looking at some of the provisions of the area-wide design code, we've got an ecological framework plan, which sets out the habitats that will be protected, species-rich grassland, hedges, veteran trees, and how they'll be enhanced, and new ones to be created. It features a network of wildlife corridors and hopovers, hedgerows, woodland and scrub mature trees, species-rich and tussocky grassland, and also incorporates the SUDs, as I say. Wildlife-friendly planting in urban areas, and along with hedgehog holes in fences. So I did have it covered, so apologies for not recalling that. Bat and bird boxes, as you would expect. Ancient woodland will be protected with an absolute minimum 50-metre buffer, which is a requirement of PLY 44. So if you look at the plan there, towards the southeastern edge, you can see the green buffer narrows. It's never less than 40 metres, and obviously very, very, very much wider for the vast majority of the country park. The next slide is the figure 28 from the area-wide design code, which is the dark corridors plan. So those corridors, absolute minimum 12 metres in width, and they'll be maintained throughout the construction and operational phases of development. And this is a linear hedgerow plan. So Alex talked on site and gave members information about the extent of hedgerow that will be retained, the amount that's necessary to be lost, the extent to be replaced, and effectively there's capacity within the site for no net loss and actually a small gain in hedgerows through the overall lifetime of the development. So that's important and unusual. You know, obviously to create the development parcels, hedgerows, some of them need to be lost. Where they can be retained, they will be. Where they can be translocated, they will be. But where levels are substantially different, they will be replaced. Thank you, Chair. That concludes the ecology and wildlife presentation. So I'll take any questions on that topic subject now.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Why are we not looking at making the whole site a dark site going forward? Because you mentioned that there was only going to be dark corridors during construction phase. Why are they not dark corridors for eternity? I don't see the wildlife problem getting any better. And also, why don't we make the entire site a dark site? Thank you.
Okay, so I say through the construction and operational phases. So that means, you know, post development moving forward. Yep. There was a lighting strategy submitted with the development, which sets out the principles that need to be followed, and there's a condition requiring lighting plans on a phase by phase basis, so that we can ensure that there's adequate lighting for the development parcels for obvious safety reasons, but also that the habitats, species, and also sort of night glow and nighttime impacts from a distance are addressed through each phase of the development.
Councillor Hodgson.
What's the most recent date for actual surveys of wildlife on this site?
So to my recollection, I think the most recent was 2022. And in discussion with the ecology officer, we've agreed that there's no point updating those surveys now, as I said, because you know it'll be probably another year before reserve matters come forward. So at that time, that's the most appropriate time for those updated surveys, so that they can inform the actual specific development proposals. It's not anticipated that the baseline condition is likely to change in the interim, given that it'll remain an agricultural use, and so that's the sort of pragmatic approach that we've taken.
I was looking through and I couldn't see anything actually in terms of an actual survey rather than just a walkover that's later than 2017, which isn't normally permitted, given the scale. And I've had a conversation with the ecology officer during the break. But I remain really concerned that, you know, if we don't know what we've got, how are we going to know whether we've had any improvement or not? And that's, you know, important current baselines. I mean, we're hearing all the time that every time there's a big sort of survey comes out from internationally or even nationally, it shows that much a greater decline in wildlife. And, you know, it's not just about the, you know, the pretty ones like the hedgehogs, you know, the badgers, the bats. It's actually about the, you know, what we actually have as net habitat, which is where, you know, all the little bits thrive and need space.
Councillor Hodgson.
You know, so I'm just wondering about, you know, just the dates, whether it's acceptable to have such old surveys informing us on this decision.
Perhaps I can bring in Sarah Jennings, the ecology officer, on that.
Yeah. So yes, so you're right. The species surveys, the last ones were 2017, I think, but as Ian said, a walkover was done in 2022, which confirmed that the habitat on site hadn't changed significantly since those surveys were done. So we feel that it would be totally unreasonable to ask for further surveys, given, as Ian said, that development won't happen. It's going to happen over a long period of time. We have got enough information to be able to determine the application on ecology as it stands. So even if we did more survey, whatever that would show, it would be pretty much the same and it wouldn't change the situation at the moment. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd ask a further question, sort of related to the ecology, but something that hasn't come up. I mean, this is agricultural land. Is there an assessment or knowledge of what loss of food production will be consequential of this being turned into residential rather than food production?
so it's very low grade agricultural land. So it's sheep grazing and hay and silage making. So it's food production in so much as sheep, but it's not used for arable. And through the allocation, through the JLP allocation, it's been determined that land can be lost from that agricultural land to housing. So the principle of that was established through the allocation in the JLP, and that's not sort of open for reopening as part of members' debate today because of that JLP allocation.
Thank you. Mr. Lloyd, would you like to continue? Thank you.
Make a point.
Yeah, Councillor
Could I,
Taylor.
just to make a point on the low grade land, you said it wasn't arable, but when we were there the other day, there was actually 3 stubble fields.
Point taken, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, so turning now to health, education and wellbeing, section 14 of your report. So health is a key element of the NPPF and the local plan. Many of the sustainable development policies relate directly or indirectly to health, including SO6 to promote facilities essential to reinforce strong communities, STP1 delivering sustainable development, STP2 sustainable linked neighbourhoods, STP10 health and sustainable communities, and so on and so forth. There's also Bickley parish neighbourhood plan policies 4, 5 and 22, promote infrastructure provision, including health and welfare facilities. Connected communities and opportunities to meet are important elements in fostering community cohesion and supporting mental health. So through the framework I described under the urban design section, it's possible to secure the quality of development to deliver the vision for the development, and through the provision of community infrastructure, including the community park, food growing, the new school, sports pitches, expansion of GP services and other community facilities, all secured through the 106. The healthcare needs of the new and wider existing community can be met. Affordable housing and education are clearly key to better health. Section 106 measures are set out in section 14 and in your heads of terms, more fully at Appendix D. Neighbour and amenity will largely be addressed through the reserve matters, but protection from construction impacts, which can have health impacts, is through the Construction and Environment Management Plan. Crime and the fear of crime can affect health, and again issues will be addressed through the neighbourhood design codes and through the detailed reserve matters applications at that stage. That's a very brief outline of the health proposals. I'm happy to go into more detail or to answer questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Allen.
Thank you very much. Recent reports that have come out, particularly the Marmot report, looks at how to make these are recommendations that the new government is taking up about how to create a healthy development, and it's very much about the style of housing, positioning of housing, community requirement. This seems to me a very old-fashioned approach. If you're just talking about where the doctor's surgery is going to be, it's new data shows very clearly that it's very much more about how you build in terms of creating and supporting community interaction. So I was just wondering if that had been looked at, and if the new government takes that on, is that something that there is room to bring into consideration when the build-out happens? Thank you.
Yeah, it's all already part of the consideration. So the environmental statement goes in to how you design places so that interactions happen that wouldn't normally happen, and so those ideas are embedded in the area-wide design code and will form part of the consideration of the neighbourhood design codes and future reserve matters applications. So absolutely, those layouts are crucial to fostering those meetings and the impact that has on mental health.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It seems to me, looking at the allocation of funding from this that there's a considerable amount of money allocated to health provision, education, a new school. And that's partly when I read the document because the schools fill up, the health centres got no space, etc. And, you know, as an alternative, that money perhaps could have been used for affordable housing. So my question is, how have you decided what the allocation of financial resources should be into those different categories? Because, you know, I can understand the need for those other health and education and social requirements, but they're sort of more in the Plymouth area perhaps, and I don't know whether they're actually meeting the needs of the local population. Thank you.
Absolutely, and you know we've taken a strategic approach to the consideration of that because we're a JLP authority, so it's the local and wider impacts that need to be considered. First and foremost, PLY 44 requires the delivery of a sustainable urban extension. So what that means is affordable housing, but it also means access to education, access to health services, access to sports facilities, access to open space, all of those considerations. So with the available funds, with the funds that were available, we've had to make some fairly difficult choices about what can and can't be funded. So as part of your report, you'll see that other requests were made for financial contributions that are not supported through this application. And so some of those are because they're not SIL compliant, they don't meet the necessary tests, and therefore we can't seek financial obligations for them. But some of them may well meet the tests, but they were lower down the lists of priorities. So in effect, we've had to make a judgment call as to what package of obligations and mitigation forms the most sustainable package. So for example, if there's no funding for the Woolwell to the George scheme and the scheme phase 1's already happened, phase 2 doesn't happen, the development can't happen. And so it's integral to the allocation, and it's a specific requirement of the allocation. And so it's difficult to set aside that contribution because of the importance of it and the severe impacts that would arise without it. Similarly, well, probably, I mean, first and foremost, I should have mentioned the RMMS contribution, because without that contribution to manage the recreational impacts off-site, the impacts would be detrimental within that European protected site, and therefore Natural England wouldn't support the application, and we couldn't approve the appropriate assessment. So, that, you know, in terms of priorities, we absolutely have to make sure that there's funding for that contribution. We think it's necessary to fund Woolwell to the George. It's clearly important to fund GP acute services. At the moment, they're oversubscribed in Woolwell. There's 2 doctor surgeries. The NHS have approached both doctor surgeries. They're willing to expand their services. They didn't want a new surgery. They don't want the cost of funding it, but they're willing to expand their surgeries. And so it's important that those surgery capacities expanded so that the new residents have a local doctor to go to. It's important to have the community park, and we think it's important that the council manage that park, but the cost is on the development, the £1.7 million for a 30-year commuted sum, so that the council don't bear that risk themselves. So we think that's important. There's over 800,000 to expand community facilities. So in terms of the priorities and what's left for affordable housing, and it sounds as though we've looked at that and affordable housing is the poor man because he gets what's left over. It's not a case of that. It's a case of what is the mitigation required to deliver a sustainable community. And so Devon wanted £200,000 for towards a waste facility. That waste facility will happen regardless. So we think that money is better spent in the community. So it sets out that. Ian, I think you're wanting to come in there and say something. So
you're just back onto that prioritisation question. The focus has been on that community infrastructure that serves the development as required by the SIL 122 regulation. So it's mitigating the very specific local needs of the development, whereas your question about infrastructure that sort of supports wider Plymouth obligations, we've not included secondary school obligations, for example, because that would have been something that was sort of provided a much wider strategic purpose rather than the very, very on-site specific requirements of this development, like the primary school, GP surgery, so on.
Thank you. Ms Lloyd, do you wish to continue? I'm looking at the time, we're coming up to 1 o'clock. We need to take a break at some point. I was anticipating taking a break after Mr Lloyd has finished his presentation. We are giving this due consideration and due scrutiny, and I think it's worthwhile because it's one of the largest, applications that we're going to see for, perhaps certainly our time on the council. So I think it is worthwhile. So apologies if this seems to be taking a long time, certainly for those possibly listening and viewing outside, but I think it needs due scrutiny. So, Mr Lloyd, how much longer do you think?
I haven't got much longer, Chairman, but to be honest, I could really use a break if that's all right. I've got a bit of a headache coming on. And
I can see that this is going to be seconded. So I will, at this point, I think it's a sort of convenient point. I notice there's some hands hovering for questions. If again you can make notes of those questions for when we come back. Councillor Dommett, my apologies. It always seems to be when with you. Thank you for those who have been sitting through, and certainly the applicants have been sitting here waiting. For those other officers who are non-district council, thank you for your patience in attending, but your contributions are useful. So I will now indicate that we will take a break, and the break will be 45 minutes. 45 minutes. For lunch. For lunch. So we will return at 1:45. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now continue with our meeting. Mr. Lloyd, if you'd like to continue with your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. So section 15 addresses the open space, sport and recreation.
Yes. Apologies. Yes. There are. Let's look. We have Nadine, two people. Councillor Dommett.
Thanks very much. I just needed to clarify on page 68, talking about secondary schools. It reads that it is accepted that there is no capacity locally, but then it also says we're not going to do anything about that. I just wondered whether that was a typo and there is capacity locally, or we're just... about secondary education, page 68 of the agenda. It says, unlike for primary places, here it is accepted that there is no capacity locally for secondary school.
That definitely is a typo then. Yeah, so there is capacity in Plymouth schools, secondary.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dommett. Any other questions? Councillor Nix.
Seems to be working. Oh, there it is. Can I ask again, with relation to secondary schools, do we know which secondary school would be allocated? Would it be at Plymouth School, or would it be, for example, Ivy Bridge?
So there's parental choice, and they can send their children whatever they choose.
So no allocation.
No, it's not. It's not possible for Devon or Plymouth to control that.
Thank you. Mr. Lloyd, if you'd like to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Section 15 addresses the open space, sport and recreation needs of the community. Policy Dev 27, green and play spaces, advises the LPA will protect and support a diverse and multifunctional network of green space. JLP requirements are set out in the developer contributions evidence base and revised play and pitches strategy. Sport, recreation and access to quality green spaces are essential for health and well-being. BIC 06 of the Bickley Parish Neighbourhood Plan also focuses on the importance of such community infrastructure provision. Requirements include accessible natural green space, allotments of community food growing, play spaces and sports pitches, which are all required to meet the needs of the new community. The existing community will also benefit, and new residents alike will benefit from existing provision. Provisions are set out in Appendix D on page 137 or 141 of your agenda. The sports pitches are to be practically completed prior to the occupation of 1,000 dwellings and include the following: 1 adult football pitch, 2 youth 11-a-side pitches, 2 mini 7-a-side pitches, and 1 cricket strip square. There's extra sort of provisions around that, and that also includes viewing space and so on and so forth. I think what members need to know is that there's an over provision in the size of the area, but that's because the land is slightly sloping, and so there may need to be some tiering to accommodate the pitches, so you need more space than is actually required. So there's an over provision. It's not as steep. I showed a photograph earlier, and it's not. It's not. Hopefully, members saw from the photograph earlier that it's the flattest part of the site, and it isn't like a ski slope. Chairman, that's all I wanted to say about open space, sport and recreation provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Dommett.
Thank you. You said over provision, but then in our document it says that the requirement is 3,600 square metres for play space, and that's under by 1,000. And that outdoor sports facilities, the requirement is 428 square, and there's no outdoor provision provided, and there's no wet and dry sports facilities, which there is a requirement of. So I'm confused as to how you say there's an over provision when the document says that there's not.
Apologies for any confusion. Is it over provision of sports space that's required to be provided on site? There's some requirements which are not met for off-site provision, and that's because they're not SIL compliant. So, for example, there's a requirement for contributions towards a swimming pool, but there's no swimming pool planned within the area, and therefore it's not a SIL compliant request to channel money towards that. And again, because of viability, what we want to do is focus on provision within the site rather than remotely. There is a pool at Marjohn's, sort of within, you know, walking and cycling distance. In relation to the play areas, you're right. I should have mentioned that. Apologies for that omission. But because of the capacity of the community park and the potential to provide additional play facilities within the community park, we're accepting that level of play space provision is acceptable and adequate.
Can you clarify what outdoor sports facilities are then?
Now, I'll have to seek some clarification from myself by reading the report, I'm afraid. Perhaps a colleague can have a look at that, and I'll come back to you on that.
Any other questions, member? Councillor Panel.
A couple of questions. Can you confirm that the Plymouth Argyle pitches are not part of the sports provision, because they are referred to in one of the observations, one of the comments that have been submitted? And if they're not, does that mean that they could be put forward for development at a future stage? That's the first question.
So the Plymouth Argyle rugby pitches are on the land that's owned by Summerfield, Site C. So not currently part of any planning application that's for consideration. The master plan shows their retention, and part of the reason for the location of the current pitches, the proposed pitches, is that sort of co-location next to each other, as well as it being, you know, a sensible and flatter part of the site for that delivery. So when Site C comes forward, the expectation is that it's delivered in accordance with the strategic master plan, which it means the retention of the pitches, but also it would be and is a requirement of the council and Sports England not to lose sports pitches. So if they came in with development on those sports pitches, not only would we not support that, they also would have to provide an additional amount of space equivalent to the current standards. What we might consider as part of that application, and I'm straying off chair here, but we might consider an upgrade to those pitches rather than more space. But yeah, the intention is that they stay.
Yeah, so that's helpful for explaining that. Thank you. Secondly, there's talk of community use of the school sports pitches, but the county says it will use its best endeavours. But I know of at least one school that became an academy and immediately stopped the community use of their land completely. So I don't think we. Would you agree that members can't take that would be a definite provision?
That's absolutely the case. You can't take it as a definite provision. So they can use reasonable endeavours, but it's up to the people who run the academy, the head teacher and the governors, as to whether they allow that access or not.
Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Just, I don't know if this... Oh, hello. Is that better? Yeah. I don't know if this falls into... I hope this falls into this section. We've got 2,000 homes proposed. In terms of Village Hall, we say there's Roborough Village Hall and the absolutely delightful Woolwell Community Centre, but no additional provision on top of that.
So there's a financial contribution towards the expansion of facilities within Woolwell. So off the top of my head, 840,000, I think. for the expansion of local facilities. So it's for the parishes to come forward with plans to expand those facilities. If they get planning permission and the council support that provision, we can draw down the funds to pay for those expansions.
Sorry, but just to be clear, it's envisaged that that will literally just be expansion and enhancements to existing facilities. There are no on-site facilities included.
No, that's right. So as part of the pre-application public consultation, events were held at the Warwell Centre at the pre-application stage, and it was very clear from the existing community that what they didn't want was a new community centre in the new development. They saw it as divisive. The local facilities are very well thought of, and this very strong message, which we support, was that it was better to expand those facilities and help integration rather than have a separate community building, which would lead to, you know, sort of less integration, shall we say, be slightly more divisive. So we absolutely support the expansion of the existing facilities rather than a new facility.
Councillor Dommett.
Yeah, sorry, almost forgot what I was going to ask. Is there any conditions that we can put in place, as both the Rugby Club and Sports England have raised objections to put their minds at ease that those grounds are going to be protected?
We can only legitimately do that through the planning process. So when an application comes in, if the pictures are not there, then we can refuse it. That's the tool that we have. So, you know, again, I'm kind of straying off, but my understanding is that Summerfield, the owners of that land, intend to retain the pictures. But again, I can't offer you assurances beyond that. So,
Councillor Dommett, that section of land not.
But are we being mindful that those rugby pitches exist whilst putting in lower numbers on this site for pitches? So shouldn't we therefore protect or acknowledge that they're there and hope that they stay there?
You wouldn't be able to put a condition on these planning permissions to safeguard something that's happening off the site.
Okay, so how do we address the objections from Sports England and the Rugby Club?
So, open space sport and recreation colleagues have an awareness of where the greatest need is, like what the greatest need is. So because there's existing rugby provision there already, which is being met, the need, they're saying, on this site is for the range of pitches that's been identified. So the football and the cricket. So they're the priority needs. When the other application comes forward, as I just mentioned, they're not in very good condition, the pitches, so it may be better to channel the 106 contributions from that development into upgrading and improving those pitches, as opposed to you know, expanding provision for, you know, for example, hockey or something like that. So the colleagues will tell us at that time what the priority needs are in terms of sport, but the understanding is that it will be the upgrading of those rugby pitches for rugby purposes.
But that's not what's before us today, Councillor Dommett, so you have to look at what's before us, and you've had the response. Councillor Powell.
Just a quick one. There's reference to, say, expanding the existing community centre. Do you know if that will address the access? Because it's obviously not the best access to, as we found out on Monday. Do you know if there are any plans to improve the access as part of that expansion?
The contribution won't improve the access into the centre, but that part of Dark Lake Lane is owned by Plymouth City Council. The other part of Dark Lake Lane, between the Woolwell Centre and Bickley Down Road, is owned by Maristow Estates, and so the requirements in the 106 are to upgrade each section of that to adoptable standards. We can't require it to be adopted, but we can require it to be brought to adoptable standards. So the intention is to improve both of them for walking and cycling.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I very much take on board what you were saying about the sort of the integration of the existing village and the new development. I would see that that was absolutely key. With that in mind, and also following on from what Councillor Pannell said, is there a sort of general plan and sort of can't think of any better word than plan to have a network of walking areas and cycle paths which will take people from the new Willwell site to the park, to the outside, so people can stay out of cars, and in particular connecting them with the old part of the town. So I think if those were established at a very early stage, it would help connectivity, it would help integration. I completely see that, and also mean that people from existing communities could then easily access without a car.
Councillor Allen, we
the new
did
places.
cover this previously when you were looking at the cycle routes and walking routes.
No, it's a bit more than that. It's about integration. That's within the site. This is about integration into the existing village and into Plymouth, because I think that would be key in terms of...
Councillor Allen, that was addressed earlier. That was addressed
If
earlier,
this is-
showing the improvements down Pickpie Lane and the
I'm talking particularly about the community centre, and this is under open space, sport and recreation. So it's not just about that kind of provision, it's about actively integrating two different communities together. I'm just wondering if that's being thought through, because it was a very good point that the existing village wants to try and integrate people rather than have it as a whole separate development. So it's along those lines. So it isn't just cycle paths, it's the whole approach is really interesting.
Any further questions, members? Yeah. Mr. Wish.
To clarify the point on outdoor sports facilities, I have IM'd our recreation officer, but from what I've understood through the JLP process, we have a South Hams open space and sport recreation document, and within that it's defined as tennis courts and bowling greens. Those are the only two that are specifically defined within outdoor sport: bowling greens and tennis courts.
Ms. Lloyd, can you continue, please? Thank you.
Sustainable development, climate change, environmental issues, including flood risk, and heritage impacts is the next topic. So section 16 of your report addresses these issues, as I say, including flood risk. The council declared a climate and biodiversity emergency, and issues are increasingly important and rightly at the forefront of considerations. STP1, Delivering Sustainable Development, states that the council will support growth that will deliver a more sustainable future, and the planned growth will be managed in accordance with the principles of sustainable development. Dev 32, Delivering Low Carbon Development, sets out the need for a low carbon future through the design and implementation of all developments. As outline applications, details are not yet available at this stage about precisely how the individual buildings and form of development will address issues. The submitted energy statement outlines the likely suite of measures that would be employed to reduce energy needs and carbon emissions, principally through a fabric-first measure and on-site renewable energy generation. Alongside the specific building efficiency measures, on-site renewable generation measures will include photovoltaics, solar water heating, air source heat pumps, water source heat pumps, and the potential for combined heat and power in principally in the school. How these will be delivered on the site will need to be managed through the subsequent design stages. For example, neighbourhood design codes will establish the principles around EV charging points, solar orientation, rainwater harvesting, tree planting, and so on. A planning condition will also require details of how the energy statement has been applied to that phase of the site on a phase-by-phase basis, meaning that the council has the ability to further scrutinise proposals at that stage. More can't be said at this stage, as I've said, because they're outline proposals, but through consideration of issues as part of the neighbourhood design process, measures will be designed in to inform at an early stage. If members want more information about that, Mark Harris can answer some questions on that about exactly what it is within the area-wide code that designers have to take into account. The environmental impacts have been assessed and can be adequately mitigated through the framework described previously. In relation to the environmental impact assessment, Regulation 3 of the Town and Country Planning EIA Regs 2017 prohibits the planning authority from granting permission for EIA development unless an EIA has been carried out in respect of that development. The size and the nature of these proposed developments is such that they fall within that definition of EIA development. As a consequence, an environmental statement was required to be submitted. Regulation 26 of the 2017 regs requires the council to examine the environmental information in the environmental statement and to reach a reasoned conclusion on the significant effects of the proposed development on the environment. The reasoned conclusion must be up to date and is deemed to be up to date if it addresses the likely significant effects of the proposed development on the environment that are likely to arise as a result of the proposed development. The council's conclusions are then to be integrated into any decision to grant planning permission. The environmental statement identifies the likely significant effects set out from page 73 of the report, which is page 77 of your agenda, which have been considered in more detail throughout the relevant chapters of the report. The table sets out the residual effects taken into account in combination and cumulative effects, as well as mitigation, and with that mitigation concludes no likely significant effects. Turning to heritage issues, they're set out at 16.5 on page 75 of your report, 79 of your agenda. Essentially, they relate to the setting of listed buildings and archaeology. There's been some pre-archaeology investigations, and no issues arise that can't be addressed through reserved matters and by the archaeology condition proposed on each application. In relation to flood risk issues, these are addressed through a drainage strategy, through groundwater monitoring undertaken on Site A, the planned drainage basins, and through embedded SUDs within the development parcels, which will be secured through the AWDC. So initially, the drainage strategy was to pipe everything to the drainage basins. Through the revised area-wide design code, we're seeking to embed SUDs within the development, which will slow the transfer of water into those basins and increase the capacity of those basins. The lead local flood authority is satisfied with the drainage strategy, and details will be submitted for approval on a phase-by-phase basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Have question? Sorry, Mr. Wish.
So members have all the facts around the last issue on sports facilities. I've had a response from my colleague now. It's a bit longer, the list, than tennis courts and bowling greens. So just for members' understanding of the facts on this one, it was defined in the Plymouth and South West Devon Sports and Leisure Facilities Plan Assessment Report. Outdoor sports facilities, excluding outdoor pools and playing pitches, include wheel parks, skateboard and BMX, public slipways, not relevant to this site, off-road cycling, athletics tracks, outdoor tennis courts, multi-use games areas, golf courses, bowling greens and baseball. So a longer list, and that's because it's within the Plymouth policy area.
Thank you, Mr. Wish. Members, any questions? Councillor Panel.
A couple of questions. It says an outline energy statement will be submitted, and it also, the report also says that in regard to energy efficiency for homes, that this will be to, quote, to particularly good standards. That's a rather vague statement. What assurance can we have that these will be high standards of insulation? I mean, members, I'm sure, they've expressed a view before, would like to see every house have solar panels, and to be oriented, and the orientation of homes to be such that they are conducive to good use of solar panels. Is there any assurance you can give as to how the highest possible levels of efficiency in terms of insulation and solar gain can be achieved without within a reasonable cost?
So the issue of solar orientation is addressed through the area-wide design code, and so that table that I showed you earlier, table 3, includes instructions for designers around the requirements that we'll expect to see as part of the neighbourhood design codes. Subsequently, we'll get the full details, you know, on a dwelling by dwelling basis about what is intended to be provided. So we'll deal with that through the reserve matters, but the neighbourhood design code deals with the solar orientation issue, and the reserve matters and conditions will address the specific delivery for each phase of the development.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what assurance it gives us that how many homes will have solar panels, but we'll leave that there. On drainage, I drive around and I see very many areas where drives that were once lawns have been paved over, and paved over with hard surfacing rather than with gravel or something. A certain amount of natural drainage. Are there measures that can be taken to ensure that homeowners don't just pave over soft areas willy-nilly and add to the runoff of water on the estate?
So unless you remove permitted development rights, that's difficult to control. But my understanding is that the permitted development rights for hard surfacing requires them to be free draining. But in terms of extensions and so on, it's anticipated that over time people will extend their properties, and so there's an allowance for that in the drainage strategy and capacity in the basins to accommodate that a slight percentage increase over and above what's built, so that there's drainage capacity built in for extensions and that type of eventuality.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. The flood risk assessment, which was dated February 2021, under 2.2.8 on page 3 of that assessment, it says this product floor flood data on which the FRA is based is valid under a 12-month licence. As such, the FRA is accurate at the time of issue, but we recommend that the end user reviews the validity of the flood data on an annual basis with the EA. I'm just thinking about the fact that every year, usually in the spring, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the international body that observes what's going on, has recommended tougher considerations in terms of flood risk. And I'm just checking as to whether there's been anything more recent than February 21. And obviously the data is even earlier than that, and whether or not the additional flood risk requirements recommended by the IPCC have been taken into account.
So because the applications predate the latest regulations, they're not required to meet those latest regulations, and we can't impose that. Having said that, what I said earlier was the drainage strategy was based on providing drainage basins with a capacity to accommodate the whole of the development, but through the area-wide design code, we're now requiring the entirety of the development to embed SUDs within that drainage hierarchy. So that increases the available capacity of the basins in effect, and through the phase by phase reserve matter process, the lead local flood authority will consider the capacity of the basins and the measures that are being proposed, and have an opportunity to ensure that the details that are coming forward are consistent with the drainage strategy and avoid the risk of additional runoff elsewhere causing flooding downstream. So there's no issue arising in relation to flooding on the site. They'll have to address exceedance routes on the site through the reserve matters, but off-site, the LLFA are quite are satisfied that through the reserve matter consenting regime, they can make sure that there's no increased risk off-site.
With respect, when I've brought this up at ARM before, I've been told we should have dealt with it at OPA. That's what happened in Dartington with Sawmills Field and Broome Park. Some members here may remember that. No, it's OPA, definitely had to do it at OPA. We've been told it can be addressed at our ARM. It's difficult as a councillor to understand whether we're too late or too advanced or what we're doing, but it's conflicting because it's the same room that those same things have been said.
All I can say is, you know, the LLFA are satisfied with the conditions that we've proposed on both applications. The conditions very slightly different for application A because they've conducted groundwater monitoring already, 12 months groundwater monitoring. So there's no requirement for further groundwater monitoring on site A, but there is on site B because that groundwater monitoring's not taken place. So based on that groundwater monitoring assessment, my understanding is there's an acknowledgement that the SUDS measures can be embedded in certain parts of the site, but not all of them. But where they're used, the LLFA want the extra capacity of that drainage being to tanks and piped away at an agreed rate, so that everything that happens within the development parcels, other than, you know, obvious extreme events that result in exceedance, which are unavoidable, there'll be plenty of capacity within the basins available. So, but yeah, the LLFA are supportive of the proposals and the conditions that are being proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure I've understood what I think you appeared to be saying. So I understand that because these applications first came in 2019, they have an exemption in terms of achieving certain regulatory requirements that have been introduced since then. Did I understand you right that that exemption is then grandfathered over into the reserved matters applications? So if, for instance, a new energy efficiency standard for housing was introduced between the approval of the OPA and the submission of a reserved matters application, would that new standard apply to the reserved matters application, or would the reserved matters application benefit from the fact that the OPA came in before it?
So in part, it depends exactly what the legislation says. So sometimes it's not applied retrospectively. Sometimes there's a date, so it says, you know, applications after a certain date are caught by the regs.
So this is one of the lessons that we've learned from Sherford, where some of the standards were locked in 2006, and standards move on and move on. So with the conditions that are being suggested there, it will be when the energy statements come in to support reserve matters, we'll be making sure the decisions are based on the most up-to-date guidance and legislation at the time.
And we will be allowed to do that. They won't be able to claim exemption. The future applicants won't be able to claim exemption because the original OPA application came in.
Well, Dev 32 plus, the SEPs, only applies to developments that were submitted after December 2023. 23? Yeah. So that was our own policy guidance because we wrote the document ourselves. Any sort of future home standards, for example, if that becomes law, they will, depending on the transitionary requirements, they will apply to all dwellings going forward. This development.
Thank you. Mr. Lloyd, would you like to continue, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So finally, phasing infrastructure and delivery, including section 106.
We've done the one.
Can we just pause while Councillor Abbott has left the room? Ms. Lloyd, if you'd like to continue, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Although phasing is a requirement of PLY 44, as explained in the report, it can legitimately be conditioned, so phasing is known and agreed prior to the commencement of development. The Northern Gateway roundabout and Pickpie Drive extension will be delivered as part of the first phase secured through Section 106. When looking to secure Section 106 obligations as part of the mitigation package, the LPA must be satisfied that the obligations are still compliant as set out in Reg 122 of the SIL regs. For a proposal to be still compliant, it must comply with the following 3 tests necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, directly related to the development, and fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. The NPPF supports mitigation to make otherwise unacceptable developments acceptable in paragraph 55. The contributions sought are set out in section 17 and appendix D, and Chair, I won't review all of those now because we've touched on most of them, if that's okay. Viability has been discussed throughout the report and throughout the questions during this presentation. The applicant has demonstrated circumstances justify the need for a viability assessment, and following the independent review, the LPA's consultants have concurred there's a substantial scheme deficit, as I've said. As explained in the report, with the level of funding available, circa £27.5 million is needed to fund what we consider to be a sustainable mitigation package. That is to achieve a sustainable form of development. The upshot of that is that only 12.5% affordable housing, 250 dwellings, as we've said, can be viably delivered. A different balance is achievable, as we've discussed, but only at the expense of one or other of the other obligations. I'll just say a little bit about the equalisation process, and one of the questions earlier was why App B was 30% and App A is 8.7%, which equates to the 12.5% overall. So given the cost of delivering the majority of the strategic infrastructure lies within the boundary of application A, to ensure both sites are effectively sharing the same cost profit profile, a process of equalisation is required. In short, it's not fair if application A has to deliver all of the infrastructure and App B gets away scot-free. So the process of equalisation seeks to equalise the costs of development, and they do that through the proportion of affordable housing. So taking into account the costs of delivering the community park and the playing pitches, application A can only afford to deliver 8.7% affordable housing on its site, whereas application B can afford to deliver 30%, so that they're paying the same amount per dwelling in effect. So that's the equalisation process. In similar circumstances where other large sites come forward and there's multiple landowners, you get Section 106 agreements where contributions are passed from one owner to the other through that equalisation process. This mechanism here avoids that process, but the key thing and why we support it is it enables application A to deliver key infrastructure without application B having commenced development. So if you grant the permissions for application A followed by application B, application A can get on, and when they build 400 homes, we get half of the community park. that sometimes doesn't happen with the other processes. So it's a process that appears to us to be fair and proportionate because the costs of the delivery are effectively shared, but we get the delivery of the infrastructure. And as application B comes forward, you know, it will pay its fair share towards the school and the other requirements that are set out in the 106.
Can I just ask for clarification? Is that okay? So application A has most of the infrastructure, has most of the payments from the developer, and the most profit will come from application B, is what you're saying, effectively. So this is, so application A will bring forward all the S106s and Country Park and the playing pitches, and then application B will be where they make their profit, effectively.
No. So it's two separate landowners,
yeah,
two separate developers,
yeah,
and so because it's one allocation, and the community infrastructure is designed to deliver across both applications. So the sports pitches meet the requirement for application A and application B, but application A is delivering the pitches. So application B is getting away without the process of equalisation. So that's why they're delivering more affordable housing, and application A is delivering less, because that will equalise the cost across the development. And the way it's been split is effectively application A is 82% of the homes, and so the split is effectively that application A bears 82% of the costs and makes 82%, and application B bears 18% of the cost, and it's an equivalent cost.
Just to be a bit clear on that one, both sites are having to pay their fair share of 106 contributions that go off site. So when we're talking about the contribution towards the sort of, bus services, that 2.3 we were talking about earlier, the 106 splits that 2.3, 82% off on app A and 18% on app B. What would this equalisation is about the on-site infrastructure that is about both sites are having to deliver. So it's just, yeah. So both sites in theory cost the same.
Councillor Dommett.
So my earlier question that you were trying to clarify then was about the clawback only applying to application A and not applying to application B. So if there is equalisation across the two, why can't they both be having to do the clawback?
Because the clawback relates to policy Dev 7, which application B is meeting Dev 7 because it's delivering 30%. And so application A is not meeting that policy, and that's where the clawback clause is intended to address.
The clawback process is a part review of infrastructure costs that have been delivered up to a certain point in time, so that we can benchmark how much the infrastructure costs in the future versus what was set out in the viability report today. And given that most of the infrastructure is all on app B, there's also very little to then benchmark on app B.
Yeah, I still can't get it to tally in my brain. Because if app B is... Never mind, I can't.
Councillor Panel.
Just quickly, are the contributions being made under 106, are they set fixed sums of money, or is they, and as this is going to take several years to come forward, is there adjustment for inflation?
They're index linked.
Sorry, I couldn't hear
They're
that.
index linked.
They are, thank you very much.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Earlier on, I asked about the distribution of the affordable housing, and I was told quite reasonably that it was spread throughout the sites. But when you actually work out how the affordable housing is distributed between the two sites in terms of percentages, it looks to me like there's 142 affordables will be distributed across site A, which is much larger than site B, where 108 will be distributed. So it'll be one in sites A, two sites that are made up of B. There'll be one in three houses will be an affordable, and yet the big wide open space is going to be 142. So that's obviously going to deliver far more market homes, which I understand how that does with all the funding. But it does seem that we're still pushing this whole thing of us and them, and it looks like the the affordables are going to be crammed in. So anyway, just making that point in terms of the the fact that we haven't got an even distribution across the whole sites A and B.
It should have been a question. I'll allow that.
Well, okay, so it's a question of, well, how can that be seen as being shared throughout the two sites when in fact there's such a difference in concentration?
It's because they're two separate planning applications, and members are being asked to determine two separate planning applications. So because the equalisation process is that 30% delivered on application B, it'll be that 30% will be spread equally across application B, and the 8.7% will be spread equally across the phases of application A. But you're right, there's a difference between 8.7% and 30%, but there's no way of achieving that other equalisation because you've got different landowners. So it's the best that can be achieved.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Rake.
Just an explanation, if you'd be so kind, on the clawback provision. So we create a sort of a clawback fund and then look to see if that can fund any additional affordable housing units. Is that sort of the basic principle?
The basic principle is that the viability assessment is based on like a book value of delivering infrastructure, and that's been reviewed, and there's there's an accepted X amount of main street that's 7 metres wide will cost X amount per square metre. So the infrastructure costs are calculated based on that, and that's all been agreed and accepted by the viability experts. What you don't know is what the actual cost of that infrastructure will be, and also in terms of the values, they're based on current known values, estimates of current known values. So in terms of the profits that will be made, so it's the costs of infrastructure and the costs of profit as we predict them. But in the future, once they carry out part of the development, they'll have real-time information about the actual infrastructure costs. So if it costs less to deliver the development, and also if prices have gone up, so there's more profit, there's a potential there to erode that £23 million gap to the point where it comes into profit, at which point we would be able to use some of that money to deliver extra affordable housing.
Sorry, I obviously wasn't clear enough in my question. I understand how the viability picture might change, but I'm so assuming that, as you put it, the project comes into profit at some point over its lifetime. Then we have this clawback fund created from that profit, 60% to us, or to the fund, 40% to the owner. But by then, a significant part of the project may well have been built out, because presumably the clawback also applies if construction costs plummet, for instance, and so anything that increases the profit. And I'm just wondering, so at what point do we say, oh look, there's X in the fund, this is the number of additional affordable houses that would fund, or is that a rolling process?
No, so it's intended as a one-off process. It can't happen before 400 homes are occupied. It can't happen before 820 homes are consented through reserve matters applications. But at that one point, that snapshot in time, if profit is identified, then the extra affordable housing would come forward in those later phases of development, so that the latter part of the 820.
Thank you.
There's also other triggers in there around 50% completion of the country park, the completion of the main street, or the Spine Road, and drainage basins as well. So the idea of being there's enough of that strategic infrastructure delivered on site to be able to then reassess are these costing what we thought they were going to cost, and then you work out that cost, and then sets the new level of affordable housing going forward beyond that 800.
Thank you. Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Lloyd, are you able to give us an example of when a clawback policy has ever been implemented? Because my understanding is usually we get, we're going to deliver you 12.5% affordable housing. And then market forces happen, and then suddenly I'm told, no, we're not going to be able to deliver the 12.5% as we originally promised you. It's going to be more like 8% now. So how can I be confident that this is going to be actually here to make sure that these affordable houses are actually built?
You can't. We can't offer you any guarantees that a clawback will deliver anything. But having a clawback is better than not having a clawback, because if you don't have it, you definitely won't get anything. If you have a clawback, there's a possibility of getting something. That's all it is. It's not a promise. And with a huge deficit, we're not saying to members you're guaranteed more affordable housing here, because you're not.
And the example when it actually has ever been implemented in your experience?
I don't have an experience of it, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Chair, I think Alex is.
Ms. Rehag, thank you.
I worked in affordable housing for 10 years in Southampton, West Devon, and we haven't been successful in one so far. So that might answer your question.
How long was that?
10 years. And I've worked in West Devon previous to that, and we haven't had success over there either. But Ian Lloyd is correct. If you don't have one in there, then you've got no chance of reclaiming it. So I would always advocate having one within your 106, because it's kind of like a bit of a safety net for you, just in case. But don't bank on it. That's all I'm saying.
If I can just clarify, I think also intimating the question was that we are not going to see a drop in affordable housing provision. I think that's the bottom, but we may not get an increase.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm grateful for that intervention. Thank you.
Councillor Allen. Thank you, Ms. Rehag. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. So if application A doesn't finish for whatever reason, spiralling building costs or whatever else, does that mean that application B cannot go ahead, or can there be mitigating circumstances? Because if application B doesn't go ahead, there aren't any affordable houses effectively built.
So there's some limits built into the 106 about when application B can come forward. So in relation to Woolwell to the George, what we've said is 400 homes can get away without impacts becoming severe. So those 400 homes are the first phase, would be the first phase of APA. So so no homes on APA till Woolwell to the George. In relation to school opening, we've said that only a certain number of homes on APA can come forward until the school is opened. So that keeps the pressure off the education system. And then APA is delivering half of the community park at 400 homes. So we've said at that point, application B can come forward and deliver more of their homes because the infrastructure is available. If then A goes bust and it stops, App B has met its triggers and can continue. Yeah.
Just to clarify, so it's a staggered approach. So App A does a certain amount, and then App B can do a certain amount, or App B can come in as a fully fledged application at that point.
So, App B is phased with those triggers, which is set out in Appendix D.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just back on the trigger point for clawback. I think you said and the document says that it's applicable if infrastructure costs are higher than expected, by which I think you mean roads or the country park. What about the other point that was mentioned, which is the possibility that house prices go up or building costs are more stable or less than predicted, in which case the profitability would go up? Is the trigger is that a trigger for the reassessment of viability in the clawback, or is it only if the other infrastructure costs are lower?
So it's an evaluation of the actual infrastructure costs and the current values being achieved on the dwellings. So if infrastructure costs have gone down and the selling price of the houses has gone up, that will provide a more opportunity to erode that viability gap and get into profit.
Sorry, I'm not sure I phrased my question correctly. Let's assume that infrastructure costs don't change at all, not at all, but that house prices go up, so the developer gets more money and building costs stay the same. Can we invoke the reassessment, the clawback in that case? I think it's a simple yes or no.
Yes.
This is yes there.
Well, no, I think the answer is we can't invoke it. It's the point. So it's 400. The review clawback kicks in from 400, and at certain points of critical infrastructure. So that's when the clawback happens. If at some point in the future we build cost, we think build costs the same, but house prices start skyrocketing, we can't automatically ask for another viability assessment. That's your question.
It's just one point in time.
So it's one point in time at the 400 housing delivery point reassessment then.
So it's 400 house delivery, but not before 820 consented through reserve matters. Because the reserve matters come in while the first phase of the homes is being occupied.
Thank you.
I think that's a possibly. Right, thank you. If there are no other questions, Ms. Lloyd, can you? Oh, sorry, Councillor Nix.
I did have my hand up earlier. Just quickly going on from Councillor Oram's question, could we not just push up the affordable housing by a few percent? I know I've looked at the viability study and I've just done a quick calculation. So an extra 8%, taking up to 20% would be 50 houses. Not suggesting it would go up that much, but also, would it be better to push it up then rather than go for the clawback where you're going to have a real concentration of affordable homes in one place, which was the concern of one of the other members?
Members can take a different decision on the balance of the obligations. So if you want more affordable housing, you've got to drop something else off the package. With the clawback, it doesn't impact the package of mitigations. If there's profit, you get more affordable housing free, but the likelihood is low. Does that answer your question?
Yes, other than the fact that they'll also all be concentrated in the last phases of the development.
But it's not. It won't be a huge amount, and if it's currently only 8.7%, then you're never going to get up to 30%. So there won't be a huge amount of additional affordable housing through a clawback.
The policy, as everyone reminds us, the policy is 30%. So you're going to have that same distribution of affordable housing in that later. The policy would have required a higher density or a level of affordable housing anyway. So your question is about, will there be a higher proportion? Yes, there will be a higher proportion, but remember where our policy was.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, Ms. Lloyd, can you conclude? I think it is.
I can. Thank you, Chair. So we've spoken, haven't we, about how we see PLY 44 as being a critical element of the JLP spatial strategy and meeting the 5-year supply of housing land. If members have got any additional questions to ask about that, then we can bring Alex in. The Section 106 package we consider is vital for a sustainable community. But policy Del 1 is a material consideration and does allow for a relaxation of policy Del 7 where a scheme is demonstrably unviable otherwise. So of note is that the infrastructure costs associated with large-scale sites are often greater than on small-scale projects. In the case of these developments, the obligations are some £23 million more than the viability report supported by the JLP assumed. The obligations are essential to ensure the development accords with other aspirations of the plan for healthy communities, for wildlife, heritage protection, and so on and so forth. The plan and acts require applications to be determined in accordance with the development plan, as David reminded members this morning, unless other material considerations indicate otherwise. It's also a requirement to consider proposals against the development plan when viewed as a whole. So we talked earlier about those competing policies and looking at in the round, in the bigger picture, what is the most on balance on the whole. So despite not aligning with Dev 7, for which the mitigating circumstances have been outlined, great weight has been given to the JLP spatial strategy and the requirements of SPT3 and ensuring that the wider objectives of the JLP are achieved. Accordingly, notwithstanding the level of affordable housing viably affordable, these applications are being recommended for approval as being policy compliant when considered in the round. So that's a summary of the recommendations, but the recommendations are set out in full for you members at page 3 or page 7 of your agenda, and again at 19.1 on page 89 and 93 of your agenda. Chairman, I can read them out or we can take them as read.
I think at this stage we'll take them as read because I'm sure there'll be another opportunity to go through them, but those are the recommendations. I think we've had extensive questioning of Mr. Lloyd and his proposals have gone through, so I think I'm seeing that there's some other questions still there. We do have other speakers to come in, but I'll take them. I'll take Councillor Abbott first.
On 9.5.9, you use the word parametric for specific or parametric dimensions. I just wonder if you could help me with that, please.
Can I bring in Mr. Harris on that, please?
Yes. So when we're looking at the neighbourhood design codes, we can have specific criteria which define something by a specific dimension, like say what are thresholds between what would be acceptable. So you might have a road which is 5 metres wide, but you might have an instance where there could be a range of widths that a road might have. So you could have a parametric range would be 5.5 to maybe 6.5, when there would be quite wide roads. But that's what the intention is there. So it's parametric.
I didn't stop the talk at the time, but I'd like to see the diagram about the Northern Gateway, please. Thanks. So I can see that the people going from south to north will be faced with a roundabout dead in front of them, and they're going to have to slow down. Bit of a danger on those coming from north to south, that they might just go straight over the roundabout. Perhaps that's I'm being mad. But I have two remaining issues. What is the fall from west to east across the roundabout? Where's the cycleway going that's going from south to north there, please?
So, but,
So, would you prefer to answer, or perhaps Mr. Jackson? Ian? Okay.
So, bear in mind that this is prepared on existing land levels, and so the likelihood is it might change slightly when the development parcels are designed. So that will come forward again as part of reserve matters. So we'll get a chance to see that. The cycleways on the right hand side. The cycle and footway it runs round on the right hand side and down.
On both directions, yeah, north south and south to north. It's all on the right. It's all on the right.
All on the right hand side. On the eastern side of the 386.
I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm pleased to see the difference in height on the segregated cycleways that you showed on an example road in the middle of the new build area. You showed a cross section, and the cycleway was raised. Does that apply to? Yes. Does that apply to all of the cycleways in the new area?
So the requirement is to comply with LCN 120.
Yes, it was mentioned on the site visit, but I didn't read it. LCN 120. Does LC 1N20 or whatever it is always require that change in level from a roadway?
It very much depends on the various number of factors, is the answer. Like traffic flow figures, etc., etc.
So, what I'm worried about is we end up with a paint line on a road which has got no barrier. Paint does not protect cyclists or pedestrians. So that's my sticking point.
We most definitely won't be having advisory cycle lanes, which I think you're referring to. They are the ones where you see the paint on the carriageway, and they're not the greatest.
You're right, but an advisory cycle lane is when the line is dashed and has no status under law, and it's never swept, and it's just appalling. But also we have cycle lanes in this country which are with a continuous line and in which cyclists die.
Mandatory. They tend to be on contraflow, which is where you're going against the flow of traffic. That's why you would tend to put in a solid white line, but we won't have that on this development.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So this is 10.6.5. It's the travelling community, both Romanis and travellers. Is this saying that there is no site? This council doesn't do very well at providing sites anywhere within the South Ham so far, but so I suppose we're being consistent.
I think it's also said that there's no evidence.
Right. Any other councillor panel and councillor Bond?
Just on the northern roundabout, somebody, I think one of the commentators makes a point. This is a transition point, a very important transition point between the fringe of Plymouth and the rural area, and that needs to be treated carefully. But we say in the report that that would be suitable for 2 or 3 story buildings. I don't see how a 3-story building is a soft transition, because I've been to other towns where you approach the edge of the town with the newest developments and find there's a roundabout with 3 or 4 story blocks. There seems to be a planner's theme that you put taller buildings at the entrance to the community. Do we have to have 3-storey buildings there, or don't you feel that 2 stories would be more appropriate?
So it allows a bit of flexibility, because sometimes at a key entrance or a nodal point, having a taller building helps. So the building height parameter plans are such that it's mainly 2-storey throughout the development, but there's opportunities for 3-storey and for single-storey where the townscape requires it. So I think I mentioned at the member site visit, but you know, for the benefit of everyone, there's 7 key spaces as part of the development identified, and they're at transitions like this, at the key site entrances where roads cross, and sometimes that's a key space, sometimes it requires a key building, but through the neighbourhood design codes, special design regards has got to be have to the design of those spaces, and so through that process we'll get the rationale and the design for what's being proposed, and we'll get a chance to comment and to refuse it if it's unacceptable. So sometimes, as you say, at the edge of development, you tend to get low story, and it's sort of intermittent development before you get in. Here, you haven't got that. You're gonna go from rural into urban, and it's a difficult transition, and through the design of the key space, you tease out those issues as to whether 2-storey or 3-storey was appropriate, and it may be that it's 2-storey but with a focal point. But you know, Mark's the urban designer. He's more adept at expressing that than I am. But he'll be the one who's analysing the applications when they come in.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Councillor Bonham.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pause for a moment to say thank you very much to Ian and the team for bringing forward a very comprehensive and complex proposal. I understand you've been working on this for about 6 years. Yeah, what a big deal. Or something like that. Yeah, great achievement. One thing we haven't touched on yet is the housing mix. And I think it's pretty important when we've got 2,000 houses that we get the right balance of sizes and types of house. And we've got a condition, condition 9, which says so far that the proposals should be informed by the most up-to-date version of the council's strategic housing market needs analysis. It seems to me that being informed by something doesn't mean that you're going to bother to keep anywhere close to the housing needs analysis. So in due course, I want to put forward an amendment that the housing mix is consistent with the housing needs analysis, and I believe that you as a officer team are comfortable with that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. At that point, I'm going to close the questions on this and thank Mr. Lloyd, Mr. Dusky, for the presentation. It's certainly given a lot of due scrutiny, but I'd like to now move on to the support of the applicants to give their presentation. So we have Keith Fenwick and Neil Thorne. And Neil is for any technical questions as such. So you have 10 minutes, Mr. Fenwick.
Thank you, Chair. I'll certainly try and keep within the 10 minutes. And do you know, I drafted this with good morning, members. Just somewhat over-optimistic. Good afternoon, members. I am delighted to be able to sit here today. It's some 5 years after the 2 planning applications were submitted to you, and to support, again, a bit prescient, the very full report and presentation and the recommendations for your approval. These applications have been on something of a journey. But the applications as they now stand before you for determination are comprehensive, I mean very comprehensive in their scope, content and detail. And from a personal perspective, I can state that they are the most comprehensively detailed outline applications of scale that I've been involved with in 35 years as a practicing town planner. They have been subject to the most thorough and exhaustive testing and analysis in every respect by both your officers and those of Devon County Council. And I'm not, you'll be relieved to hear, going to repeat the comprehensive technical analysis that Mr. Lloyd has provided you with today. But I just wanted to draw out on some key themes. Firstly, on the development plan and the presumption in favour of sustainable development. I want to reaffirm what I'm sure you have now already understood, that these applications follow from the decision of this council to allocate this land in the 2019 Joint Local Plan to address a substantial proportion of your council's housing needs. That is, the applications now before you represent the embodiment of the plan-led system. The decisions on the strategic location of necessary new development were taken here, locally, by you as members, and not in Whitehall, and not by the inspectorate in Bristol. And one of the clear benefits when making larger applications is that despite their slightly longer gestation period, when they do come forward, they bring with them the necessary infrastructure, the roads, shops, schools that you've been listening to this morning. The alternative, which again was touched upon, is that the same number of houses still need to be delivered, but across very many smaller sites dispersed around multiple towns and villages, and they tend not to be able to support the delivery of such a wide range of major supporting infrastructure. And this was no doubt in the council's mind when it proposed to allocate the site originally. The framework tells us that where developments come forward which are in accordance with the development plan when read as a whole, then the presumption in favour of sustainable development is engaged and planning permission should be granted without delay. I also wanted to touch on consultation this morning. The site has been subject to an extensive series of public consultation and engagement events over the years. Consultation started as far back as 2018, prior to my involvement in the project, over 18 months before the applications were submitted, when more than 8,500 people were invited to 2 days of community engagement within Walwell, with a further street stall event in Plymouth that summer. Local elected representatives at parish, city and county council level were engaged, as well as a wide range of statutory consultees and the council's expert planning officers, as well as local media outlets. And there were multiple platforms that were established for feedback to the applicant team. 15 months prior to submission, there was a further residents-focused workshop also held at the Walwell Centre to ensure that residents' concerns were heard, acknowledged and acted upon. Following submission, the application moved into the formal consultation exercises managed by the council. And with regard to public engagement, that included 2 major periods of consultation. And again, you've heard this morning, there were 1,700 responses made to the first application. And some 3 years later, a further round of public consultation. I think there were 11 responses. But again, in fairness to residents, I think they were advised that if they'd already made representations, they didn't need to make them again. So I don't read anything into the reduction in numbers for that. But the point is, I can't recall having worked on a scheme, again, which has been subject to such levels of public engagement and involvement. Mr. Lloyd has described to you the technical detail of what is proposed on design, so I don't wish to repeat that. But I thought it might be useful to share some detail about how that design came about and why it represents good urban design. The project has been led by 2 exceedingly capable master planners in Alex Trott and Dominic Scott, with a supporting cast of ecologists, landscape architects, drainage experts, engineers, etc., all of whom have experience on working on large-scale developments across the UK. But they know, more than anyone, that no 2 sites are the same. Right at the outset, before a pen was lifted, Dom recalls sitting with our landscape advisor Ben Rosedale on Sheep's Tor in the Dartmoor National Park, looking back towards Walwell and asking themselves, how do we design the council's allocation so that it settles down in the landscape and works with the topography, whilst also delivering a coherent development structure? And Dom tells me that the challenge is to work with the physical structure so that when it is complete, it appears, when looking at an OS plan, as if it were a seamless extension to the existing urban fabric. But he's also keen to emphasise that getting the social infrastructure right is equally important. Are there sufficient footpaths in the right places? Do we have sufficient school provision, shops, play spaces, community facilities? He emphasises that ensuring social cohesion through design is critical. In practice, this means not designing a them and us scenario, but allowing for the integration of new facilities, such as the new community parks, services, play areas and school, and that they are accessible as equally to the existing residents of Woolwell as any new residents. And I have at this point to commend the many, many dozens of hours that the Council's Urban Design Officer, Mark Harris, and indeed his colleagues in Alex and Sarah and Richard that you've heard from today, have spent with the applicant's design team, drilling down into the real detail of the master plan to produce a scheme as defined in the Design and Access Statement and the Allocation-Wide Design Case. I am sure, members, you will have taken the opportunity to go through them, but they are exceedingly thorough documents in my experience, with a level of detail which I've not come across before. And I think in part that's a reflection of officers wishing to embed all the good things that were done right at Sherford, and at times to avoid the things that hadn't worked so well at Sherford. So it's professionally important to the design team and to our client that we get this right, secure a well-balanced community providing a fitting legacy. But more significantly, it's important that we get it right for those that will live and experience this development long after the developers have gone. The benefits. I'd just like to touch towards closing on some of the benefits that come from delivering a housing site at strategic scale. This is effectively the benefit that you've secured by not adopting a dispersal approach to the allocations in your local plan. The community park is a massive piece of community infrastructure, extending with the wider accessible natural green space to over 60 hectares in extent, more than double the policy requirement. The park will provide a wholly new publicly accessible area of managed green space, providing readily accessible areas for walking, cycling and other leisure activities, and in turn reduce the pressure on the recreational pressures on the Dartmoor National Park. The primary school is a vitally important piece of education infrastructure. The applicant is providing, at the County Council's request, a levelled and service site for the county to develop early into the development programme of the whole scheme at 300 houses. And in terms of community sports facilities, Mr. Lloyd's run through those this morning, but adult football pitch, 2 youthful football pitches, 2 mini football pitches, an 8-strip cricket square, and a pavilion sports hub with a 14 changing room and club room. And there's the local centre with complementary shops and services to support the population at a local level. And those are just the bits that fall within application A. Facilities and contributions which occur across both applications relate to the provisions of LAPS, LEAPS and NEAP across both sites, which are located within requisite walking distance guidelines for new residents, funding for ecology management and enhancements to deliver a biodiversity net gain of over 50% on habitat across both schemes, the delivery of over 250 affordable homes. Now, I'm very happy to take questions on this, and I know that you would rather it was 600 homes and a policy compliant level, but let's not lose sight of the fact that that's 250 households that are out there now, currently in housing need, and are desperate for this site to come forward, because without this site, those 250 houses aren't coming any day soon, I would suggest. The delivery of 4 on-site mobility hubs, and somebody asked the question which I asked when I heard about mobility hubs as to what are they, and you had a good answer to that earlier. A £2.3 million contribution to enhance public transport, a £320,000 contribution to the on and off-site cycle infrastructure, including the Yelverton Cycle Improvement Scheme, the £6.8 million contribution to Woolwell to the George, the £821,000 contribution to enhance the Woolwell Centre and Roper Recreation Centre. And again, just to reinforce the point that was made in answer to questions earlier, the spending of that money on those local centres and not on provisional site was very much driven by the consultation engagement exercise with the local community as a direct response to that.
Mr. Fenwick, if I can ask you to draw your...
I have my conclusions paragraph to go, Chair. So members, you've heard a lot already today and will no doubt wish to discuss the merits of these applications at length. It's not an easy task that you're set with in balancing out the competing views, and there are some hard decisions about viability and social cohesion, about allowing early full integration of the sites with the existing community to enable the early delivery of the primary school, about avoiding the creation of a them and us scenario. But there will be many, many benefits associated with the successful delivery of the site. So can I thank you now for your considered assessment of the proposals and the consideration you've already given it this morning? And can I commend them, please, for your approval? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fenwick. I will throw open for questions. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Mr. Fenwick, and thank you for giving us a bit of an insight into the process that you've gone through. Can I ask you? You noted the extensive consultation process. Could you share with us, like, a couple of the headline changes that you made to your proposals as a result of that consultation?
So this is the bit that I actually cut out because I thought I didn't have enough time to run through them, so I can.
It's almost as if you paid me to ask the question.
Members, please.
The question a lot of whether or not you wanted, or residents wanted, a new community centre effectively in competition with the Woolworth Centre or not was an obvious one, which I did touch upon. We initially showed a major play area to be located within Pick Plantation, basically locating it in amongst the plantation and amongst existing trees. But after receiving views from the public, and in particular Councillor Hopwood, who's sat at the back of the room, we moved it out of the woodland into a new location adjacent to the local centre. The tramway was always intended to be retained, but through the discussions, the desire to keep it retained with the hedgerows, the hedgerow banks, to make it an all-surface accessible along its length. Those were things which came out of consultation, changed the way we were looking at the tramway. We had the nature of the primary street and what it would look like, and the desire for it to be tree lined. So in the original proposals at consultation, that wasn't quite the boulevard that it is now. So that movement into there, that again was very much something which came direct out of consultation. And we also had feedback in terms of the transition areas and the visually sensitive edges of the scheme, and about how those should be treated. So there was a general softening of those edges and instruction in terms through the design codes in terms of the story heights, the density, form and materials of properties there, which was driven by responses to that consultation process. So I did just praise these sort of examples because I thought that would be a sensible question.
Thank you. If I may, Chair.
One more.
Thank you. One of my concerns with, you mentioned the benefits of large developments. One of my concerns is that because we come up with a master plan and then it's declined into the neighbourhood plans, is that effectively, today we will be taking the decision one way or t'other. But with a site of this size, we run the risk of designing out the future.
Yeah.
So what provision would you anticipate? I realise that it's possibly not directly covered by the current application for future small-scale ad hoc development. Say the 2,000 households think, actually, you know what? We love Woolwell Community Centre, but we could do with a small facility on closer, in this part of the area to have our children's birthday parties and a bit of the occasional yoga session. Is there any room within how you're envisaging the project to accommodate that sort of thing?
So I think two responses on that. One, there is, excuse me, my voice has been going this week, and it's just about holding out for today. The changing room facility it's proposed in relation to sports pitches will include a what they call a club room, will build to Sport England standards. So that's what I would call a standard for changing room facility, which does have that sort of meeting room with a kitchen associated with it. But also within the local centre, that isn't fixed at this stage, so there's scope within that as to what that includes and how that looks. And there's certainly the ability within that part of the site to look at uses which might fulfil that sort of concern that you've expressed there. But I suppose what I would say is that there's a lot of control which is exercised on the site through the design and access statement and the allocation-wide design code. But there's another level beyond that in the neighbourhood design codes. And so there's the ability as each of the neighbourhood areas is defined and the design codes come forward for that, for you to have control over that part of the exercise as well as to what goes into each of those. And certainly, as you say, it's going to site will come over time. So you've got the ability to include any particular issues or concerns that you picked up and to embed those into the later design codes.
Thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, and thank you for your informative presentation. Given that the council's independent assessment of the viability came to the conclusion that on this basis the scheme can be considered non-viable, and yet there's also written into that is also a developer's profit of 20% on the market and 6% on the affordable houses being delivered. Is this a kind of what you would see as maybe a buffer that could be used?
No.
If
no, it's a short answer. 20% developer profit. Sorry?
I haven't finished my sentence.
Oh, sorry.
So would that be considered a buffer, or would you actually be coming back to us and seeking to reduce further the percentage on area A, site A, the affordability? Would you be seeking to reduce the amount of affordable delivery further?
No, and the protection you have on that is that for at least 5 years, a developer can't unilaterally come in or ask for or propose an amendment to a unilateral undertaking. So you have the ability simply not to engage at that point. There is a clawback provision, as Mr. Lloyd has described, but that's in an upwards only position. So I would not expect, given the very extensive work that's been undertaken on viability over very many months, that the developer would be coming back asking for that to be lowered.
Thank you. Councillor Barnum.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fenwick. And just following on from that question, I'm not sure I really understand. I mean, are you planning to? I'd like to ask. For the first 2 years, are you going to build, only 5 and 6 bedroom houses so they're more profitable at the beginning? And when are you going to start to build significant numbers of affordable homes in the development? Because as you yourself said, this proposal is partly designed, or one of the benefits will be provision of affordable houses quickly. I think you used that word.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that is kind of where the balance of all of this comes from. So as part of the viability exercise, one of the most expensive things in developing a site is the cost of money, of borrowing money up front to deliver the infrastructure. So what you're always trying to do is to balance the return on house sales against the delivery of the infrastructure. And there are two competing objectives there, because if the developer had their way, they'd take all the money in first and then deliver the infrastructure. And you rightly, as an authority, with the public interest, say, well, actually, no, we need the infrastructure alongside it. So there is a balance in there between, at any one time, not being so exposed to the cost of the borrowing money that you're not then able to provide all the wider benefits, but also making sure that the necessary infrastructure is available at the time that the houses come on stream. Sorry, there was a bit more to the question. I'm losing. So each of the neighbourhood design code areas is required to meet the balance of affordable housing for that area. So what you can't do is, for App A, is to build 90% market housing and then put all the 10% into the last block of land. That's not how the draft conditions and the section 1 and 6 are drafted. So that they're drafted so that the affordable housing comes lockstep with the market housing throughout the whole scheme for each application area.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Councillor Dommett.
Can we talk about the northern roundabout and using that to start the building from that angle rather than going through Pigpine Drive?
We can. Okay. Look, this is one of, and I absolutely get this. I think this is one of the hardest decisions that you've got today. And I know Nikki Hopwood's at the back giving me daggers now over this because I know she really doesn't want construction access to come off Pigpine Drive. And believe you me, if it were that easy, we wouldn't be sticking our heels in from the developer side and saying this is a problem. So because we know it's been a concern, and rightly has been a concern of residents, we've had to look to test this thoroughly. So we've done the work, the homework, in terms of establishing the additional costs of servicing the school site solely from the northern access. And we produced a cost plan which has been forwarded to the planners. We've not had any suggestion that that's wrong. And we've also provided them with legal advice about this point. But the cost plan indicated an additional cost for coming in from the north exclusively of £7.2 million because you're having to provide a haul road to a level of construction throughout the whole of the site before any development, if you like, any of the residential development reaches that area to a level which is safe to use. There are issues in terms of pedestrian safety and bits around it, but it is a substantial additional cost. The planners asked us rightly to evidence that to them, and we have evidenced that to them. And so, you know, could you service the school site through coming in from the north? Answer, you know, Mr. Lloyd said it, yes, you could. But at what cost? Because that's £7 million less that you've got to fund the community infrastructure matters. And, you know, it's a difficult one, but the reality is that where would that cut likely come, given, and I think Mr. Lloyd very, you know, carefully went through and explained the things that were needed for a sustainable community. And the reality is that's going to come off your affordable housing. And that's what neither you want nor what we want. And if it were as easy to say, yes, we can do it, believe you me, we would do it. Because I wouldn't be sitting here nervous about how you're going to react to what I'm saying now. But there we are. And in terms of the Pigpine Drive point and coming in off that, we have discussed this extensively with County Highways. County are adamant that there are no safety issues associated with coming through that. We've offered to put into the excuse me. We've offered to put into the construction management plan restrictions so that you can't use heavy vehicles past the primary school site during drop-off pickup hours. There are, for example, there are no private drives accessing out onto to Pigpine Drive at that point. So County is saying to us, look, the road's wide enough, there aren't safety issues, you can use this. County Education are saying we want a service site before 300 houses are built. And indeed, their support for the scheme is predicated that we deliver that site for them that early into the process. And this is what we as town planners and Ian and I do for a living. We have to balance those conflicts and mediate the space, as the RTPI's logo used to be. And it's difficult and it's challenging, and I get that. But that's where we're at, and these applications have been in for 5 years now, and these are the difficult points we got to. You know, we spend a lot of time sorting out the design and getting the design right with the council's design teams, but the nuts and bolts of it get down to some practical implication matters, and that's where I think we're at now.
Thank you, Mr. Fenwick. Any other questions? Councillor Nix.
Yes, so going on from that, and with experience, I've got the new ward, Sherford, in my ward. How are you going to stop those drivers going past the primary school at drop off and pick up time? Because with experience, and you might have a totally different plan for this. There are buildings, lorries stopping, going down roads they shouldn't be going down because it's simpler. And it's been a real issue. We've had, they've been driving over the pavement because they wanted to get past the thing. They've been throwing bricks over the road because they've gone round the corner too fast because they've been trying to get there quicker. How are you going to mitigate that? How are you going to control that?
So we will have a construction environment management plan associated with the site. The detail of how that is arranged is a matter for planners to work through with us. But I can, I've worked on other sites where, part of the provisions of that are that you have a banksman that sits at the front of the site, and it's their job to, well, I know you roll your eyes at me, but, there are ways in which we can do that, and you can then enforce against it. And you as an authority can turn up and say, this is the legal agreement, this is what you signed up to, you are now in breach of condition, sort it out or stop work. That's in your gift and your power as an authority, providing we get the conditions right and the requirements right in the construction management plan.
Councillor Carson. Okay, covered. Any other questions? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be very interested to hear your perspective on, you said you're happy to answer questions about viability. So, so as the old saying goes, you can't be a little bit pregnant, but apparently you can be a little bit non-viable, but you're a project, not you personally, obviously, but as a project can be a little bit non-viable. But so your viability assessment says it's not viable. Our viability review of your assessment says it's not viable. You say, we want to do it anyway. Oh, we'd really like to throw in more affordable houses, but we can't. So how do you decide where the real viability threshold lies? Or is it just, do we just abandon ourselves to the whim of the developers?
I think that's unfair, as to suggest it's the whim of the developers. There are some fairly tried, standard, tested methods for assessing viability, and they have an inbuilt developer profit of 20%, which I don't shy away from. That's sort of benchmark that will be accepted by an inspectorate. I think on this case, we're looking at a marginal deficit on that, and that's a commercial decision that the client may be prepared to take to avoid going to appeal and to have all of this rehearsed in front of an inspector. They'll say they'll take a view on that at the point of determination of application, and that may be what they've done on this site. I mean, I am a consultant for the client. I'm not the client. I haven't been sat in their boardroom when they've taken the decision to sign off on this. But there is a judgment in that, and that's the judgment they've chosen to take on this application.
Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Just to follow up on the point of viability as well, you can understand why it rings certain alarm bells amongst committee members, because often you get a situation where a good scheme is promised and then after a little while there's a viability study done and some of the good parts of that scheme are lost. What can you do to reassure us that that's not going to happen?
I can only commend you to go through a line at a time the coding in the design and access statement and the allocation-wide design code, which are going to be embedded into the planning permission that is issued. And that is, so anybody coming in, so my client won't build the houses on this site. They're a strategic land promoter. They have a lot of experience of dealing with sites, and putting the sites together, getting them through an outline planning stage. The house builders that come in to seek to purchase on this site will have a very clear understanding from day one as to what is required of them in terms of quality, and they can calculate how much that's going to cost them, and they should bid their interest in the site on that basis. And I think you would be entitled as an authority, if somebody turns up with a half-baked scheme which only pays lip service to bits of this, to say to them, well, you knew, no, we're not going to allow that, because you knew very clearly from day one, because it couldn't have been clearer in this document, in the others, it couldn't have been clearer to you what you were getting into. And that is the standard which we allowed and consented, and that is what we expect you to deliver to. And I accept, I don't think the development industry do themselves any favours at times with some of what they try and get away with. But I think the way you deal with that is by making it as clear and explicit as you can at outline stage. And a number of you this morning have said, yeah, when we raise this at reserve matters, we're told it's too late. That's why this has taken 5 years to get to the point it's at, because it's that level of detail we've been looking at for you.
Thank you, members. Any further questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Fenwick. Thank you, Mr. Thorne. Appreciate you've got off lightly there. No technical questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fenwick and Mr. Thorne represented the supporters. There was no objector to this application registered to speak today. So we would move on now to we have Councillor Nikki Hopwood for Bickley Parish Council.
Thank you, Chairman. I am here to represent Bickley Parish Council as well, but some of the comments I make within my spiel as the ward member, if I do the parish council, I'll just be repeating myself, so I'll put the parish council comments in with my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopwood. On that basis, then, we'll move to Councillor Chris Oram, ward member for Bickley and Cornwood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And as you said, yes, I am the District Councillor for Bickley and Cornwood, which the vast majority of this planning application falls into. I'm also a member of this committee, therefore my opening comments here must be rather summary. So allow me to highlight some of the main points that members will need to consider for this morning. I made the same mistake as and this afternoon. This development has been part of the joint local plan as an allocated site for a number of years now. It was agreed by previous administration, has been on and off due to the pandemic and other factors. It falls to us today to take the view on development plans and decide whether it is fit for purpose and fit for the residents around Bickley, Rowborough and indeed Woolwell as well. It is also worth noting that this is the biggest development this council has had to consider since Sherford development. It brings potentially 2,000 new homes to the urban fringe of Plymouth, which would mean approximately 2,600 new vehicles in the area, and that's based on a national average of 1.3 cars per household. To reiterate the magnitude of the objections to this planning application, I will remind members that nearly 1,700 objections have been recorded for this plan and only 20 in favour. Issues arising including the site via the Northern Gateway, public transport, which realistically the 2.3 million mentioned earlier will only help people get into the public transport if bus services are more reliable than they currently are, but that's just a view of mine. Healthcare services, the potential traffic complications even with the Woolwell to George improvements, and whether additional traffic will spill out into the rural areas of my ward, such as Bickley, Shaw Prior and Sparkwell next door as well, when severe issues arise. Ian, at this point, are you able to bring up application B on the screen for me, please? Just whilst I complete this next paragraph. Thank you. Forgot to ask you earlier, appreciate it. We should also consider the inconvenience to Woolwell, Rowborough and Bickley residents alike with work vehicles set to use Woolwell Road and the Pickpide Drive. Whether this application meets the criteria of our rules and regulations for planning, and for me personally, I would like to know the committee's view on the issue surrounding affordable housing, of which the report says that between the two applications before us today only comes to 12.5%. That figure, as we've already discussed, is a bit deceiving because application B, not quite what I was after, Ian. Yeah. Yeah. Are you application B? As beautiful as you are, can I have the map when you're ready? Thank you very much indeed.
Or a picture of a lorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you look at?
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you, Ian. So I won't apologise for this. This is application B, and it has 30% allocation for affordable housing. And then application A, which Ian will now gracefully move to, has only 8.7% allocation of affordable housing. Members, we've heard 12.5% a few times today. I would ask you to forget that number for the rest of the debate. 12.5% is not relevant here. Application B has met the requirements of Dev 7. Application A is 8.7%. That's the number I would like you to try and remember throughout the debate later. Therefore, I would ask members to consider this. It's one of our biggest pledges as a council to make sure that we provide adequate affordable housing. There is a housing crisis. More people than ever before in South Hams have given up on their dream of owning their first home. It is a crisis, and we have to rise to meet this challenge. Finally, I'd remind members that we have to consider this application on its own merits, and we should do our best to do that and be sensitive to those residents who are deeply concerned about the plans before us today. I'll also make no apologies for my short opening remarks, because I'm about to give way to Councillor Hopwood, the ward member for Woolwell, who has been in and amongst this development for a great deal longer than I have, and I wouldn't want to deprive this committee of her views and expertise on this issue. I look forward to today's debate, and I hope you will do so with an open mind, so we might be able to make the right decision for residents in Bickley, Roborough, and indeed Woolwell. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions of Councillor Oram? If not, we'll move over to Councillor Hopwood. Give you time to get some. Councillor Dommett, please, members.
Can I ask what your ward members, what their main objections have been, please?
Main objections, as you'll find in the report, are mostly around transport and environment and the, indeed. I won't extensively go through the list as it's already outlined in detail in the first few pages of the report.
Councillor Hopwood, are you ready?
Thank you, Chairman. When I speak, I'm speaking about both applications A and B, and some of the comments I make will also be the views of Bickley Parish Council. This application has been some 6 to 7 years in the making to get to this point today. From today onwards, members, the decision you make, if you were to approve this, will have an adverse impact on my ward. Residents have asked me on several occasions that if officers feel it appropriate for policies as set out in the joint local plan not to be adhered to for reasons they think appropriate, then residents are naturally unhappy as a result, because they are not getting what joint local plans said they would get as policies are being broken. 18.1.1 states that as Woolwell is an allocated site and forms a critical element of the joint local plan spatial strategy, without its delivery, the joint local plan authorities will not be able to demonstrate a 5-year land supply. Could officers clarify that the approved outline planning today can be included in the 5-year land supply? The reasoning behind this is that if this application is given outline permission today, it could be 3 years before they come back with the reserve matters, and another 2 years before anyone is on site building. And with allowing for time for officer determination, this comes to way more than 5 years. Clarification is needed as to whether the application is going to help the 5-year land supply when it is not going to provide a shovel-ready site, and of course it is only outline and not full. I will start with residents' human rights under the Human Rights Act 1999. 7.1.4, quote, "The impact of construction traffic on the amenity of neighbouring residents, particularly using Pickpye Drive, potentially for a considerable period of many years, is an understandable concern. There is a major concern against residents that construction traffic will be allowed into the site along the main Woolwell Road, past the school and along Pickpye Drive. The report states that during construction of the site, one can expect around 225 construction vehicles per day to use this route. This is a typical example of why existing residents hate development, as a large number of houses will be built before the supporting road infrastructure, to the frustration and the inconvenience of the existing Woolwell residents. 7.1.5, again within the human rights section, states that granting permission would interfere with residents' conventional rights, but this would be limited as there will be a wider public benefit. Seriously? Why should the residents of Woolwell have these houses built adjacent to them for the benefit of the wider public over what they will suffer? It was at this point, members, that I realised that if I went through the report and spoke on each paragraph that I disagree with, we would be here for another week. So I gave up and have decided just to say it as it is. Woolwell is a housing estate defined by a tight boundary and has some 1,300 homes, with one road in and one road out, the main Woolwell Road. If this application were to be approved, I welcome the new access into the development at New Road, with a roundabout coming into off the A386 at the northern end. I also welcome the two-way access being constructed at the moment behind Tesco's, which is known as Woolwell Crescent, as another way in and out of Woolwell. What I strongly object to, along with my residents, is the opening up of Pickpye Drive at the Hammerhead to be the only current route to join the new Woolwell with the existing Woolwell and be open to cars. The end of Pickpye Drive should only be used by pedestrians and cyclists, and have a bus gate for buses and emergency vehicles to serve both the new and old. This would stop a rat run from new to old as a way of avoiding traffic on the A386 at peak times, but still connect the two new communities together in a far more environmentally friendly way, and a way of discouraging the use of cars and encouraging healthier ways of getting around, especially walking and cycling. The new access of the A386 at the north, which is the Bickley end, needs to be constructed at the start of the development and be the only access open to the development, which would then serve construction traffic going to the new primary school instead of going through Woolwell. If the developer is allowed to open up the development at both ends, the north end and the Pickpye Drive end, this would allow them to build out two or more sites within the one and not sweep over from the north towards Woolwell. And the build out will be piecemeal and not join up till both ends meet in the middle. The only beneficiary from this will be the developer, who will be able to build from either end at the same time. Devon County Council require the school to be built before 300 homes are occupied, due to Bickley Down Primary School being at capacity. Residents have major concerns, and quite rightly so, about construction traffic using Woolwell Road and Pickpye Drive to access the new development. As I said, Devon County Council highways state that Woolwell Road can take the perceived 225 construction vehicles per day. Devon County Council also state that because Woolwell Road and Pickpye Drive are designed geometrically to a commercial standard width and up to commercial carriageway specification, they are suitable to take this traffic. That may be true, but where is the common sense in this? Although quite rightly so, as the report states, there are no houses opening up onto the main Woolwell Road. There are two nursery schools and a primary school just off this road, but both use the main road for parking on. And the primary school children do come out of an entrance onto the main road. Indeed, members, when you visited, I believe the coacher ring caused cars to have to wait to get through, as there are always cars parked along that road, as we saw on the site visit. And you can see in that plan clearly how the cars are parked. Can you show the pictures of the lorries, please? The pictures that are going to go on the screen any moment. So the developer stated that the between school drop off and pick up hours, there will be no lorries over 3.5 tons using this road. But do you know what a 3.5 ton, 2.5 ton and 2 ton lorry look like? Well, nor do I at the moment because you can't get the picture up, but hang on. Although he did just now and he didn't want it. So that is a 2 ton lorry. There is a 3 ton lorry and a 3.5 ton lorry. Those will all be allowed to use that road during school drop off and pick up time. These are far too big for this road, as there are cars parked along that road all day, as you saw on the site visit. And it does not take into account drop off and collection times at the 2 nurseries, which vary from the school times. A similar construction management plan was made at the recent Pinewood Drive development of circa 98 houses, but this was not easy to manage, and often construction traffic used the road when they shouldn't have, as unless someone is policing traffic movement to and from the site, it's hard to prove that this happens, although in the Pinewood Drive case it did. The use of Woolwell Road for construction traffic is not only a safety issue, but one of practicality. Unless it is 2 cars passing in either direction where a car is parked on that road, even a normal size work van and a car, and I don't know if you've got the drone footage, and a car cannot pass each other in this situation. One of these vehicles would have to give way, causing backup of traffic. I'm just going to get in to show some drone footage kindly taken by a resident on Monday at around 3:20 p.m. when Bickley Down primary school children leave for the day. I implore members, where is the bus? I thought you'd clipped it. Yes, please. So when the resident was filming this drone footage on Monday, it showed the bus coming down, keeping to its timetable time, and shows the chaos that this causes because a bus and a car cannot pass. So those vehicles that will be allowed to go during school pickup time, those vehicles, they will not be able to use it as a 2-way road. Someone will have to give way to the other, and it does cause chaos. It allows traffic to back up, as you can see, and it's just not good. I implore members to apply common sense and ask for a condition to be placed on the developer to build out the road to the new school from the Bickley end and not from the Pinewood end as well. I'm sorry, developer, but it's not my nor my residents' issue that you can't afford to build out the north entrance to enable the new school until you have sold some houses. If members think it inappropriate to put a condition on the application today that requires the access to be built from the north first and not at all from Pinewood for construction traffic to the school site and the first phase of houses, therefore banning construction traffic from entering Woolwell Road, then I would ask for a deferment of this application so this can be further looked into. Again, I repeat that this is a typical example of why existing residents hate development, as a large number of houses will be built before the supporting road infrastructure, to the frustration and inconvenience of existing Woolwell residents. To connect the old and new so children from the existing Woolwell can go to the new school if they so wish, then put a pathway in. That will connect the communities in the interim. Although the developer has said that as soon as the school and first phase have been built, the new road from the 8th, the new main road will be in. It could take a good 4 to 5 years to build. Development of the whole site should sweep over from north along the new main road through the development from day one, therefore not impacting on residents in the existing Woolwell community. We are talking of a 10 to 15 year build, so need to start it right from day one. I'm disappointed to hear Mr. Lloyd say that there are competing policies within the joint local plan, and the affordable housing policy is one policy it seems will lose out in this competition. Therefore, in a council area declaring a housing crisis, the South Hams has a desperate need for affordable housing. With 1,000 people on the South Hams housing register and in the joint local plan, which we are all told is our Bible, Dev 7 includes the requirement for major developments to provide at least 30% affordable housing. The developers decided they can only offer 12.5 within the development out of 2,000 homes. And even then they state that the 12.5% level, it would still be an unviable number of affordable homes. So what does this mean? That in future this meagre 12.5% can be reduced further? Although there is a clause written into the section 106, this could be varied at a later stage after the 5 years. Indeed, 10.1.5, it states that the development of 2,000 homes has the potential to go some way towards addressing issues in the declared housing crisis. South Hams has affordable housing as one of their top priorities, and yet when a developer comes forward crying poverty and saying that the site is very expensive to deliver, it is okay not to adhere to one of our most important planning policies. I'm so sorry, South Hams residents who are in desperate need of housing. You can only have 12.5% and possibly less because the developer can't afford anymore. The site is so expensive to deliver. Shame on us as a local authority for accepting this. Policy SPT3 states that 19,000 homes should be delivered within the PPA, of which 4,550 should be affordable, and the Woolwell extension would in theory contribute 600 affordable homes. It's a policy we should adhere to, not the 250 homes at 12.5% would deliver. And even at this rate, that is unlikely due to the high cost of delivering this site to the developer. In the report, it clearly states at 10.1.6 that even at 12.5%, the evidence suggests that would be an unviable level. Members, we need to protect the 12.5% if you think this is acceptable and make it watertight that a future house builder cannot come forward with a figure less than 12.5%. Or what is the point of the developer offering 12.5% if their own evidence suggests that this is an unviable level? These 2,000 houses are one of the urban extensions for Plymouth, although in the South Hams. There is nowhere that I can see in the report which shows the split of affordable homes between Plymouth and the South Hams. Nowhere shows what this split is. If officers cannot give this, then I would ask for a deferment of the application so that this can be clarified and members have exact numbers. We need to protect the residents of the South Hams and make sure that they have as many affordable homes as possible made available to them. The community park, which will be some 56 hectares at the bottom of the new development, has no provision for parking. I am concerned as to where visiting vehicles will park, and the same goes for the new primary school. With the best will in the world, some parents drive 2 minutes up the road to drop their children to school, maybe on their way to or from work, and one will never be able to stop this. We need to learn the lesson of Bickley Down Primary School and many other primary schools having no provision for parking and those driving to collect children causing chaos every day, and make a parking provision at the outset for this. The same car park could be used for those visiting the community park. Mr. Fenwick, you wrote off all the things you had done to engage with the local community. Yes, you were really good at first, 6 or 7 years ago, but the last meaningful communication with residents was in 2020. Indeed, you engaged a media company, MPC, to engage with residents. They even set up a dedicated website that residents could log on to. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying that only one bit of information was ever placed on that page. I went to look today and can't get the link to work, so I presume the page has been taken down. Also, 7.5 million will not take any money off anything, as you have to build the Northern Road out anyway. So I disagree that any other monetary commitments will suffer. You just don't want to spend that money first, and it would mean that, let's face it, you're going to get planning and sell the land off in parcels. Access to the site from either end will give you more parcels of land to sell off early on instead of waiting till the development sweeps over. Barwood are in this for the money. I, as a ward member, am in this for my residents. So we are miles apart in our thought processes. We cannot enforce the construction management plan unless, as a council, we were to employ someone to sit at the beginning of a wall every day. Members, I would urge you to apply common sense when looking at this application with regards to some of the issues I've mentioned. In particular, the access through Woolwell, which just cannot be allowed to happen. If you have any doubts about officers' answers to any questions I've raised, please do not approve this application today, but defer it so that the questions can be sorted out and answered properly. If you feel that you cannot support the application as it is, then refuse it altogether. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Hopwood. Any questions of Councillor Hopwood? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Councillor Hopwood. I just want to check that. I mean, it seems from what you were saying that unless a developer can be found who has a radically different approach, then they're all going to say, aren't they all going to say the same thing about the initial access and coming at it from different directions? In which case, are you actually saying that this is a site that can't be? Are you condemning the whole site?
Well, I mean, my residents don't want the site to go ahead, no, but I realise that it's set out in the joint local plan, although I still don't think it's going to meet the criteria of the 5-year land supply. But I think it's the whole crux of this is the Pickpie Drive end being opened up for construction vehicles so the school can be built out early. I think that the developer needs to find the money and start the development through the northern entrance, which is the new entrance into the site. They'll have to build it anyway. They're going to start it at the beginning, so they just have to get on with it a bit quicker and find the money if they want to build the site out. Why would you have a site opened at both ends? It's only for their benefit. It's a way of them being able to sell more parcels of land off to house builder, sorry. So what's the benefit to residents? Absolutely none.
Right.
So just to follow up, I mean, the part of the logic of that would be, and I know we're not allowed to redesign projects on the hoof, but if, for instance, the school was moved round closer to the northern end, would that mean that it would give them a greater incentive to build out the northern access?
So I don't think it's for me to say where the school is built, where the school is where it is.
That's not a question really for.
I can't comment on that.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions of Councillor Hopwood? Councillor Carson.
This may not be a question for you, Nikki. Do you know where all the construction workers will park?
It's not a question for Councillor Hopwood. That would be a question for the developers when they commence. Thank you.
It's just that by then it's too late, so they need to have an allocated area that all these 225 vehicles are going to park.
I can answer that.
Mr. Weimer.
I suspect Mr. Solzowski would say the same. That would be a matter for the construction management plan. I'd expect a construction management plan to set out quite clearly areas where construction workers would park, where the laid-in areas would be, where temporary buildings would be, welfare units would be. So that would be part of the construction management plan, which is one of the conditions of the consent.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Any other questions of Councillor Hopwood? Would you like to come in?
Thank you. I just thought I wanted to clarify the road widths outside the school and the concerns that have been raised about that aspect. We saw on the drone footage a bus going through and not being able to get through, and concerns raised about 3.5 tonne weight limits being the sort of imposed weight. I can advise that the typical width of a 3.5 tonne vehicle is 2.4 metres. The entire road width through there is 7.3 metres. If you park against the curb, as a parent or a member of staff, you're taking 2 meters off that 7.3. So there should be enough room for 3.5 meter vehicles to pass a car in the opposing direction with a tolerance of about 0.9 meters. So that'll leave 400 mil either side of the vehicles between the curb line and the outer edge of the cars. So that's why that particular restriction was put on by and agreed between ourselves. In terms of the enforcement, I think my experience of inspectors' decisions on this kind of thing is that it is entirely within the gift of the local planning authority to enforce a restriction on a construction management plan, and if that is written in and it needs to be complied with, it will have to be enforced, and therefore legally I don't think there would be any grounds to not allow this to go through in the manner it's proposed.
Thank you. There was one question that came up about the split of Plymouth and Southam supply of affordable homes. Ms. Riag, are you able to respond to that in some form?
So there isn't a split between the Southams and Plymouth who will get any allocations coming off of this development should it be granted planning permission. It will work in a similar way to what Sherford has. I know we've mentioned Sherford throughout this meeting and comparisons. So the section 106 will be worded that allocations are met for the people of South Hams, West Devon and Plymouth in the first instance. Now, how that has worked out on Sherford so far is 48% have gone to South Hams applicants, 48% have gone to Plymouth, and the remaining 4% have gone to people that we're not quite sure where they've come from, but they are from within Devon. So the intention is that this would work in a similar sort of way. Does that answer that question?
Thank you, Ms. Riag. I think that gives a response. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. And notwithstanding the previous answer about vehicle sizes and so on, would Councillor Hopwood agree with me that even a couple of big cars can quite easily snare up that road quite badly? You know, my little Toyota, I'm probably all right, but in a couple of Range Rovers, you're in a similar problem anyway. So the issue notwithstanding.
Yeah, I just find, with no disrespect to you, sir, your answers just ridiculous, because you saw yourselves how a bus had caused chaos, and a bus will still be allowed, and a bus will always be allowed, but a 3.5 ton lorry, which is like a Luton lorry, is just too. You will, yes, is the answer. It'll just be chaos as it is now.
Thank you. I think that concludes your slot. Thank you, Councillor Hopwood. We have now concluded all of the speakers for now. We would be moving into the debate. I've had an indication of a requirement for a 5-minute comfort break. We will do that now. 5 past to recommence at 10 past, please. 4. Councillor.
Should we notify the council, Daryl, that we're in this, because we're meant to be at another session?
It's been cancelled.
Oh, it's been cancelled. Oh, perfect. Okay.
Councillors, welcome back. We now move into debate on the applications. Can I have anybody who wishes to open the debate after a fairly extensive day?
We've had a debate all day.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this, but we probably will. You know, we've been through a lot of the issues. And I have to be honest, I'm still unsure about my own position on this. And just thinking it through, one of the key questions is, do we need this development? And given that it's allocated and that we need the housing numbers, I suspect we do. On the question of whether we need it now, it seems to me that's a slightly different question. And to answer the point, I can't remember who raised it, about whether it's included in the 5-year allocation, my understanding from other conversations is that we do not need houses within the next 5 years to be added to our housing plan, because we've already met that at 100%. But we do need houses between 5 and 10 years away. And I see Ian nodding. And, you know, that sort of begs a question in my mind, because it sort of makes me think that maybe this isn't quite the right time to approve this application. I think I also have to sort of debate in my mind, is it a good plan? And clearly there are some positive elements of it. One of the very good things in my mind is the community park and the large allocation for green space, or a green infrastructure as it was called, maybe some cycle routes and provision for transport and other costs that are needed. But there is a bit of a worry again that, you know, shouldn't the government be funding schools and GPs and road schemes from a separate budget?
Yes.
So I'm really not sure about that side of things. It has some weaknesses, clearly. The viability is a major problem. The affordable housing number is a major problem. I didn't really get a clear answer from the proposer, to be honest, about how they're going to overcome that viability question, whether they're going to start building straight away or whatever. So I'm feeling that well, I'm struggling to decide. I'd like to make some proposals because, as I mentioned earlier, the housing mix seemed to me to be rather vague, and I'd like to propose that the housing mix condition, I think it's condition number 9, is consistent with the most up-to-date version of the Council Strategic Housing Market Needs Assessment, in addition to just being informed by it. I'm concerned about reserved matters, and there seems so much of the plan that is not really answered in this outline planning permission, and I really want to make sure that reserved matters are brought back to this committee where they're substantial and significant, and I'm not quite sure how to achieve that. I don't think it can be written into this document as far as I know, but I'd like some reassurance maybe from planning team that we will see reserved matters when they're important enough to bring back to this committee. And I'm also concerned at the schedule of affordable housing. I'd really like to see from the proposer when they are going to build affordable housing and when they're not. And, you know, if we're going to wait 5 or more years before any affordable housing is going to be built, I think that will significantly influence my decision. Therefore, I would like to propose that we ask the developer that question, and if they can't answer it here and now, which maybe they can't, that we defer it until they can. So my proposal is that we fix a housing mix, we check on reserve matters can come back here, and we look again when the schedule of affordable housing figures are available, and review it at that time. And I'm sorry if that takes more time, but that's how I'm feeling at the moment, because honestly, I can't decide.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. If we can address the sort of the housing mix and your request for its wording change, where you say consistent with, I believe that's acceptable by the monitoring officer and by the planning team, I understand. But if you'd like to respond, please. Thank you.
Just on the affordable housing schedule, Councillor Bonham, the draft heads of terms includes the word in affordable housing to be delivered, providing, and we've got the percentages within each phase, rounded up or down, unless otherwise agreed. So the affordable housing will be delivered as a percentage that we're talking about, 30%, 8.7% within each phase that comes forward. So first phase comes in, there'll be 8.7% affordable housing within that phase, and then second phase comes, so it's pro rata.
Okay, that is helpful. I'm sure that's in the detailed documents, but it's not in the document we've seen.
Yes, it is. It's actually an Appendix D, the heads of terms of the.
Okay. Okay, well that is
106.
helpful. So the affordable housing figures will be pro rata 8 point whatever percent in application A, in whatever number of houses come in, or whatever number of houses are applied for. Thank you.
And just for clarity, we talk about condition 9, the housing mix. That'll have to apply to both applications.
Yeah. Did you have a comment on housing mix? Sorry, on reserve matters?
That's my turn, Councillor Bonham. In terms of going back to condition 9, the addition of the word is fine. We talked it as a team, and so it's informed and is consistent with, would not be a problem if that was to be proposed. In terms of reserve matters being brought back, I don't think it's appropriate for this committee to make that decision today. Indeed, any reserve matters application will be determined in accordance with the scheme of delegation that exists at that time. That said, I can't see a situation when, given the significance of the reserve matters application, it's unlikely that it wouldn't be brought back to you as a committee. So the answer is, let it be determined in accordance with the scheme of delegation as it exists at the time. But we understand the feeling, and I know the head of development management is aware of your views and wishes.
Does that satisfy you, Councillor Bonham, on all 3 points? Any councillors? Any further? Sorry, Mr. Weimer.
Thank you. Just on the reserve matters point, I absolutely agree with Mr. Fairbairn. I can't see a situation where a reserve matters of any significant scale wouldn't come to this committee. But obviously, if it was further down the line, it was something for 1 or 2 units, I can't see that would necessarily come forward. But just for clarity for members, whilst the reserve matters is not a planning application in its own, planning permission in its own right, it is covered by the scheme of delegation, so ward members do have the opportunity to call reserve matters to committee. It's not the same as discharge of conditions, so it doesn't need to have any specific resolution at this committee to be pulling reserve matters back to a future committee.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Members, Councillor Rake. Sorry. Apologies, I did have Councillor Abbott first.
No, he was first. I wait your final adjudication, Chair. Okay, thank you. I, like Councillor Bonham, I'm a bit caught. My main concern about this does relate to viability and the fact that affordable housing is it's always going to be sacrificed on the altar of viability, and I think we've seen the effect that that's had in terms of what we've delivered so far since 2014 under the joint local plan, I was accused of being unfair for saying it was on the whim of the developer, but we see figures that show a project not to be viable, and yet it's still brought forward. And so obviously that's a commercial decision, perhaps would be a kinder way of putting it than a whim, but it's that part of it does stick in my craw a bit. And I'd also call colleagues' attention to the 2 the viability assessment provided by the applicant and the review of that by BNP Paribas, not solely for their actual contents, but for what they reveal about the variability in the estimates that can reasonably be adopted. I mean, the BNP Paribas review lands on some quite different figures. I mean, tens of millions of pounds different to the applicant's viability report. And I think that obviously it's all based on estimates and you can pick your estimate as you wish, but it's then presented to us sometimes, I feel, as you know, the word from on high. These are shifting and uncertain documents at best. And so, and given the sums involved, given a gross development value of the order of £600 million, and for instance, one of the big differences between the two reports, the BNP Paribas and the Turner Moran reports, is the level of developer profit that is reasonable. The report we commissioned, in terms that I suspect are about as strong as such a report would ever get, question very strongly Turner Moran's use of a 20% developer profit figure, and essentially say, and I paraphrase, and I'm sure BNP Paribas will tell me off if I get this wrong, but essentially say that Turner Moran always use 20%, regardless, and they do say this, regardless of individual site circumstances. And so that's 20% of £600 million. So every percentage point is about £6 million. So there are big numbers at play in very uncertain estimates. And if the result of that play is that we dramatically undershoot our affordable housing policy target, then I'm really struggling to support this application, which I absolutely agree with Councillor Bonham has some positive features as well, but the flexibility, I think, is the word that we can show under Del. Someone tell me a number 1, 7. Del 1. Yeah, thank you. The Del 1 says we can show flexibility on viability, but the difference between overall scheme figure of 12.5%, a figure in APA of 8-point-something%, that's, to my mind, that's more than flexibility. And I accept the officer's comments on big schemes costing more in terms of the fixed costs of infrastructure and so on. But I don't think there has necessarily been enough weight on the fact that big schemes also have the benefit, due to their long development period, of being able to respond adaptively to market conditions. And Mr. Fenwick talked about the one of the big costs being the cost of money. Of course, if you're taking a scheme forward over 20 years, then you have the ability to finance and refinance when conditions are right, when money costs less, and likewise to accelerate or slow the build out of the programme when construction costs rise and fall. So, and I don't think those factors, which again I haven't just made up, they're from our our advisor's report on review of the viability report, I don't think we've necessarily heard enough about those benefits in the report so far, and that's me for the time being.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. I'm also at the discussion point. I have no clarity on which way to go. I think this must have been such an interesting project to set down with a blank piece of paper and a bit of topography and design this all out. I'm very pleased to see that one of the inclusions is for a 20-mile-per-hour expectation around the town. And I hope that that comes to fruition. And also that should the South Hams take on the ownership and management of the country park through the valley, that will be great for our team to have more experience. So the building of a strategic plan, already advertised and talked about today at Sherford, not always with success when we look back on it, but with great hope at this stage. It does have problems, we're told, on viability, and it would seem to be because of the steeper topography, except that in Ivy Bridge it's steeper than that again, and we never did get a strategic plan there. We had a collection of piecemeal developments and very few major roads, but perhaps the roads we did get were funded by central government, as raised to my left. Whereas here, we're asking each householder to pay through their house purchase scheme a proportion towards the development of the roads and the schools and everything. And our system has gone awry. And this, of course, is feeding into the poor numbers of the affordable houses. But what on earth are we doing having affordable houses anyway? So we have a housing shortage because the system has gone awry. And then we're asking the builders to fund all of the infrastructure out of the houses, and then they need to make a profit. I wouldn't think they're too short on that. If they're now faced with a £7 million upfront charge to build an access in from the northern side, well, yes, as Councillor Hopwood says, get on with it then. Bring in the traffic that way. It will be a cost saved later. I fail to see that it would cost £7 million overall. Is it on the cost of finance? That really wasn't explained. I don't know why it should cost so much more. But in the terms of one of you just explained now, it's only 1% of the cost of the whole project anyway. So it's almost. Can we say about £7 million? It's neither here nor there. Will it cost us more in affordable houses? I don't know. So there we are. There's some views, and you can see that I'm still confused.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I'm going to add to the list of people who are confused. And I absolutely agree with all the comments made about viability. I think that's the key to this site. I'm concerned that it's not being considered viable. I'm also concerned that residents are slightly being sacrificed on the altar, which was a phrase I very much like and will use again, for the sake of the viability of the developer. I am particularly concerned about Pickpie Lane. The drone footage showed children from school running across the road in front of vehicles. A bit of background, I used to be an early years consultant, and one of the biggest concerns, one of the biggest things we tackled was children's safety at the end and beginning of school. especially nursery age children, to have nurseries coming out onto that road where there are no zebra crossings, there were no monitors. I couldn't see anybody who was in charge of the traffic. The thought of them being out on the road with huge numbers of vehicles, 250, I think somebody said, is deeply concerning. I don't think we should be going anywhere near that. I think that should be red flags all over. Children can't be seen in the wing mirrors of large lorries. If those lorries have to back, the potential for injury is very high. Small children are extremely vulnerable to those large vehicles. I find that very concerning. So I feel that because of viability, the northern access isn't being considered as the first build. I would like to see that as an absolute requirement personally. I'm also concerned that sacrificing also viability are the affordable homes. You know, they're the two things that as a council we should take as absolute priority, is the safety of children and the housing of our more vulnerable and impoverished residents. So I'm not at all happy with that. I agree there are some good things. I like the community park, but slipped into the conversation was the requirement for playing fields is being taken up by the size of the community park. So it isn't actually more land, it's just mitigated land, if I got that right. There are lots of good things, but I think the absolute sticking points for me are viability issues leading to decrease in affordability and endangering the people on Pigpie Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Nix.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I am just probably going to go over the same ground, but I, like everybody else, is feeling concerned about the same issues, the viability of the affordable housing, you know, how far can it be pushed? Can we get 20% rather than 12.5% or even 15%? You know, I looked at the viability figures that have been given and the difference in cost and the amount. You know, it might be we can get another 50 affordable houses pushed through, don't know. And also the concentration of, obviously the concentration in at B is going to be higher than in at A. Construction traffic, that is really a concern. Not only the safety issue, but obviously to mitigate the concerns of the residents that are already there, to use that north entrance would be a priority. I know we're talking about cost. Mr. Fenwick was very clear about what the cost would be, and I understand that's a large amount of money, but like Councillor Rake said, it's 1%. And actually the safety of that and the implications for the community that are already there to have that traffic coming in from the north rather than through Woolwell, I think that would help the residents and also their health. All those lorries and fumes and everything, and the open, if they're open lorries, the, you know, stuff that's going backwards and forwards and waste, etc., that going into the air, pollution in general. Pigpie Drive is a concern, obviously. If we're going to have all vehicular access from that area, could that just be buses and emergency vehicles and not all vehicles going through that Pigpie access? Because we can see it's already, you know, quite built up. And the parking as well, and I'm going to use the Sherford thing because that's what I know well. The parking is a disaster area. Even, you know, the school and community park, there's no provision. People will park there. They'll park just anywhere on the pavements. You know, they'll just park to get their kids out of the car and to go to the community park, and they bring all their stuff with them. They're going to be maybe parking over people's driveways, which we've had. You know, parking too wide so nothing else can get through on the narrower streets. So I really think parking is something that has to be thought about going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nix. Councillor Domit.
Thank you. I think my musings are similar to Victor's. So Dev 7, which is the one that requires the 30% affordable housing, the number of houses that that's referring to in that policy is between 10 and 14, not 2,000. So for each house on there, the S106 number that would be assigned to it would be £2,000. And on this scenario where we're doing 2,000 houses, the S106 per dwelling is 13,000 or something like that. And I'm getting confused as to, are we moving the money that would have been assigned to affordable housing to cover the infrastructure costs? And should those infrastructure costs be paid by government rather than developers? And would those...
That's not the system that we're in at the moment.
No, but yeah, so there's something wrong with the system, but are we still getting the same amount of help from the developers? Does it equal the amount of money that we would have gotten towards affordable housing, but it's going into infrastructure, which is needed for the community anyway? I talked around in circles and made no sense. Your face says so.
I vaguely think, but I'm not quite sure where you're heading with that.
Well, I'm just wondering whether the affordable housing that we're getting stuck on, rightfully so, like we need those affordable houses, but those were assigned to builds that were in double digits, not in thousands. There isn't another policy, is there, that talks about massive builds, developments? No. So, yeah, have we just moved that money towards infrastructure because it's needed for a huge amount of houses, is what I was thinking.
Just to clarify on that, so the supporting evidence that said that 30% was viable across the board, that was the support of the JLP, that's where the £2,000 per house came from. So because there isn't, it's the same Dev 7, Dev 8 policy across the board, and you're right, there isn't a specific policy that relates to Woolwell or other large developments, but for the PLY 44 to come forward as a sustainable community, it talks about needing to deliver school, community facilities, a country park, routes for bus services. So that's how we've gone from that 2,000 up to 13,000.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I'm just trying to put out into the room that we may have lost affordable housing, but we have put in a lot of infrastructure into a community that will need that infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor Dommett. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a lot of consistency from what I've read in the multiple objections that have come in for this from local parish councils and residents, and many of their points carry strong and clear concerns. There's the housing mix, which we've talked about, access, traffic and transport problems and inconsistencies. Addressing the impacts of climate change seems to be a failure, and delivering on education and community provision. There's all concerns around this, and as we know, very few indications of support. And personally, I think it's really important we do try to listen to the local people who will not only be affected, but also really know their area really well. I mean, we've had a good discussion about this, but I think that when we grant planning permission for a greenfield site, we should only do this where it really benefits the society. The benefits to society outweigh the loss of our natural heritage, and supports our growing unknown housing needs, which are growing. And for me, this application does not mean the basic housing needs in South Hams. Our joint local plan review, which did a 5-year review report in March of this year, point 6.9 says the primary issue for JLP is not the delivery of housing per se, nor an inadequate supply of housing sites, but the need for more affordable housing. The focus needs to not be on requiring even greater numbers of houses beyond what the evidence justifies, but on ensuring greater levels of provision of affordable housing, especially in the rural locations. Otherwise, the consequence for the plan area could be inflating overall housing numbers that are not deliverable, with little discernible impact on affordable housing provision. And I think that statement is not met in this application today. Site A delivers potentially for 8.7% of affordable, which is well below our 30% policy, which was itself a cutback from 50% when I first joined this council in 2011. And other sites have managed this, including even in Dartington, where there's been much higher land costs, which I represent. And I think this allows for the distortions that are outlined in that statement there. I'm not happy with the flood risk assessment that I think is looked at a 2021 document that should have been updated with IPCC annual data. I raised this at Devon County Council a couple of years ago in a question at full council. I was assured that every application had to meet the most recent IPCC data. Well, 2021 is 3 years ago. And we're looking, what we see on the television every night at the moment is the impacts of ignoring that data. What's happening in Spain at the moment is horrendous. I mean, preventing traffic along these school routes, which we know could lead to lots of danger. Young people are really, really angst-ridden at the moment. Since COVID, there's been before COVID, there was a rise in girls of age 8 self-harming. But COVID has actually really pushed it along for anxiety in young people. I mean, huge traffic going along your school walk, or having to be driven to school, impacts on that. And as has already been said, there's emissions that our children will be facing. And it's known that young people are much more susceptible to the impacts, long-term health impacts of daily emissions, which is, damaging their health and their lungs into their future. Since 2019, we've had Brexit and COVID impacting creating huge wobbles on development costs and the costs of living. So it's both people as well as the developers themselves. And we're possibly about to get Trump's tariffs. So I think, there's a lot of risk going on all the time in this. And that 5 years has shown how things are all over the place. And it must have been quite difficult to keep up with the moving targets like that. But I think this is really too tight. It's really high risk in terms of the financing of this. And it's been really pared down. So there's not a lot of wobble room. I did ask the question about whether the buffer was met with all the multiple millions that Councillor Rake had worked out. And that's obviously not up for grabs. So I just think that, I look at this in terms of just through the lens maybe of common sense and some common decency. And I also support the local concerns and views. And I propose actually that this isn't good enough for South Hams, and therefore I propose actually refusal against officer recommendation.
Do we have a second? Could we have grounds for refusal?
I think the main ground is the affordable housing level that's being offered. I think that's a substantial one. And I think also that the traffic that's going along routes that would be taken by school children.
On the traffic point, we have to remind you that is no highway objection.
I think we can look at the figures. I mean, I accept what you say, but I do think that, affordable housing has accepted the affordable housing level.
So the affordable housing level, we have got a non-viable viability assessment, and I appreciate a couple of comments have been made about the gap and the inconsistency, but even the consulting team that the local authority have used has said the site's not viable. So
I think that's a key thing as well. It's not viable. It's being assessed as not viable. So we could end up with a half-baked, dug-up area of land that's no use to anybody, and we'd just be waiting for the fencing to rust into it.
So we have an allocated site. Viability says you can't. There's a viability issue, so we're potentially going against approving an allocated site here, where there's no highway objections, and the viability evidence backs up the level of affordable housing being proposed. So refusing.
Would it be possible to have a minute?
Say again.
Would it be possible to have a minute to confirm?
I'm just finding the viability assessment where it says about it being not viable. I mean, if it says it's not viable, then that's a fair point for us to follow, isn't it?
Sorry, Councillor. whether a scheme's viable and whether a developer wishes to pursue it is a matter for the developer. It's not a planning consideration in this context. A couple of things that have been said, and I'll just pick up. The other thing that you haven't got the evidence for, and it was something I think Councillor Nix and I think you have actually also referred to, and that's the health and impacts on pollution. Again, we don't have any support for such a reason for refusal from our colleagues in environmental health or anywhere else. So that's a ground on which you would be treading on very thin ice, and I would suggest that you don't go down that particular route. In terms of, and I'll try and assist you, but I'll refer you to Del 1. And Del 1 says, having said about robust viability evidence will need to be submitted, etc., that demonstrates that the proposal is economically unviable. We'll seek an open book approach. It then goes on to say, in determining whether or not to grant planning permission, the LPAs will have regard to the overall economic, social and environmental benefits of the development and whether on balance some relaxation of planning obligations is justified. If you want to go down the route or sounding like you're proposing, then somehow you have to balance or show or say something about how the planning balance works. Because in the report, what Mr. Lloyd's done is set out what weight he attaches to the various elements. And I think that's an exercise you need to go down in terms of making that assessment. Del 1 allows you to make an assessment, but you need to make that assessment in terms of, otherwise Del 1 says, if it's not viable, then we'll grant a relaxation. So you have to weigh those balance those benefits or otherwise to the scheme. And I think, as you've recognised, there are benefits to this scheme, in fact, considerable benefits. And I think, bearing in mind also, you need to bear in mind that you are sitting here as a planning committee for the South Hams, not a planning committee for Woolwell. You are looking at this for the whole of the district, and you are making this decision in accordance with the development plan as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. I have two councillors looking. Are you going to weigh in on the sort of on this element of the the decision and the weighing up of this? I have Councillor Panel.
Well, I just want to talk about where we are, really. When I joined the council, I was an idealist. I think I'm much more of a realist now. To be honest, we are not going to make the final decision on this plan. If we reject it, it will almost certainly go to appeal. And I think on the evidence we've had presented to us, the evidence of an independent analysis of the housing affordability, the evidence that Devon County Council want an access to the new school, and all the other evidence for the proposal and the lack of evidence from the Highways Department about dangers from the road or pollution mean that I think that at appeal it may well be accepted. So I think we have to be very careful about what we decide, because if we just decide to reject it, it will go to appeal, I think, and it will go through anyway. I think what we can do is influence. We look at where we can see that there's conditions we can make and whether there's any room for compromise. I don't think I can support rejecting it out of hand.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to comment or go back to my earlier point and ask whether the question of need is relevant in terms of potential objections. So I read here on page 115 that the contribution of homes and economic and social land forms a critical part of the overall spatial strategy adopted by the JLP. I find that sentence debatable in my own mind, because, as I said, I think there is a need, but it's not pressing. We do not need to implement this now, as far as I can tell, on the basis of the joint local plan. We have enough allocation in the past, and we have a 5-year housing allocation figure. So just put it out there as to whether that, or ask the question perhaps of Mr. Fairburn, if that is a valid question or valid point for objection if we do decide to overturn this. You know, does that point stand up? Because I think the argument that it is needed is somewhat weak. Thank you.
I'm going to allow Councillor Oram has been very patient because he was coming in after Councillor Hodgson. We've had some others. So Councillor Oram, I'll take your comments because you haven't spoken yet in the comment section for now, and give time for Councillor Hodgson perhaps to give further consideration to the reasons for refusal. Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. First thing I'd like to say is that it's mentioned that this development brings a housing need for the council, which I don't think I agree with.
Members.
Currently, the council housing need is this: affordable housing. That's my view. That is our need, first and foremost. It's a part of Dev 7, and I am quite concerned that in previous comments it was said that we have learnt from the mistakes of Sherford and we've taken all the good things from Sherford. Yet Sherford seems to have 27% affordable housing allocation. So tell me how we have taken all of the good things from Sherford into this development plan. And do forgive me, Chairman, I do get nervous when powerful people say to me, be grateful. 250 is better than nothing.
Councillor, I'm just clarifying that. Sherford is 10%. The 20, the numbers that we're talking about are through the bulk purchases of RPs. So, just for clarity, the 106 at Sherford is only 10%.
Okay. Happy to take that clarification. Thank you very much, Ian. But the spine of my argument still stands. I won't be told, be grateful for 250 houses, affordable houses, that this is better than nothing, because this completely misses the point. We have a housing crisis, we need affordable housing. And if we're not building housing for people that are desperately need affordable housing, then who are we building them for? It's not for residents in Bickley or Woolwell, or indeed Roborough. The viability of the site is, frankly, not my issue. It's not my problem. It's not the problem of my residents either, or the residents of Woolwell. I see the advantages to this development to new residents coming into the area, but I see no advantage to current residents in Roborough, Bickley or Woolwell, just years of inconvenience and indeed misery. The 1,700 objections should not be ignored, and neither should be the parish councils that have all said no. So, a few words to finish. Traffic mitigation, inadequate. Healthcare provisions, uncertain. Public transport, unreliable. Viability reports, inconsistent. 8.7% affordable housing allocation, offensive. Those are my views, members. And frankly, and I know we still have this issue of getting round the rejection. I'm not going to say I'm going to reject this. I'm simply saying at this point, I cannot, in all honesty, support this application based on the views of my residents and what's come here today. I simply cannot support it. And that is me, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll come back to Councillor Hodgson, who proposed refusal, just to confirm the reasons for refusal.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Fairburn, for your comments, but I do think they were slightly biased, if I may say so, saying that there's a lot of good things. I haven't found much that's good in this.
Councillor Hodgson, could you pull the mic because you've gone a little bit quiet?
I'd hate to not be heard. So it's basically it's Dev 7, Dev 8, and Dev 9. We're not meeting what those policies set out to achieve. And if we let a big site like this go on, with such low, it'd be different if it was just a small site. We might say okay, but this is a huge site. It's a huge opportunity to meet our housing needs, and we're failing it by allowing such a low percentage. And we've got no guarantee that Site B might go ahead with the 30%, which could even this up a little bit. So I feel that's well, it's good enough for me. I don't know if it's good enough for anybody else.
Councillor Hodgson, Dev 8 doesn't cover the Plymouth policy area.
But surely this reaches into South Ham, so it's actually impacting on the.
No, Dev 8 is relevant to the thriving towns and village. This is area.
I thought that some of that area was a bit clean. That doesn't that come under the thriving towns and villages?
That's the Plymouth urban fringe.
It's all over.
Yes, but as has been pointed out, this isn't just about what's happening in Plymouth.
The JLP has 2 policy areas.
Yeah,
so the
okay.
area that's relevant to South Ham
so
is Dev 7. So
right, Dev 7 then. Thank you. And Dev 9, because that covers the plan area. It's difficult to give more than that because it's still outlined, so we haven't got a lot of information to put other sort of match other policy areas. But those, I think, those ones are critical. They're the absolute basis of why we're allowing sites to go forward.
Members, I'm been advised and I've agreed that there needs to be some advice taken on this and the proposals for refusal. So I am going to move the session into a closed session so that we can take advice and move this forward.
Has the proposal been seconded?
Yes, it has. It has been. So at this point, I don't have the actual wording, but I'm going to
propose to exclude the press and public.
Just propose to exclude the press and public for 10 minutes while this is being considered. So for full legal advice. So apologies, if I can ask you to, Mr. Fenwick and others, to vacate the room for 10 minutes, and you can, please. Thank you. Thank you. We'll now return to the committee meeting. There has been sort of discussion on elements. I'd like to take it back to the proposer, Councillor Hodgson, to review, please.
Okay, so a bit more information.
Microphone, please.
In addition to my citing Dev 7 as a reason for this being a refusal, I would also propose that SPT 2, which is Strategic Policy 2.5, which promotes resilience to future changes by ensuring a well-balanced demographic profile and good access to housing and services, and also an MPPF 65, where major development involving the provision of housing is proposed. Planning policies and decisions should expect at least 10% of the total number of homes to be available for affordable home ownership. So, it says, unless this would exceed the level of affordable housing required in the area, which is not happening. So I put that on the table, but I'm interested to hear what other members have to say about that.
Councillor Oram, have a proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. I would, at this point, like to propose a deferral on the decision today on the grounds of concerns around affordable housing and access to Pickpie Drive, and on that basis, Chairman. Are you content with that proposal, Chairman?
Chairman, I think there are effectively two proposals on the table, but if Councillor Hodgson and Councillor Allen are sympathetic with thoughts of Councillor Oram in terms of deferring to allow further conversations, then perhaps they might want to withdraw their proposal for the time being to allow those conversations to take place.
Yeah, I'm happy. I've put it on the table. I'm happy to withdraw it for the time being while we consider deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Allen, I have had a second here from Councillor Taylor to Councillor Oram's proposal.
I'm also.
You're happy to withdraw. Thank you for that. So, members, we have the proposal to defer for the reasons, and as long as Mr. Fairburn is content with those reasons, and if he can acknowledge.
So I understand that you. So I understand that you would like to explore further with the applicant the level of affordable housing, the access off the Northern Gateway, and was it those two? I think it was. I think those are the two issues you wanted. No access off Pickpie.
Through you, Chairman, yes, the access to the Northern Gateway, but also to discuss further around the access to Pickpie Drive at this moment, and then of course the concerns around affordable housing as already presented.
Thank you, Councillor Oram. Are you happy with that? So we have a proposer, we have a seconder. I intend there's been a lot of discussion. I don't think we need to discuss it any further. I tend to take it to the vote. Could I have a show of hands for those in favour of the deferral as proposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. It's been a long day. There's been a lot of discussion. Can I thank everybody who's taken part, councillors, the applicants, other officers, but we've given this due consideration and we will be back to discuss it further. Thank you, members. I therefore declare the meeting closed.